all aboard.
The Sun King is a cruise ship. It is sailing around the Caribbean. There are a lot of tourists on the ship. Most of them are from the United States, but some of them are from Canada and Latin America. It's the 7th day of the cruise, and their ship is sailing from Venezuela to Barbados. All of the passengers and most of the crew are on deck for the captain's party.
Hello, my name's Pierre Lafontaine. I'm from Montreal.
Hi, I'm Heather Hillman.
Where do you come from?
I come from Montgomery.
Montgomery, where's that?
It's in Alabama. Haven't you heard of Alabama?
Oh yes, of course, Alabama. It's in the South. I've never been to the South.
What a terrible party.
Oh, really? Do you think so?
Yes, I do. Oh, by the way, my name's Mary Ann Wilson.
I'm Tom Gray. Nice to meet you.
I work in a bank. What do you do?
Well, I'm captain of this ship. It's my party.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
Would you like another drink? What? Would you like another drink?
Oh, yes, please. I'd like some orange juice.
With ice?
No, thanks.
Using the telephone.
2 1 2 3 3 2 1 5 0 6. That's it.
Thank you for calling XYZ Records Incorporated. You are in a call waiting system. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. As soon as an operator is free, we'll talk with you.
XYZ, can I help you?
I'd like to speak to James Singh, please.
Which department?
Accounting?
Please hold. I'm connecting you.
Thank you for calling Lemon Computers. If you are calling from a touch-tone phone and you know the extension number you require, you may dial it now or at any time during this message. For sales and marketing, press 1 now. For customer service, press 3 now. For all other inquiries, press 0. Or stay on the line and someone will assist you shortly. Thank you for calling Lemon Computers.
Lemon Computers, may I help you?
Can I speak to Simon Hertz, please?
One moment.
Let's see. I press 0 first, then the area code and number. What's the area code for Honolulu? Oh, right, 808. 0808 725 9316.
Operator.
Hello, this is a collect call.
What name?
Sanuski. Paula Sanuski.
Can you spell that, please?
That's SINEWSKI.
Just a moment. Please hold.
Thank you.
When you call directory assistance, you hear a recorded message. Listen to these 5 conversations. 1.
Directory assistance, what city?
Minneapolis, please.
What name?
Nelson, Mr. P. 1999 Stinson Boulevard in Columbia Heights.
Thank you for calling Minnesota Telephone. The number is 334-9045.
2.
Directory assistance, what city?
San Francisco.
What name?
Slick, Ms. G. At 2400 Fulton Street, San Francisco.
Thank you for calling Pacific Bell. The number is 685-0124.
3.
Directory assistance, what city?
Miami.
What name?
Buffett, J. On Alton Road in Miami Beach. I don't know the address.
Thank you for calling Southeast Bell. The number is 766-5501.
4.
Directory assistance, what city?
Boston, please?
What name?
Knight, J. It's somewhere in the Jamaica Plain area?
There's a J night on Arbor Way.
That's the one.
Thank you for calling New England Telephone. The number is 552-7136.
5.
Directory assistance, what city?
Chicago.
What name?
Butterfield. P. On 59th Street. By the Midway Airport.
Thank you for calling Illinois Bell. The number is 401-0033.
Fizz is fantastic. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Lopez of San Antonio, Texas. They have 3 young children, and they have to do a lot of wash. There are 2 piles of dirty clothes on this table. With this pile, we're going to use new Fizz, and with that pile, we're going to use another leading detergent. We have 2 identical washing machines here. The only difference is Fizz. While the machines are working, let's have some coffee. Okay, both machines have stopped, and Mr. Lopez has taken the clothes out. Well, Mr. Lopez, what do you think?
Well, we washed these clothes in Fizz, and those clothes in the other detergent.
Can you see any difference?
I sure can. These clothes over here are much cleaner, and they're whiter and softer than those over there.
These clothes? We washed these clothes with new Fizz.
That's right, Brian. It's really much better than our usual detergent. Our clothes have never been cleaner than this.
So which detergent are you going to use from now on?
New Fizz, of course. It's the best detergent we've ever used.
Olympic Update.
It's time now for our Olympic update, coming to you live by satellite from the Olympic Games. Here's our reporter, Pat Sweeney.
This is the Olympic swimming pool at the center of the Olympic complex. The most important event today was certainly the women's 200-meter freestyle competition. An American, Sierra Kennedy, was first and won the gold medal. She swam the 200 meters in a new world's record of 1 minute, 56 seconds. The United States won 2 gold medals yesterday and 3 the day before. So in the first 3 days of the Olympic Games, the American team has won 6 gold medals. Here you see Jack Lumber from Canada. This morning, he won the men's javelin final. On his first try, he threw the javelin over 100 meters. Nobody has ever done that before. A new world record. Unfortunately, there was nearly a terrible accident in the javelin event. Harvey Jones, the American competitor, slipped when he was throwing his javelin, and it hit a judge in the foot. Luckily, the judge was fine. Here we are in the Olympic Gymnasium. Olga Ivanov, the 15-year-old Russian gymnast, has just finished her routine. We're waiting for the results now. And here they are. She has an average of 9.5 points. That's the best score today. Olga's won the gold medal. We're waiting for the last jumper. Ted Kelly from Great Britain is going to jump. The bar is at 2.30 meters. Now he's beginning his last try. And he's jumped. Oh, he's crashed into the bar. He's landing. The bar's fallen. Is he hurt? No, he's all right. He's getting up and walking away. But he's a very disappointed man.
Waiting for a friend.
What's the matter, Debbie? I'm waiting for a letter from Nick. It wasn't here yesterday, and it isn't here today either. Don't worry, honey. It'll be here tomorrow. Will it? I don't know.
The next day.
Mom, it's here. And Nick's coming to Pittsburgh.
Oh, really? When?
He'll be here next Monday. What time will he be here? You have classes on Monday. He'll be on the 7:40 train.
Oh, Mom, can he stay with us? Well, I don't know. Oh, okay, sure. I've heard so much about him, I'd like to meet him.
The next Monday.
Debbie, the train won't be here for 10 minutes. Let's get a soda or something. No, thanks, Mom. You guys get a soda. All right. Where will you be? I'll be right here.
10 minutes later.
Well, the train's late. It'll be here soon. Mom, can you and Sarah wait in the coffee shop? Why, dear? I want to say hello to Nick on my own. Is that okay? Sure. But we've just had a soda. We'll be in the bookstore right over there. Thanks, Mom. I won't be long.
Listen to the station announcements. The trains will be late. When will they be here? 1.
The train from Philadelphia will be 5 minutes late. The new time of arrival will be 6:50 p.m. on track 3.
2.
The 7:15 p.m. train from Cincinnati, continuing on to Philadelphia, will now be here at 7:30 p.m., arriving on track 5. The 7:15 p.m. train from Cincinnati, continuing on to Philadelphia, will now be here at 7:30 p.m. on track 5.
3.
There will be a 1-hour delay on the 740 from Chicago and Cleveland. The train will now be here at 8:39 p.m. on track 4. We apologize for any inconvenience.
4.
The 8:20 arrival from St. Louis will be on track 1. This train will be just 2 minutes late. The St. Louis train will be just 2 minutes late at 8:22 p.m.
Monday morning.
What's the matter, honey?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, something's the matter. What is it?
It's just life. It's so boring.
It's not that bad. We have 2 wonderful children.
That's right, we do. And we never have any time with them.
Well, we both have to work, hon. We need the money.
Okay, but it's all right for you. I'll leave in 5 minutes, but you'll be here all day. I won't be home till 6.
Sure, but your day will be interesting, and you'll meet people. I'll be here in front of the computer screen all day. I won't talk to anyone.
You're a computer programmer, Dan. That's your job. You're lucky. You can work at home.
Yeah, but you like your job, Rosie. You really do.
What? Who will I meet today? Tell me that. What will I do? I'll tell you, Dan. I'll get on the same train, then I'll go to the same office. I'll speak to the same boring people, and I'll listen to the same stupid jokes. I'll get the same train home, then I'll get home and help the kids with their homework.
I'll cook dinner, honey. I always do.
Yeah, but I'll wash the dishes. Then we'll watch TV again. You'll be tired and we won't talk. Then we'll do the same tomorrow. What a life! Today, tomorrow, this week, next week, this month, next year, forever!
It's just Monday morning, Rosie. You'll feel okay tomorrow.
Will I?
Good luck, Waldo.
Good evening, and welcome to Channel 35 News. A 66-year-old Monterey man, Mr. Walter Busby, is in the studio with us. Mr. Busby is a retired bank clerk. Tomorrow morning, he will begin a fantastic voyage. He and his wife, Betty, are going to sail from Monterey, California, to Australia. That's 7,000 miles across the ocean, in a small motorboat. Now, Walter.
Please, call me Waldo. All my friends call me Waldo.
All right, Waldo. Why are you doing this?
Well, I haven't seen my son for 10 years. He lives in Australia, and we've never seen our grandchildren.
But your boat isn't very big, Waldo. Will it get to Australia?
Oh, yes, I think so. It'll get there all right. It'll take a long time, of course, but we're not in a hurry. I just retired, you see, and we'll stop on the way.
Where will you stop? Do you know?
Oh, yes. We have a map. Here it is. We'll stop at several places. We'll need food and gas.
Ah, yes, food. What'll you do about food?
No problem. We'll catch fish.
I see. And water?
That won't be a problem either. It'll rain. It rains a lot at sea, you know.
Will you take a radio with you?
No, no, no. We never listen to the radio. We don't like pop music. We like some peace and quiet. We'll take a lot of books.
Well, actually, I meant a two-way radio. How will you navigate? Will you use a compass?
A compass? No. We won't need a compass or a radio. We'll navigate by the sun and stars. I got a book from the library.
Well, good luck, Waldo. You'll certainly need it.
Listen to the news report.
This is Channel 35 News. Walter and Betty Busby are recovering tonight in Monterey Hospital. They left Monterey Bay this morning at 6:30 in their boat, Titanic II. They were sailing to Australia. 7 miles out of Monterey, their engines stopped, and the boat turned over in heavy seas. They held onto the boat, and a helicopter rescued them. This was not Mr. and Mrs. Busby's first accident on the ocean. They have been rescued 3 times before. They were cold and wet, but cheerful. Mr. Busby said, "We're looking for a bigger boat. We'll get to Australia one day. We had some bad luck."
It happened to me.
A short flight. Last year, I had to fly to London for business. I can't sleep on airplanes, so my doctor gave me some sleeping pills. I got onto the plane, sat down, and took 2 pills. We took off, and a few minutes later I was asleep. When I woke, the flight attendant was shaking my arm. I was the only passenger on the plane. Those pills were strong, I thought. I went to the baggage claim area. I couldn't see my bags anywhere. I went to the information desk and asked about my bags. "Which flight were you on?" asked the desk clerk. "The flight from New York, 7:43, I said. "But you didn't go anywhere, ma'am. Your aircraft had a problem with the engines and it came back. This is New York." Wilhelmina C. Williams, Paterson, New Jersey. Sleepwalker.
My kid sister often walked in her sleep. One night I woke up suddenly. My sister was walking out of our room with her eyes closed. I got up and followed her to the kitchen. She opened the fridge and took out some chocolate cheesecake. Her eyes never opened. She ate it, then went back to our room. I told her in the morning, but she didn't believe me. "Look in the mirror," I said. There was chocolate all around her mouth and nose. Candy Faulkner, Oxford, Mississippi.
What a nightmare.
I once had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed I was in a hotel room on the 40th floor. The hotel was on fire. Smoke was coming under the door. I couldn't open the window. I hit it with a chair, but I couldn't break it. The room got hotter and hotter, and the smoke got thicker and thicker. This is the end, I thought. Then I heard a crash. Right then, I woke up. I was at home in my own bed, in my own room, and the room really was full of smoke. The window was open, and a firefighter was climbing into the room. He rescued me. My apartment was on fire. Jackson Burns, Seattle, Washington.
At a drugstore.
Can I help you?
Yes, thank you. I have a terrible headache.
How long have you had it?
About 2 or 3 hours.
Well, try these pills. Take 2 every 4 hours.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Could I have a box of throat lozenges, please?
With antiseptic or without?
With.
There you go. Will that be all?
Yes, that's all. Sorry, I only have a $50 bill.
Okay, out of 50. Here's your change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you fill this prescription, please?
Sure. Do you want to wait?
How long will it take?
It'll be ready in about 20 minutes.
Oh, I'll come back later.
All right. It'll be waiting.
Should I pay now or later?
Later will be fine.
Superstar.
Come in.
Yes, Miss Baloney?
No, Gary. I don't want you.
Who do you want, Miss Baloney?
I want Marvin, and I want him right away.
Okay, I'll go and find him.
Marvin? Did you want to see me, ma'am? Yes, I wanted to see you 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I was in the garage. I want a car this afternoon. Which car do you want to take? The stretch limo, the Rolls Royce, or the Ferrari? The stretch limo. Where do you want to go, ma'am? The recording studio. What time? The recording session begins at 2. We'll leave here at 1:30. Okay, Brandon. Can you hear me?
Sure.
I want you to play electric piano on this one.
No problem.
And I want Jared to play acoustic guitar. I want him to play real loudly, okay?
You got it.
And find Tanya and Sophie. I want them to sing doo-wops.
Excuse me?
You know, the chorus. Doo-wop dee diddy diddy dum dee doo.
Look, feel, taste, sound, smell.
I like your car, Jackie.
Oh, you do? I've only had it for a week.
It looks very expensive.
Really? I guess new ones are expensive, but this one's used.
It is? It doesn't look like a used car. It looks brand new.
It feels cold in here.
It does?
Yes, really cold. Is the heat on?
Yes, it is. It'll feel warmer in a minute.
Waiter,
Yes, sir.
these vegetables aren't fresh.
But they are fresh, sir.
Well, they don't taste fresh to me. I want you to get the manager.
I'd like you to listen to my new stereo, Eduardo. Does it sound all right?
Yes, it sounds fine to me.
I think the bass is too loud.
No, it sounds perfect. It sounds better than mine.
Have you changed your perfume?
Yes, why, do you like it?
Yes, it smells wonderful. What is it?
It's Roseanne by Devlon.
It smells expensive. Is it?
I don't know. It was a present.
A science fiction story.
The spaceship flew around the new planet several times. The planet was blue and green. They couldn't see the surface of the planet because there were too many white clouds. Then the spaceship descended slowly through the clouds and landed in the middle of a green forest. The two astronauts put on their spacesuits, opened the door, climbed carefully down the ladder, and stepped onto the planet. The woman looked at a small control unit on her arm. "It's okay," she said to the man. "We can breathe the air. It's a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen." Both of them took off their helmets and breathed deeply. They looked at everything carefully. All the plants and animals looked new and strange. They couldn't find any intelligent life. After several hours, they returned to their spaceship. Everything looked normal. The man turned on the controls, but nothing happened. "Something's wrong," he said. "I don't understand. The engines aren't working." He switched on the computer, but that didn't work either. "Eve," he said, "we're stuck here. We can't take off." "Don't worry, Adam," she replied. "They'll rescue us soon."
It's too hot. In the hotel coffee shop.
Come on, Kim. Hurry up and finish your coffee. We have to catch a taxi to the airport. We'll be late.
I can't hurry. This coffee's too hot for me to drink.
Why don't you put some cold milk in it?
Milk? I don't take milk in my coffee. Oh, okay.
Is it cool enough for you to drink now?
Yes, but it tastes awful.
At the airport.
Oh, no. The global counter looks a mile away.
Ooh. What did you put in these suitcases? Rocks?
Only clothes? Why? Are they heavy?
Yes, they are.
The taxi driver managed to carry them.
Well, they're too heavy for me to carry, and I don't see any luggage carts.
Well, I'm not strong enough to help you. Porter, over here, please.
On the plane.
Oh, Mike, I didn't tell you. My sister called this morning.
Oh? Which one? Tiffany?
Yes. She wants to get married.
Married? She isn't old enough to get married. She's only 17. Who does she want to marry?
Mark McIntosh.
Mark McIntosh, the actor? I can't believe it. He's too old for her. He's over 60.
I know, but she loves him.
At their destination.
Oh, no. There goes the last bus.
Well, let's walk to the highway and catch a different bus.
It's a mile away. That's too far for me to walk. Let's take a taxi.
Another taxi. We aren't rich enough to go everywhere by taxi.
Mike, haven't you forgotten something?
What?
We have 3 suitcases. Do you really want to walk?
You're right. Taxi!
Two phone calls.
Hello? Vicky, is that you?
Uh-huh. Who's this?
It's Randy.
Randy? Randy who?
What do you mean, Randy who? Randy Dixon, of course.
Oh, Randy. I'm sorry.
Yes. We had a date last night. Where were you? I waited for 2 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. I couldn't come.
Couldn't come? Why not?
Well, I had to wash my hair.
Wash your hair? Why didn't you call me?
I wanted to call you, but, I couldn't remember your phone number.
It's in the phone book.
Yes, of course, but, I couldn't remember your last name.
Oh. But why did you have to wash your hair last night?
Well, I had to do it last night because I'm going to see a play tonight.
To see a play? With who?
George McQueen, my boss's son.
I see.
He asked me yesterday, and I couldn't say no.
Listening. Listen to the next phone call. Who is the manager talking to? Now listen again and check true or false.
Hello?
Good morning. This is the First State Bank. My name's Bridget O'Connor. I'm the manager.
Oh, yes?
Did you get my letter?
What letter was that?
Well, I wanted to see you. I called yesterday, but I couldn't get an answer.
Was that in the morning?
That's right.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here. I had to see my doctor. I've had problems with my leg.
I wanted to ask you about your account.
My account?
Yes. You wrote a check for $1,000 last week.
$1,000?
Yes, and there's only $152.95 in your account.
But I don't have an account with First State.
Now look here, Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump? Who's Mr. Trump? I'm not Mr. Trump.
I'm sorry. Is this 848-3592?
Say that again?
848-3592.
Ah! This is 848-3952. My name's Sikorsky. You have the wrong number.
Oh.
Army Recruiting Office.
Good morning. Are you the new janitor of the building?
Janitor? No, not me. I want to join the army, man.
What? You in the army?
Yeah, I want to be a soldier. This is the army recruiting office, isn't it?
Well, yes. Sit down, son.
Thanks, man.
Now, why do you want to be a soldier, Mr. What's your name, son?
Corona. Frankie Corona. Well, I saw the commercial on TV last night. It looked pretty good. Vacations, money, travel, education, a pension.
I see. Yes, it's a good life in the army.
Terrific!
Now, do you have any questions?
Let's see. Yes, will I have to get a haircut?
Oh, yes, you'll have to get a haircut and wear a uniform.
A uniform? I've never had to wear a uniform before.
Oh, yes, and you'll have to obey orders. But you won't have to clean latrines.
What are latrines?
Toilets. I've never had to clean toilets.
What about the work? Will I have to work hard?
Oh, yes, you'll have to work hard, all right.
And what about education?
Oh, yes, there are a lot of opportunities. Maybe you'll be a computer programmer or a communications expert one day.
Okay, I'd like to join.
All right, just sign here, Frankie.
There you go, man. Frankie Corona.
Corona.
Huh?
Stand up. Stand up straight, Corona. Now, march. Left, right, left, right. You're in the army now.
A traffic survey.
All major cities have traffic problems. Toronto has too many cars and not enough parking spaces in the city center. Traffic moves slowly downtown and parking costs are extremely high. The planning department wanted to change the traffic system, so they conducted a traffic survey. They interviewed a lot of people in downtown Toronto.
1.
David Chang is 58. He learned to drive when he was 18. He's been able to drive for 40 years. He lives about 20 miles away. He always comes downtown by car.
2.
Leila Patel is 25. She's been able to drive for 6 years, but she doesn't have a car. She hasn't been able to save enough money. She lives about 35 miles away. She always comes into town by train.
3.
Douglas Mackenzie is 20. He's had a lot of driving lessons. He's taken the driving test 3 times, but he hasn't been able to pass the test yet. He lives near the city center and works in a mall downtown. He usually walks to work.
4.
Mr. and Mrs. Hawkins are both over 65. They've never been able to drive. They've never learned. They don't live far from downtown, and they occasionally come downtown by streetcar.
5.
Excuse me, ma'am?
Yes?
We're doing a traffic survey. Could I ask you a few questions?
Okay.
Your name is?
Green. Michelle Green.
And, how old are you?
29.
Can you drive?
Sure.
And how long have you been able to drive?
Since I was 19.
Uh-huh. Where do you live?
Oxford Street.
Ah, that's not far away. How do you usually get downtown?
By bicycle.
By bicycle? That's unusual. Thank you.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
6.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, what?
May I ask you a few questions?
Questions? About what? You're not from the police, are you?
No. It's just a traffic survey, that's all.
Well, all right then.
What's your name?
Jones. Wayne Jones, eh?
How old are you, Mr. Jones?
22, eh?
Can you drive?
Yeah, but I don't drive much.
How long have you been able to drive?
About 4 years. But I told you, I don't drive much. I come into town on my motorcycle. It's a Harley Davidson. It's over there, the red one.
Where do you live, Mr. Jones?
The university. I'm a student, eh?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm studying philosophy.
Changes.
Why do you want to study computer programming?
Well, I lost my job last month, and I haven't been able to find another one.
I see. Do you have any money?
Well, some, and my girlfriend will be able to help me.
Good. The course costs $2,500.
Will I be able to find a job as a computer programmer?
Oh, sure. You'll be able to get a good job and make lots of money. Please sign here.
This is the room. Do you like it?
It's very nice. Is it quiet? I'm a writer.
You'll be able to work with no problem. There's almost no noise here.
Will I be able to use the kitchen?
Yes, of course.
Fine. It looks good.
What's that? Oh, that's just our neighbor. He works on old cars. He's usually quiet.
Have a seat, Jim. You work in the mailroom, right?
That's right. I want to transfer to the International Sales Division.
Why do you want to join the International Division, Jim?
Well, I don't really. I just want to travel to Latin America.
How good is your Spanish?
Spanish? I've never been able to learn Spanish.
Well, what will you be able to do in the International Sales Division?
I don't know, but I won't be able to work very hard. I have a bad back.
Checks and money.
Next. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to cash this check, please.
Okay, $200. Oh, you haven't signed it.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
How would you like the money?
20s, please. Oh, and could I have $20 in smaller bills?
Sure. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 190, 195, 6, 7, 8, 9, 200.
I'd like to get this, but I don't have enough cash on me. Do you take traveler's checks?
Yes, of course.
Good. Here you are.
Thank you. I'll need some identification, too.
Sure. Is my driver's license all right?
Yes, that's fine. Just sign and date it. I have a stamp with the store's name.
Hello, can I help you? Thank you. My name is Toshiko Akiyama. I'm expecting a transfer from my bank in Tokyo. Let me see. Here it is, Akiyama. $2,000 from the Fuji Bank in Tokyo. Do you have your driver's license with you? No, but I have my passport. Will that be all right? Yes, of course.
Excursion to Egypt. I'd like to make a reservation for the excursion to Egypt leaving July 16th.
The one at the Cleopatra Hotel?
That's it. How far is it from the hotel to the beach?
About a 2-minute walk.
Good. How hot is it in Egypt in July?
About 32 degrees centigrade. That's 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
And that is the Great Pyramid.
Oh, yes. It looks very high.
It's about 137 meters high.
How long are the sides?
They're 230 meters long.
Wow. How old is it?
It's almost 4,500 years old.
We're going through the Suez Canal now.
It doesn't look very wide. How wide is it?
About 60 meters wide and 160 kilometers long.
Really? This is a big ship. How deep is the canal?
The average depth is about 10 meters.
Hello, Mr. Harris. Are you coming on the bus trip to Cairo tomorrow?
Yes. How far is it?
It's about 150 kilometers.
How long will it take to get there?
About 3 hours.
Everybody's in a hurry.
10 years ago, Ford Studebaker had an accident in his car. He was driving quickly and carelessly. After the accident, his wife said, "Ford, you're an old man now. You have to drive more slowly and more carefully." Ford has not had an accident since then. He always drives slowly, very slowly. But the drivers behind him often get angry. They sometimes have to stop suddenly, and then other cars crash into them. Ford always drives in the middle of the road, and other drivers can't pass him. They sound their horns and flash their lights because they want Ford to go more quickly. But Ford never notices them, and he never sees the accidents behind him. When he reads about the accidents in the newspaper, he says to his wife, "People drive more carelessly these days. Everybody's in a hurry. I don't understand it."
Natasha Taranova is a tennis star. She's one of the best players in the world. She hits the ball hard and fast, harder and faster than any other player. But many people dislike her because she often behaves badly. She sometimes gets very angry. Last year, she shouted at the crowd and broke her racket on the ground during the final of the Texas Championship. She didn't play well and lost. This year, she played better and won the final. Unfortunately, she got very angry and behaved worse than last year. She threw her racket at the umpire. She will never be able to play in the Texas Championship again.
A day off.
Al Bellini works for an import-export company in Los Angeles. One morning last summer, Al called his office at 9 o'clock. His boss, Ralph Vasquez, answered the phone.
Hello, Ralph Vasquez.
Hello, Ralph. This is Al Bellini.
Oh, hi, Al. What's up?
I don't think I can come to work today, Ralph.
Oh, what's the problem?
I've got a very bad sore throat.
Yes, you sound sick.
Yes. I'll stay in bed today, but I'll be able to come tomorrow.
That's all right, Al. Stay in bed until you feel well enough to come to work.
Thank you, Ralph. Goodbye.
Bye, Al.
Ralph liked Al a lot. At 12:30, he got into his car, drove to a store, and bought some fruit for him. He went to Al's apartment and rang the doorbell. Al's wife, Stella, answered the door.
Oh, Ralph. Hello. Come in. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Stella. I've come to see Al. How is he?
He doesn't look very well. I wanted him to see the doctor.
I'll go in and see him. Hi, Al.
Oh, hi. Hi, Ralph. Have a seat.
I've brought some fruit for you, Al.
Thanks a lot, Ralph.
Well, I was in the neighborhood anyway. How's your throat?
It seems a little better. I'll be okay tomorrow.
Good, good. Take care. Goodbye, Al.
Bye, Ralph. Thanks for coming by.
At 3 o'clock, Ralph locked his office door and turned on his portable TV. He wanted to watch an important baseball game. It was the Atlanta Braves versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. Both teams were playing well, but neither team could score. The crowd was cheering and booing. It was very exciting. Then at 3:20, Sam Zapata of the Dodgers hit a home run. Ralph jumped out of his chair. He was very excited. He was smiling happily when suddenly the cameraman focused on the crowd. Ralph's smile disappeared, and he looked very upset. Al Bellini's face, in close-up, was there on the screen. He didn't look sick, and he didn't sound sick. He was smiling happily and cheering wildly.
Applying for a job.
How do you do? It's Paula Chandler, isn't it?
Yes. How do you do?
Have a seat. I'm Art Miranda, and I have your application form here. I just want to check the information.
Fine. Sure.
You're applying for the position of export sales representative, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
You aren't from Connecticut, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm from Massachusetts.
You got a bachelor's degree in business administration at college, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
But you didn't get a master's degree, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you have worked in international sales, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I've been a sales representative in Mexico and Central America.
But you haven't worked in Brazil, have you?
No, I haven't, but I'd like to.
You can speak Spanish, can't you?
Yes, I can.
But you can't speak Portuguese, can you?
No, I can't, but I'd like to learn Portuguese.
Come in. Have a seat. It's Paul Lanier, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I've looked over your application. Can I just check the information?
Yes, of course.
You're applying for a secretarial job.
Yes, a bilingual secretarial job.
You aren't from Bridgeport.
No, I'm from Fairfield.
And you went to school in Fairfield.
That's correct. Fairfield High.
But you didn't go to college.
No, I didn't.
You can speak French well.
Yes, my parents are French-Canadian.
But you can't speak German.
No, I can't. But I can speak Spanish.
You've been a secretary for 2 years.
Yes.
But you haven't stayed in one job for much time.
No, I haven't. I've worked in some awful places.
Disasters.
Good evening. Our program tonight is about disasters. This year, there have been fires, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. All our guests tonight have survived disasters.
Hello, I'm Susan Fisher-Diaz. I live in Chicago. I was working in my office on the 28th floor of a skyscraper. I was dictating some letters to my secretary when the fire alarm rang. I rushed out to the elevator, but it wasn't working. The stairs were full of thick smoke. We couldn't go down, so we had to go up to the roof. When we got there, some people were waiting calmly. Others were shouting and screaming wildly. A helicopter managed to land on the roof and rescued 6 of us before the roof collapsed. My name's Linda Reed. I was on vacation at the Med Club on Patapita, a small island in the South Pacific. I was taking a nap when the volcano erupted. The noise woke me up. I looked out of the window. Everybody was running toward the harbor. I threw on my robe and ran to the harbor too. I managed to get on a cruise ship. It was leaving when the lava hit town.
Hi, my name's Richard Ching. My wife and I were staying with friends in Santa Librada near Los Angeles. We were having dinner when the earthquake began. Everything shook. All the plates and food fell on the floor. We were picking everything up when the ceiling fell in. Fortunately, we were under the table and survived. We had to wait for hours before help arrived.
Traveling by air. 1.
Global Airways announces the departure of the 11 o'clock flight GL-189 to Houston. This flight is now boarding at Gate 4.
2.
British Airways announces the departure of the 11:30 Concorde service BA 001 to London. Would passengers for this flight go immediately to Gate 16?
3.
Would passengers for the 11:25 Aeromexico flight 149 to Mexico City please go immediately to Gate 13, where this flight is now boarding?
4.
This is the last call for Japan Airlines 1045 Flight 215 to Tokyo. This flight is now closing at Gate 30.
Do I check in here for Global Flight 179 to Caracas?
Do you already have your ticket?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. May I see your passport?
There you go.
Can you put your luggage up here, please?
Sure.
Just one case?
Yes, that's all.
Did you pack the case yourself?
Yes, I did.
And you haven't left it anywhere, have you?
No, it's been with me all the time.
Are there any electrical items in the case? No, there aren't. Okay, that's fine. Do you have a seating preference?
Yes, I do. I'd like a window seat, please.
Fine. Seat 12A. Here's your ticket and your boarding pass.
Thank you.
The flight leaves from Gate 4 in the South Terminal. Please report to the gate by 10:30. Enjoy your flight.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I see the contents of your pockets?
Of course.
Thank you. Put everything in this container. Now, please go back and come through the detector again.
Sure. Oh, wait, it's my metal comb. Here it is.
That's fine. Put it with your other things. Now come through again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to welcome you all aboard Global's Flight 179 to Caracas. We're now flying at an altitude of 33,000 feet, and our speed is approximately 500 miles per hour. We'll land in Caracas in 3.5 hours at 1:20 local time. The temperature in Caracas is a sunny 87 degrees Fahrenheit, about 31 degrees Celsius. In a few minutes, you'll be able to see the Gulf of Mexico on our left. Our flight attendants will serve lunch in a few minutes. Enjoy your flight, and thank you for choosing Global.
I've cut myself.
Ow! This knife's sharp. I've cut myself.
Let me see. Oh, you haven't cut yourself badly. It's just a scratch.
But it's bleeding.
It's not bleeding much. I'll get a Band-Aid. Did you see the play on Channel 13 last night? No, I didn't. What was it? Romeo and Juliet. I cried. You cried? Why? Well, it was very sad. At the end, Romeo killed himself, and then Juliet killed herself. It sounds dumb to me. Why did they kill themselves? For love. Oh, they were dumb, weren't they?
My guests tonight are the rock stars MC Malone and TNT Cats.
Hi, Sid. We're happy to be here.
You both play the guitar and sing very well. How did you learn?
Well, we just bought some guitars, and we taught ourselves.
You taught yourselves. Terrific.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Yolanda.
Yesterday was my first wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thanks. We went to that new restaurant on Bank Street.
Did you enjoy yourselves?
Oh, yes. We had a very good time.
Have you seen my new microwave oven?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's fabulous. It has an automatic timer. It can turn itself on and off, and it cleans itself.
Choosing a pet.
Hello, how are you today? Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a pet for my son. Can you suggest anything?
What kind of pet does he want? A traditional pet? A cat or a dog? Or something unusual?
Well, he'd like a snake or an alligator, but he isn't going to get one.
We have a nice dog right now, a Rottweiler.
A Rottweiler? Oh, no. I've heard about them on the news. They're very big and mean.
Oh, no, ma'am. They aren't as mean as some dogs.
Really?
Yes, really. Last week we had a small dog here. It was only as big as your purse, but it was as mean as the devil. It bit me 3 times.
Let's forget dogs, then.
What about a cat?
A cat. They aren't as friendly as dogs, are they?
No, but they don't eat as much as dogs either, and they're very clean. Or what about a bird, a parrot or a parakeet? We have both.
Which do you recommend?
Well, parakeets aren't as easy to train, and they never speak as well as parrots.
Yes, but parakeets don't need as much space as parrots, do they?
That's true. Parakeets are very popular because they're so easy to keep.
Yes, but they're a little noisy, aren't they? I want a quiet pet.
A quiet pet? Well, what about a goldfish? There's nothing as quiet as a goldfish.
an interrogation.
You're John Patrick O'Brien.
Yes, I am.
You sell used cars.
Yes, I do. And other things.
You live on Staten Island.
Yes, I do. I live in Richmond Town.
You went to the races at Montville yesterday.
That's right.
You weren't alone.
No, I wasn't. I was with my friend, Bobby Ann Chase.
But you're married. O'Brien.
No. Who told you that?
You left your apartment at 11 o'clock.
Yes, about 11.
You were in your Cadillac.
Yes, I was.
You didn't stop for gas.
No.
You had lunch at a Chinese restaurant.
No, we didn't. We had lunch at a fast food place.
You don't remember the name of the place.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You had fried chicken.
No, we got some hamburgers to go and ate in the car.
You got to Montville Racetrack in time for the first race.
Yes, correct.
You were very lucky.
Yes, I really was.
You won $50,000.
I can't remember exactly how much.
There was $50,000 in your apartment.
Was there?
You don't know where Bobby Ann is now.
No, I'm not her husband.
But you left her in Midtown Manhattan because she wanted to buy some clothes.
Yes, that's right.
It's interesting. O'Brien, you have a very fast car.
What do you mean?
The last race at Montville started late, and it didn't finish until 25 after 5. So you drove from Montville on Long Island to Midtown Manhattan to Staten Island in 35 minutes. At rush hour. That's impossible. O'Brien.
Going to a party.
Hi, great to see you. Come in.
Hi, Jake. I'm not the first, am I?
No, the others are all in the dining room. The food's in there. Let me take your coat.
Thanks. Oh, I brought some flowers.
Thank you. I'll put them in some water right away.
Is Bruce coming?
He's already here. Go on in.
Hi, Kate. I like your dress.
Thanks. Have you seen Bruce?
Bruce? Oh, yeah, Bruce. He was here a second ago. Have you had something to eat?
No, not yet.
The vegetables and dip are over there. Help yourself.
Thank you.
There's some salad over here. And there are some potato chips and nuts on the table.
Okay. See you later.
Hello, Kate. Not dancing?
No, I'm just hanging out. You didn't see Bruce in the kitchen, did you?
No.
Oh.
Hey, this is a great song, isn't it? Do you want to dance?
Sure, why not?
Well, here's your coat. Thanks for coming.
It was nice of you to invite me. I really enjoyed myself.
Good. You've got to come to Jake's birthday party next month.
Okay. What happened to Bruce, do you know?
He left early, I think.
I didn't see Michelle either.
No, I think she left early, too.
Oh, well. Thanks again. Bye.
Together again. Kelly Strong and Rod DeBiro are in the studio. They're acting in a scene from Together Again. In the movie, Kelly is Constance, a young nurse in Africa. Rod is Armand, a famous zoologist.
Okay, scene 34, take 8. Let's try it again. Action.
I love you, Armand.
I love you too, Constance, but I have to go.
I know. But perhaps we'll never see each other again.
We will, Constance, because we love each other.
Cut, cut, cut.
That's not good enough. Take 5, everybody. Okay, Kelly. Come over here. Now, I know you don't like Rod, and I know he doesn't like you.
Like, we hate each other, you know that.
But you're actors, and in the movie, Constance and Armand love each other, right?
Right, but...
No buts. You have to look at each other. You have to touch each other, smile at each other, hold each other, and kiss each other, right?
Right, but it's not all my fault. You know Rod, he's selfish. He only thinks about himself. He talks about himself all the time, and he only wants to see himself on film.
I've heard this before, Kelly. Rod said exactly the same about you.
So am I.
I'm taking my vacation next month.
Really? So am I.
I need a change.
So do I. I'm tired of the same office and the same people every day.
Right. Where are you going?
Florida.
Oh, really? I went there last year.
So did I. We always stay on the Florida Gulf Coast. We never go to Miami or Palm Beach.
No, neither do I. It's too crowded there. Where exactly are you going?
Sanibel Island. It's about 50 miles south of Sarasota. Do you know it?
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. I've been there 3 times.
Well, so have we. And we're going there this year, too.
Not to the Sand Dollar Resort.
Yes, why?
Well, I'll see you there. That's my hotel, too.
A family problem.
Vassar College, Poughkeepsie, New York, 12601, May 5th. Dear Daddy, thank you very much for the birthday present. I was very pleased with the Porsche, but I didn't like the color, so I'm going to take it back and change it. I saw Mark again yesterday. You're worried about him, aren't you? Well, don't worry about him. He's all right. He's very good at his job. He's a drummer in a rock band. I'm going to come to Washington next weekend. I'll bring Mark so you can meet him. Love, Caroline. P.S. We love each other very much. He isn't interested in your money.
May 15th. Dear Caroline, I'm sorry about last weekend. I was very upset with Mr. Rodberg. I can't call him Mark, but he was very rude to me. I'm not a stupid old fool. I'm tired of dumb young men. I couldn't talk with him about anything. You love him, I know. I just feel sorry for you. And I'm worried about your future. Your friend likes rock music. He isn't interested in anything else. He isn't interested in you at all. You're making a terrible mistake. And I'm glad he isn't interested in my money because he isn't going to get any of it. Love, Daddy.
Signed for Senator Calhoun in his absence by Joseph D. Pollard, Secretary to the Senator.
The Yes-No Contest.
Hi there, I'm Barry Smiles. Welcome to the Yes-No Contest. Our rules are very simple. I'll ask you questions for 30 seconds. You must answer, but you can't answer with yes or no. You can't nod or shake your head either. Now, here is our first contestant, Ann Mock from Palm Beach, Florida. What's your name?
Ann Mock.
Where are you from, Ann?
Palm Beach.
Did you say Palm Springs?
No, Palm...
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. You said no. Our next contestant is Chuck Fleener from St. Louis, Missouri. It's Dr. Fleener, isn't it?
That's right, but call me Chuck.
Fine. You aren't nervous, are you, Chuck?
I'm not nervous.
Did you shake your head?
I didn't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm...
Oh, I'm sorry, Chuck. Better luck next time. Now, here's our third contestant. He's Richard or Apollo from Washington, D.C. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Barry.
You work in a bank, don't you?
That's correct.
Do you like your job?
I enjoy it very much.
Oh, do you?
I said I enjoy it very much.
Now, you aren't married, are you?
I am married.
Is your wife here tonight?
She's at home in Washington.
So she isn't here?
Of course not.
Do you have any children?
I have 2 children.
2 boys?
A boy and a girl.
And that's 30 seconds. You've done it, Richard. Isn't that wonderful, everybody? He's won tonight's jackpot prize, a brand new fully automatic dishwasher.
I used to.
Hello, Tom. This is your dad. Your old dad in the nursing home. Why aren't you here?
Oh, hi, Dad. I'm very busy. I can't visit you today. I'm sorry, Dad.
Tom. You used to visit me. You used to take me to the movies. You used to bring Barbara and the children.
I'm sorry, Dad. We'll come for your birthday.
My birthday? It's today. You didn't even send a card. I'm writing a new will.
Reggie, you used to be the best baseball player in the National League. Are you going to come back and play again?
No, I'm not. No way.
Why not?
Well, baseball used to be the most important thing in my life, but it isn't anymore. I used to practice every day. I never used to go out or eat big meals or stay up late.
Why has your life changed, Reggie?
Well, I was poor then, but I'm not now. I don't need to play baseball anymore.
Mom?
What?
There's a terrific movie downtown.
Really? What is it?
Space Cop.
Are you going to see it?
I'd like to. All the other guys are going, but I don't have any money.
Okay. How much do you want?
$10.
$10? When I was your age, I used to get $2 for the movies.
I know. And you used to walk 5 miles to school, and you used to cut wood.
And I used to talk to my mother with respect.
A busy office.
Yes, Erica, what is it?
Bob Hudson wants to speak with you, JP.
I'm very busy right now. Ask him to call back later.
All right.
Oh, and Erica, tell Chris to fax the sales report to the Toronto office.
Okay, anything else?
Yes. Tell Helen not to call her friends on the office phone.
All right, I will.
Hello? This is Mr. Powell's assistant again. I'm afraid Mr. Powell's very busy right now. Could you call back later?
All right, thanks.
Oh, Chris?
Yes, Erica?
JP wants you to fax this report to Toronto.
Okay, I'll do it later.
No, Chris, do it now. I know it's important. Helen, did you call your friend on the office phone yesterday?
Well, yes, I did. But it was urgent.
I think JP heard you. He wasn't very pleased about it. Don't use the office phone for personal calls, okay?
Yes. Okay, Erica. I won't do it again. I'm sorry.
Erica, did you speak with Bob Hudson?
Yes, I did. I asked him to call back. He says he'll call you later.
Fine. Has Chris faxed that report yet?
Not yet, but I told him to do it immediately. I think he's doing it now.
Good. Did you tell Helen not to call her friend from here?
Yes, I told her not to use the office phone for personal calls. She says she won't do it again. I'm sure she won't.
Well, I hope you're right. Her friend is working in Saudi Arabia.
The smuggler.
Latka was a customs officer in Europe. He used to work in a small border town. It wasn't a busy town, and there wasn't much work. The road was usually very quiet, and there weren't many travelers. It wasn't a very interesting job, but Latka liked an easy life. About once a week, he used to meet an old man. His name was Spevna. He always used to arrive at the border early in the morning in a big truck. The truck was always empty. After a while, Latka became suspicious. He often used to search the truck, but he never found anything. One day, he asked Spevna about his job. Spevna laughed and said, "I'm a smuggler." Last year, Latka moved to the United States. One night, he was having dinner in a restaurant in Los Angeles. On the other side of the restaurant, he saw Spevna drinking champagne. Latka walked over to him.
Hello there.
Hi.
Do you remember me?
Sure, of course I do. You're a customs officer.
I used to be, but I'm not anymore. I retired last year, and I live with my daughter in Los Angeles now. I often used to search your truck in the old country.
But you never found anything.
No, I didn't. Can I ask you something?
Of course you can.
Were you a smuggler?
Of course I was.
But the truck was always empty. What were you smuggling?
Trucks.
Opinions.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Archer? Yes? I'm from Channel 5 TV. We're doing a survey. Oh, really? Could I ask you a few questions? Well, first, did you watch TV last night? Yes, after dinner, from about 7 o'clock. And did you watch any of our programs? Yes, most of the evening, till 11. So you saw Animals in Focus. What did you think of it? It was very interesting. I like wildlife programs. So you're interested in wildlife? Uh-huh. That kind of program always interests me. It's very difficult to film animals, you know. What about your husband? Did he watch it? Only for about 5 minutes. He's not interested in animals. Look, I'm very sorry, but I have to pick up the kids from school. Are there many more questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you the questionnaire. Could you and your husband complete it and mail it to us? Sure. First of all, Animals in Focus. What did you think of that?
Great, really great. It was educational, just right for the children, and chimpanzees always amuse me. Much more amusing than Lenny Hill in the next program. Some of his jokes are quite shocking, and young children are watching television at that time of night.
Uh-huh. What about Texas, Texas?
The worst kind of TV. This kind of program annoys me. It's all just money and sex. Not interesting.
Okay. And the report on violence in the cities. What did you think of that?
A very important program. The problem of violence worries everyone.
The news?
The news always interests me. There isn't enough news on TV.
And lastly, the horror movie.
Well, horror movies like this don't frighten me at all. I just turn them off.
Advice.
Hi, Keith. How's it going?
Oh, hi.
You don't look very happy. What's up?
Oh, nothing really. I bought these jeans about 2 weeks ago, and they're too tight. I have to lose weight.
Maybe you should go on a diet.
Sure, but what kind of a diet?
You should eat lots of salad and fruit.
I hate salad. I prefer meat and French fries. And I love candy.
There you go. You shouldn't eat too much meat, and you shouldn't eat candy at all.
I know, Nick. Believe me, I know.
What's the matter, Dario? You're very quiet today.
I'm worried about my English.
What's the problem?
I'm not practicing enough.
Why not?
Well, it's hard to meet Americans.
You should go out more.
Where should I go?
Maybe you should join a gym or take a class.
Americans never speak to me.
Well, you should speak first.
What can I talk about?
Sports. They're always interested in sports.
Hello, Brian. You look tired today.
Yes, I'm working too hard.
You should take a few days off.
I know I should, but we're just too busy. I'm working 12 hours a day.
12 hours a day? You're going to kill yourself.
What else can I do?
Maybe you should quit.
I can't. I need the money.
Congratulations.
I'm David Burns, and I'm going to announce the winners. Senator Cheryl Adams is going to present the awards, and our first winner is 78-year-old Mrs. Flora Dobson. You all remember her. She's a very brave woman. She's the one that knocked out a robber with her walking stick. Step over here, Mrs. Dobson.
Congratulations, Mrs. Dobson. Is that the stick that knocked him out?
Pardon me? Oh, yes. This is the one, all right. This is the one that knocked him out. I hit him like this.
Oh, dear. You won't hit me, will you?
Well, thank you, Mrs. Dobson.
Pardon me?
Thank you. Thank you. And our second winner is Mr. Mac Foden. He's the one that drove his truck into Silver Creek and saved a town.
Congratulations, Mr. Foden. You were very brave. How's your leg?
Not too bad now, thank you, Senator.
And now we have a pair of twins, Mandy and Marie Fox from Wisconsin. You all remember them. They're the ones that pulled a 9-year-old boy from a frozen lake last January.
Well done. Which one of you is Mandy and which one's Marie?
I'm Mandy. And I'm Marie.
Next, we have Travis
Waiting.
Hi, Amber. Is the boss in?
Yes, Steve. Miss Arnold's in her office and she's waiting for you.
Oh, has she been waiting long?
Yes, she has. She got in at 20 to 10.
20 to 10? So she's been waiting for 20 minutes? Wow, I'm in trouble.
Well, she isn't very happy.
Well, Vera Parker, hello. Are you waiting to see Dr. Lightfoot?
Hi, Alice. Yes, I am.
How long have you been waiting?
Well, let's see. I've been waiting since 9 o'clock.
So you haven't been waiting long. It's only 10 after 9.
Right, I haven't. I've been reading this magazine. There's an interesting article here about operations.
You shouldn't read that, Vera. You'll be worried.
No, I won't. I enjoy medical articles, you know. I've been reading about heart surgery. There are some great pictures. Look. Alice? Alice, are you okay?
Dan, call the waiter again.
I've been trying to call him, Sally.
But Dan, we've been sitting here for 20 minutes, and I'm not going to wait any longer.
I'm sorry, Sally, but he's talking to that woman.
Yes, I see. He's been talking to her since we came in. Excuse me, waiter.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want your check?
The check? We haven't seen the menu yet. Well, I guess it's difficult to choose just 5 things out of a whole lifetime. I need a little time to think. Well, the most important thing for me was the birth of my son. But I guess everyone chooses a birth. But that really changes your life. That's the biggest change for sure. What else? Strange. I think the assassination of President Kennedy in 1963. That's a long time ago. Really a long time. But I was in high school, and for me, it's like the line between being a kid and, I don't know, growing up. I don't think it changed my life, but I remember it so well. And everything was different after that. So that's 2 milestones then. Oh yes, and the day that I moved into this house. I've lived here for 20 years. I've always loved this house. Then there was my accident. I don't like talking about it, really. I fell down a mountain when I was skiing. I was in the hospital for 6 weeks. I couldn't walk for nearly a year. What else? That's not all. One more. Let me think. This sounds silly. A few years ago, I was in an elevator and it stopped, just like that, between floors. I was alone there for 5 hours. I was terrified. I thought about my life and my family. I still have nightmares about it.
A court case.
A few months ago, there was a bank robbery in San Francisco. The police arrested a man and a woman. They're in court now. Mrs. Cato saw the robbery. She's on the witness stand. The judge and the 12 members of the jury are listening to her. A lawyer is asking her some questions.
Now, Mrs. Cato, you saw the bank robbery, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You saw a man, didn't you?
That's right. I saw him when he went into the bank and when he came out.
Now, look around the court. Do you see that man?
Yes. He's the one. He's the man I saw.
He wasn't alone when he went into the bank, was he?
No, he wasn't. He was with a woman.
Now, do you see that woman in the court?
Yes. There. She's the woman I saw.
I see, Mrs. Cato. Now, look at the man and woman again. This is very important. Are you absolutely sure about them?
Absolutely sure. They're the people I saw.
Now, Mrs. Cato, what was the man wearing when he went into the bank?
I don't remember everything, but I remember his hat and his bag.
Look at Exhibit A on the table. Is that the hat?
Yes, that's the hat he was wearing.
And Exhibit B?
Yes, that's the bag he was carrying.
Do you remember anything about the woman?
Yes, she was wearing a black wig and red high-heeled shoes.
How do you know she was wearing a wig, Mrs. Cato?
Because it fell off when she was running to the car.
Look at Exhibit C on the table. Is that the wig?
Yes, that's the wig she was wearing.
And Exhibit D, look at the shoes.
Yes, they're the shoes she was wearing.
Thank you, Mrs. Cato.
The empty chair.
Jerry Streisand, a friend of mine in Boston, almost had a nervous breakdown last year. I told him to go to a doctor.
Hello, Mr. Streisand. What's the problem?
I'm very tense and nervous, Doctor. I haven't been able to sleep for days.
Have you been working hard?
Yes, I've been working 12 hours a day.
Well, you should take a few days off. Go someplace quiet and peaceful, like Nantucket. It's a quiet island near the coast of...
Jerry took a boat from New Bedford to Nantucket and arrived late Friday evening. He rang the doorbell of a boarding house, and the owner, Mrs. Searcy, answered the door. Then she showed him to his room. Jerry was very tired and went straight to bed. He slept well and didn't wake up until 9 o'clock the next morning. Jerry went downstairs for breakfast. Because there weren't any other guests, Mrs. Searcy invited him to have breakfast with her and her daughter Catherine. Catherine was already sitting in the dining room. She was about 13 years old, with long black hair and clear gray eyes. Mrs. Searcy went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Jerry and Catherine looked at each other nervously for a few seconds.
There are 4 places at the table. Is there another guest?
No, we never talk about the empty place.
The empty place? What do you mean?
Well, that used to be my father's place.
Used to be? I don't understand.
My father worked on a fishing boat. 3 years ago, he went out on his boat, and he never came back.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows. They searched everywhere, but they never found anything. My mother always keeps that place for him, and she makes his breakfast every morning. That's a picture of him, over there on the wall. My mother's been waiting for him for 3 years.
Jerry said nothing, but he looked worried. At that moment, Mrs. Searcy came into the room. She poured 3 cups of coffee and put 1 cup at the empty place. Jerry looked more worried, and he stared at the empty chair. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside the door, and a tall man with a black beard walked into the room. It was the man in the picture. Jerry jumped up and ran out of the room.
Who was that? What's the matter with him?
I don't know. I don't understand. He's a guest from Boston. He arrived last night after you went to sleep.
Catherine, do you know anything about this?
No, Daddy, I don't. But he's here because he's very nervous. He says he's hiding here because a tall man with a black beard is trying to kill him.
Catherine, have you been telling stories again?
Stories? Daddy? Me?
How long? How much?
Please have a seat.
Thank you. I'm Esther Rosales. I've had an account here for 10 years.
What can I do for you, Ms. Rosales?
Well, I want to borrow some money.
What for?
I want to buy a car. I've been saving for one.
How long have you been saving?
I've been saving for 2 years.
How much have you saved?
I've saved about $5,000.
What are you reading?
The Godfather. I've never seen the movie, and Bruce told me to read it.
It's a very long book. How long have you been reading it?
For nearly a month, and I haven't finished it yet.
How many pages have you read?
About 400. I don't like long books.
Neither do I.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Hi. Fill it up, please.
Regular unleaded or super?
Regular unleaded. It's nearly empty. I've been driving all day.
Oh, really? How far have you driven?
About 400 miles. From Atlanta.
That's a long way. Check the oil?
Yes. Okay.
And finally, news about Kimberly Lewis, the athlete from Pennsylvania. Kimberly is jogging across the United States from New York to Los Angeles. She has just arrived in Kansas City, Missouri. Kimberly left New York 2 months ago and has traveled nearly 1,300 miles. Kimberly has collected nearly $300,000 for physically challenged children. She has used 12 pairs of running shoes and more than 100 pairs of socks.
Operation Diamond.
Andrea Garvey is the Assistant Director of the Department of Customs and Immigration. She is preparing her agents for a special operation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You were all at Friday's meeting. Are there any questions? No? Okay, take out the photographs from your folders. Look at photograph 1. That's Barry Siegel. He's the man that usually flies the diamonds into the USA. And he's the one that will land at the Circle K Ranch tomorrow night. Be careful. He's very dangerous. He's the one that shot a federal agent last year. Now photograph 2. That's Gulliver. He's the one we really want. He's the one the Mexican police arrested last year, but they had to release him because they couldn't find any diamonds with him. He controls 20% of the illegal diamond trade. He's the one we have to catch with the diamonds and the money. Look at photograph 3. Look at the woman on the right. Her name's Betty Lou Harris. She's working for us. She'll be at Gulliver's house at the ranch. She's the one that gave us the information. Watch out for the 2 men on the left, Farrell and Casey. They're the ones we've been following. They always carry guns, and they're the ones that will shoot first. Ms. Harris is probably the one they'll shoot. Do you all have photograph 4? Good. Look at the airplane. It's a Cessna 310. It's the airplane that brings in the diamonds. It's the kind of plane that can fly under radar, land anywhere, and take off quickly. You can forget the registration number. It's different every time. Okay, photograph 5. That's the area they're going to land in. Look at the trees in the background. They're the trees we're going to hide in. There's a road behind the trees, and that's the road they'll have to use. It's the only one. Finally, photograph 6. The Circle K Ranch. It's very nice, isn't it? Gulliver has 3 houses, and this is the one he paid almost $5 million for last year. Look at the car outside. That's the car that will meet the plane. It's the car he always uses. We want Gulliver, Siegel, the diamonds, and the money all together. Any questions? No? Okay, good luck.
Making reservations.
Hello, Lobster Palace Restaurant. I'd like to make a reservation for tonight. All right. What time? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. For how many? There are 10 of us. 10. We don't usually take large parties. I know, but we are regular customers. What's your name, please? Diana Ross. Miss Ross. Of course, that'll be all right. Party of 10 at 8.
I'd like to get 2 seats for the concert on Thursday.
Where would you like to sit?
I'm not sure.
Well, here's the seating plan of the concert hall.
How much is it in the middle section?
$45.
$45? That's a little too expensive for us. How much is it in the back?
$25.
That's fine. What time does the concert start?
At 8 o'clock.
Do you have any seats left on the Bay Area tour tomorrow?
Yes, we do. There are a few seats left.
Is that the tour that includes the Sonoma Valley?
That's right.
How long does the whole tour take?
About 7 hours.
Should I pay you now?
If you don't mind.
A new job.
Jeff, have you seen this ad in the New York Sentinel?
Yes, I saw it, but I'm not interested in finding a new job. I've been here since I left college. I like working here.
Really? I've only been here for 3 years, and I'm already tired of doing the same thing every day. I'm afraid of getting really bored.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. You'll do the same thing there every day.
Yes, but the salaries are good.
I'm not interested in making more money. I have enough now.
I can never have enough. Of course, you live at home with your parents.
I like living with my parents. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. But I like being independent. I like traveling, and I enjoy meeting new people. I'm going to apply for the job.
Well, good luck.
Talking about the weather.
Good morning, Libby.
Hi, Jake. It's a nice day, isn't it?
Yeah. What are you doing today?
I'm not sure. I might go to the beach later.
Well, take an umbrella. I've just seen the weather report. It might rain this afternoon. Good afternoon, Mrs. Acuna.
Hello, Jake. It isn't very nice today, is it?
It was a nice morning. It might stop raining soon.
I hope so.
Are you playing tennis today?
Maybe. It depends on the weather.
Good evening, Mr. Pastorius.
Good evening, Jake. I think we might have a storm tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes. The sky's very dark, and I've just heard thunder.
Oh, great. I like thunderstorms.
I don't. I'm afraid of the lightning.
Weather report.
Good morning. I'm Wayne Porter, and here is the latest weather report from Channel 15. First, the national picture. The Pacific coast will have strong winds, which might bring rain from northern California through coastal regions of the Pacific Northwest. In the Rockies, there will be heavy snow. It will be cold and dry in the Midwest, with cloudy skies in the afternoon. Over to the Northeast, where there will be clear skies this morning. There might be some rain in the afternoon, but it won't be heavy. You can expect temperatures in the high 30s to low 40s. Finally, here in the Southeast, it will be warm and sunny in the morning, with a 40% chance of rain in the early afternoon. There will be rain in the evening, and there might be thunderstorms at that time. Now we're going over to Joan Zane in our Tampa studio for your local weather news. Good morning. I'm Wayne Porter with your latest weather news from Channel 15. Let's look at the national situation first. The Pacific coast will have clear and sunny skies all day, but it will be quite cold. The Rockies can expect further heavy snowfalls in the north, and it will be extremely cold. The Midwest will have strong winds coming down from Canada, and these winds will bring a lot of rain into the region. There might be snow in the west of the region later. The Northeast will have cloudy skies with temperatures in the mid-40s. There will be strong winds and heavy rain on the Gulf Coast of Texas, and there might be thunderstorms later in the day. These storms might move across into Florida by the early evening. In Florida, it will be a very hot, humid day with cloudy skies, but there won't be any rain in the earlier part of the day. Now let's hear from Joan Zane for more weather news for the Tampa Bay area.
A restaurant kitchen.
Hurry up, Chef. I have 12 customers and they all want today's special. Some of them have been waiting for 15 minutes. They're getting upset.
I know, but I only have 2 hands. You'll have to help me.
Help you? That's not my job. I'm a waitress, not a cook.
Well, one of my assistants is off today and the other is out sick.
Oh, okay. What do I do first?
Well, start putting the meat on the plates, and I'll finish these vegetables.
Okay. Is that enough meat?
That's a little too much. Take some off.
What about potatoes?
Oh, put on plenty of potatoes. They're cheap. And lots of peas.
All right. Can I take them out now?
Have you put the gravy on yet?
Huh? Oh, no, I haven't. Where is it?
Here it is.
Oh, there isn't enough gravy.
There's plenty in that pot over there.
Where? Oh, okay. I've got it.
Fine. Now you can begin taking the plates out to the customers.
Whew, they're hot.
Well, use a dish towel. And don't carry too many plates. You might drop them.
Oh, I won't drop them. I've never dropped a plate in my life.
Asking for directions.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, I have an appointment with Mrs. Bedoya, the sales manager.
What time is your appointment?
11:30.
Okay. You're Ms. O'Hare, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Go down the hall to the left. Mrs. Bedoya's office is the 3rd door on the right. You can't miss it.
Thank you.
Don't bother to knock. Just go right in. She's expecting you.
Excuse me. Yes? I'm lost. Is this the way to Disney World? Well, you can get there this way, but it's not the quickest route. Oh, no. Well, can you tell me the best route? Sure. Turn around and go back to the expressway. Turn left and go on until you get to the interstate. That's the I-4. The I-4? That's right. Turn left on the interstate and follow the signs for Tampa. That's I-4 West. You'll see signs to Disney World after a few miles. It's exit 26.
Does this bus go to 50th Street?
Yes, it does. Step in, please.
What's the fare?
$1.25.
Okay, here's $2.
Can't you read? Exact change only.
Oh, okay. I have 5 quarters here. Can you tell me when we get to 50th Street?
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Coast Guard Rescue.
This is the KLLN Radio News Desk. It's 5:15. A Coast Guard helicopter is trying to rescue a man who has fallen down a cliff in Point Reyes, about 15 miles north of San Francisco. The man is lying on a small beach at the foot of the cliff. The helicopter has arrived at the scene, and a paramedic has climbed down a ladder to the beach. He's speaking to a doctor on the helicopter by radio.
Hello? Can you hear me, doctor?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Is he unconscious?
No, he's conscious, but he looks pretty bad.
Okay, ask him if he can move.
Can you move?
No, I...
Ask him if he's in pain.
Are you in pain?
Oh, yes,
Ask him where it hurts.
Where does it hurt?
It's my back.
Uh-oh, don't move him. I'm coming down.
Bob Atkinson is the editor of the Daily Sun. He's sending a young reporter, Lois Gold, to interview the singer Duke Williams.
Now, I've arranged an interview for 4 o'clock at his hotel. Ask him lots of questions. You know, ask him if he likes the city, ask him what his next record will be and when he recorded it, and ask him where. Ask him all the usual questions, but don't ask him how old he is, okay? UFO.
Dick and Janet were driving along a quiet country road in Ohio. They were on their way to Cincinnati. It was almost midnight.
Dick, look over there. There's something in the sky. What is it?
I don't know what it is. It's probably a plane.
I don't think so. It's too big and too bright.
You've seen too many movies, Janet. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
The engine just died.
What's happened to it?
Well, I don't know what happened. We'll have to find a service station.
There's one in the next town.
Great, but I don't know if it's open. It's really late.
Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a big, bright silver object flew low over their car. It stopped in midair, turned around, and flew back over their car. Then it went straight up into the sky and disappeared.
Wow! What was that?
Huh? Don't ask me. I have no idea what it was.
Phew. Let's go.
We can't. The car won't start.
Try it again.
That's strange. It's okay now. I wonder why it wasn't working.
Do you think it was a UFO?
I don't know. I really don't. We should call the police.
Do you think they'll believe us?
A mugging.
One night, Sarah Garcia, an elderly widow, was walking down a dark street in Philadelphia. She was carrying her purse in one hand and a shopping bag in the other. There was nobody else on the street except two young men. They were standing in a dark doorway. One of them was very tall with light hair. The other was short and fat with a beard and mustache. The two men waited for a few seconds and then ran quickly and quietly toward Mrs. Garcia. The tall man held her from behind while the other one tried to snatch her purse. Suddenly, Mrs. Garcia threw the tall one over her shoulder. He crashed into the other man, and they both landed on the ground. Without speaking, Mrs. Garcia hit both of them on the head with her purse and walked calmly away. The two surprised young men were still sitting on the ground when Mrs. Garcia crossed the street toward a door with a bright sign above it. Mrs. Garcia paused, turned around, smiled at them, and walked into the Philadelphia Judo Club.
Breakfast blues.
Adrian! Adrian!
What?
Adrian, come on. It's almost 7 o'clock. Your breakfast's getting cold.
All right, I'll be downstairs in a minute.
Adrian, you haven't shaved.
I know. I'll do it before I go to school.
Well, don't forget. And you need a haircut.
All right. I'll make an appointment after I finish school.
And don't forget, write and thank your grandmother for your birthday present.
Yeah, I'll do that when I get time.
You'll do it when you get home from school.
What about my homework? And I'm going out tonight.
You'll do your assignment and write the letter before you go out. Where are you going anyway?
Just out.
Who with?
A friend.
Which friend?
Just a friend from school.
What's her name?
Susie. She's in my math class.
Well, I'll be out when you get home. You won't go out until your father gets home, will you? He forgot his keys. He left them on the table.
Not again. What time will he be home?
About 7:15. Why?
Oh, no. I'm meeting Susie at 7:30.
Well, you'll have to go as soon as he gets home. She'll wait.
Will she? You don't know Susie.
Hello?
Hi, Susie. It's me.
I'm sorry. Who?
It's me, Adrian. Adrian Roth?
Oh, hello, Adrian. What's wrong?
It's about tonight. I might be late. I'll have to wait until my dad gets home. He forgot his keys.
How late? The movie begins at 8 o'clock.
Oh, I'll be there before it begins. He'll be home at 7:15. I'll leave as soon as he gets here.
What time will you be there?
About 10 to 8. Is that okay?
All right, but I'm not going to stand outside the movie theater all night. Don't be later than 8 o'clock or I won't be there.
Okay. Susie? Are you still there? Susie?
General Hospital.
Maternity unit. Mr. Diaz is in the maternity unit. His wife's going to have a baby.
Hello. You're Mr. Diaz, aren't you? Have you been waiting long?
Not really. Is there any news?
Not yet. We'll tell you as soon as there is. Have you thought of any names for the baby?
Oh, yes. If it's a girl, we'll call her Lucia. And if it's a boy, we'll call him Francisco.
Operating room. David Foster has had a serious accident. His wife's outside the operating room now.
Mrs. Foster, I'm Dr. Yamamura.
Oh, doctor, how is he?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to operate.
Oh, no. He's always been afraid of operations.
Don't worry. If we operate now, he'll be all right.
Oh, doctor, do you really have to?
I'm afraid so. He's lost a lot of blood. If we don't operate, he'll die.
East Wing. Ms. Wright has just arrived at the hospital. She's going to have a minor operation tomorrow.
This is your bed, Ms. Wright.
Oh, thank you, nurse.
Now, get undressed and get into bed. There's a buzzer on the night table. If you press the button, someone will come right away.
Oh, I'm sure I won't need anything.
Well, don't forget, if you need anything, just press the button.
Emergency room.
Oh, how did this happen? He was playing soldier and he put the pot over his head. Now it's stuck. Have you tried to get it off? No, I'm afraid of hurting him. Yes, if we pull too hard, we'll hurt him. What are you going to do? Well, if I don't get it off, he won't be able to eat. Oh, no. I'm only joking. If I put some soap on his head, it'll come off easily.
On the road.
Lee, you can't park here. There's a fire hydrant.
Oh, we'll be back in a few minutes. It's okay.
Oh, no, it isn't. You'll get a parking ticket if you leave it here.
No, I won't. It's 5:30. All the traffic cops have gone home.
Oh, Lee.
Yes?
Is this your car, buddy?
May I see your license?
Sure. Oh, I left it at home.
In that case, you'll have to come with us to the station.
But why?
You were speeding, buddy.
But I was only doing 35.
There's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. It's a residential section.
Really? I didn't see the sign.
We've been following you.
So, you were doing 35 too?
No. We were doing 60 miles an hour, and we couldn't catch you.
Hello, Turnpike Service Station.
Hi. I don't know if you can help me. My car's broken down.
We have 24-hour service. Where are you?
I'm on US 31, just south of Hopeville. My car's just past the Lone Star Cafe. It's a blue Chrysler LeBaron.
Do you know what's wrong with it?
I have no idea, but it won't start.
I'll send a mechanic out to you. She'll be there in about 15 minutes.
Reservations.
Gloria in Atlanta.
Hi, this is Zoot Lambert, the manager of Titanium. You know, the band. I want...
Please hold, Mr. Lambert. I'm putting you through to the reservations manager.
But...
Mr. Lambert, this is Lauren Perry, the hotel manager.
Oh, yeah? Well, I need 5 rooms for Friday night. That's the 15th. I want the best rooms in the hotel.
Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot accept your reservation.
Now, look, we always stay at the Glory Inn.
I know that, sir. Last time you were here, we had a number of complaints from other guests.
You mean they don't like long-haired rock musicians?
That's not the problem, sir. The band used bad language in the coffee shop and threw 2 TV sets into the pool.
Yeah. Well, they'll be more careful this time.
I'm afraid that's not all, sir. You haven't paid the account for the last time yet.
I'll put a check in the mail.
Please do.
So, what about our reservation for Friday?
I'll answer that very simply, sir. No way!
Emergency. Dial 911.
Operator 366. I've just seen 2 cars crash into an armored truck. I think it's a robbery. Where? Just outside the factory gates. What factory? McManus Forge Company on Old Selma Road.
The first police car got to the factory 3 minutes later, but it was too late. The robbers had gone. They had knocked out one of the security guards and shot the other. Both guards were lying on the ground near the armored truck. The thieves had taken the payroll for the factory. The police called an ambulance for the guards and questioned 3 people who had seen the robbery.
Operator 217.
I want to report a fire.
Where is it?
The Texaco service station on Hudson Street. Come quickly.
Yes, a fire engine will be there in a few minutes.
The fire engine got to the service station just in time. The convenience store in the station was burning. Fortunately, the fire hadn't reached the gas pumps and hadn't spread to the neighboring buildings. The firefighters were able to put it out quickly. The fire had started in the office. Someone had thrown a lit cigarette into a waste paper basket.
Operator 577.
There's a boy in the river. I don't think he can swim. I can see him from my window.
In the river? Where?
Oh, I'm sorry. Near Key Bridge, the Washington end of the bridge.
I'll send a paramedic ambulance right away.
When the paramedic ambulance got there, the boy was lying on the ground. A police officer had seen the boy in the river and had dived in and rescued him. The boy was all right. The police officer had given him artificial respiration. The ambulance took the boy and the police officer to the hospital.
Embarrassing experiences.
Reader's letters. Oh, no! Have you ever had an embarrassing experience? Who hasn't? Last week, we asked our readers to tell us about their embarrassing experiences. We received hundreds of letters. Here is a selection. A smart teacher.
My most embarrassing experience happened when I had just finished college. I had just started teaching at a high school in Denver. One morning, my alarm clock didn't go off. I had forgotten to set it. I woke up at 8 o'clock, and school started at 8:30. Quickly, I washed, shaved, dressed, jumped in my car, and drove to school. When I got there, classes had already started. I didn't go to the office or the teacher's room, but went straight into my first period class. After 2 or 3 minutes, the students started laughing, and I couldn't understand why. Suddenly, I looked down and understood. I had put on 1 black shoe and 1 brown shoe. Stanley Morris, Boulder, Colorado.
Hand in hand.
The most embarrassing experience I've ever had happened 2 years ago. My wife and I had driven into New York to do some shopping. The streets were very crowded, and we were holding hands. Suddenly, my wife saw a dress she liked in a store window and stopped. I started looking at some radios in the next window. After a minute or two, I reached for my wife's hand. There was a loud scream, and a woman slapped my face. I hadn't taken my wife's hand. I had taken the hand of a complete stranger. Gary Hall, Paramus, New Jersey.
A parking problem.
My husband and I had decided to buy a new house, and I'd made an appointment to see our bank manager. I'd never met him before, and I was a little nervous. I drove into town, and I was lucky enough to find a parking space outside the bank. I just started backing into the space when another car drove into it. I was furious. I opened my window and shouted at the other driver. He ignored me and walked away. It took me 20 minutes to find another space. As soon as I had parked the car, I rushed back to the bank. I was 10 minutes late for my appointment.
I went to the manager's office, knocked, and walked in. The manager was sitting behind his desk. He was the man who had taken my parking space. Margaret Larcade, San Antonio, Texas.
A ghost story. Doug and Kay are staying in an old house on Cape Cod. It belongs to Doug's uncle, and they've borrowed it for the weekend. They arrived an hour or two ago, and they're sitting in front of a fire in the living room downstairs.
Oh, Doug, this house is fantastic. I love old houses.
There's a ghost here, you know.
Doug, don't be silly. Are you trying to scare me?
No, I've been coming here for years. We used to stay here when I was a kid. I saw the ghost myself once.
This isn't funny, Doug, and I don't believe in ghosts.
You don't? Well, I do.
Where did you see the ghost?
Upstairs, in the bedroom.
Yeah, right. Did it have a white sheet over its head?
No. It was just an ordinary ghost. He was wearing clothes from the 1800s.
He? Who?
The ghost. I'll tell you about it. I'd been out walking all day, and I was really tired, so I went to bed early.
Had you been reading a book about ghosts?
No.
Well, go on. What happened?
I'd been in bed for 2 or 3 hours.
How did you know that it was a few hours?
There's an old grandfather clock in the bedroom. You'll see it when we go upstairs. Anyway, the ghost was standing beside it.
What did you do?
Nothing.
What did he say?
Nothing. He just stared at me.
How did he get into the room? Hadn't you locked the door?
Yes, I had. And the window, too. It was a cold, foggy night like tonight.
Was there a fireplace?
Yes, but it was too small for a man to get down. Anyway, there'd been a fire.
What did you do?
I sat up and stared back at him. I was too shocked to move.
Well, what happened?
I don't know how long we've been staring at each other, when suddenly I shouted, and he disappeared.
I don't believe it.
I didn't believe it myself at the time, but when I told some people who live around here, they believed me. Some of them had seen the ghost themselves. They could even describe him. If you ask them, they'll tell you.
Doug, put some more wood on the fire. I'm going to sleep right here tonight.
Buying a present.
In a record store. Excuse me, I'm trying to find Rat Run Rat by Please Be Funky. It's their latest single.
Oh, right. It's number 9 this week. CD or cassette?
CD.
It's right here.
Thanks. And do you have the new album by Titanium yet?
Heavy Metal Murder? Oh, sure, we have that. It's great. You'll love it.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for my grandmother. It's a birthday present.
In a jewelry store.
I'm trying to find a Christmas present for my wife.
Okay, what kind of thing are you looking for?
I'm not sure, really. Maybe you can help me.
How about a bracelet?
No, I bought her a bracelet for our anniversary.
Maybe a ring, then. These rings are made of 22-karat gold.
What kind of stone is that?
A diamond, and it's less than $5,000.
Oh, well, maybe you could show me some earrings then.
In a toy store.
Do you need any assistance, ma'am?
Thank you. Yes, I'm looking for a toy for my nephew.
Okay. How old is he?
He'll be 9 on Saturday.
What about a skateboard?
No, I don't want him to hurt himself.
How about a drum set?
I don't think so. His father will be upset if I buy him one of those. Do you have anything educational? You see, he's a very intelligent boy.
I have the perfect thing. A do-it-yourself computer kit.
Where is it made?
Good evening. I'm Jesse Carson. Welcome to Double Your Cash.
Our first contestant tonight is Dawn Sikorsky from Lincoln, Nebraska. How are you doing, Dawn?
I'm doing fine, Jesse.
What do you do, Dawn?
I'm a librarian.
And were you born in Lincoln?
No, I wasn't. I was born in Omaha.
Okay. Now the first question is for $100. Are you ready?
Sure.
Where are Ferrari cars made? Are they made in Spain? Are they made in France? Or are they made in Italy?
That's easy. Italy.
Correct. That's great, Dawn. Okay, Dawn. You can take the $100 right now, or you can have another question and double your cash.
I'll take another question.
Okay. This is for $200. When was Martin Luther King Jr. murdered? Was it in 1963, 1965, or 1968?
He was murdered in
A real bargain. Donna Wu is looking for a new house. She's with the realtor now.
Well, Ms. Wu, this is the house that I told you about. 341 Sun Lake Drive. The owners are away, but I have the keys.
When was it built?
It was built in 1936.
Who built it?
I have no idea. Is it important?
No, I guess not. Is that a new roof? It looks new.
It's pretty new. It was put on 2 years ago. It's in very good condition. The previous owner was a builder.
I'm worried about the electrical wiring. Has it been rewired?
Yes, it has.
Oh? When was that done?
5 years ago. It's been completely renovated. New central heating and air conditioning have been put in, and a new garage has been built.
Oh? When was that done?
The garage? Last year, I think. It's a very solid house. It's built of brick with a tiled roof.
I have a little boy in elementary school. Does the school bus pass by here?
Yes, right here on Sun Lake Drive. The children are picked up at 8 o'clock and they're brought home by 3:30.
It's really not expensive. I've seen a lot of similar houses, and they're more expensive.
Oh, yes. It's a real bargain.
Are there any plans for new construction in this area?
Excuse me? New construction? Well, yes, a new hospital is going to be built about 6 blocks north of here.
Anything else?
Well, a new interstate highway will be built next year. You'll be able to get to the city in half the time.
Where exactly will the interstate be built?
It'll be built just down the street. Sun Lake Drive has been chosen as the main exit for the city. It'll be interesting. You'll be able to watch the traffic.
The 6 o'clock report.
Good evening. This is Rose Ann Silvernail with the 6 o'clock report from WBTV Baltimore. Our top story tonight. Alan Wolf, the great plane robber, has been caught in Costa Rica. He was arrested in a San Jose nightclub. He is being questioned at local police headquarters, and he will probably be sent back here to Baltimore. In 1992, Wolf was sentenced to 40 years in prison for his part in the great plane robbery at Baltimore-Washington International Airport. He escaped from the Maryland State Penitentiary in April. Since then, he has been seen in 10 different countries. Another tragedy in the music world. Jerry Henderson, the lead guitarist of the rock group The Rats, is dead. He was found unconscious in his room at the Baltimore Glory Inn early this morning. Henderson was rushed to the Johns Hopkins University Hospital, but doctors were unable to save his life. A number of bottles which had been found in his room were taken away by the police. The painting Iris Morning by Penoir was stolen last night from the Baltimore Museum of Art. The painting, which is worth over $5 million, had been given to the museum in 1993. It hasn't been found yet, and all area airports, highways, and train stations are being watched. All vans and trucks are being searched. A reward of $50,000 has been offered for information. And finally, Jumbo, the elephant that escaped from the Baltimore Zoo this afternoon, has been caught. Jumbo was chased across Druid Hills Park and was finally captured at a hot dog stand near the park's main gate. Jumbo had not been fed and was trying to take bread rolls from the stand. A tranquilizer gun was used, and Jumbo was loaded onto a truck and was taken back to the zoo. At the zoo, he was examined by the zoo veterinarian. Fortunately, no damage had been done, and Jumbo will be returned to the elephant house tomorrow.
The Sunday Magazine.
Last night I went to see the new musical at the Lewis and Clark Memorial Theater. It's called Space Opera and was written by Tim Weber with music by Andrew Rice. It was a highly entertaining evening and the audience enjoyed every minute of it. The music was performed by the Idaho Symphony Orchestra and it is really great. The hero is played by soap opera star Danny Clean and he sings most of the best songs. However, the most popular song in the show is Starlight Tonight, and I'm sure it'll be a big hit. It's sung by Lorna Winter, who plays the Queen of Jupiter. Her costumes are sensational. They were designed by Annette Field. One dress cost more than $20,000. There is a CD of the show available on the Polyglot label, and an illustrated book which is published by Apple Tree Books. Take my advice. Go see it.
Elvis Presley, Story of a Superstar.
When Elvis Presley died on August 16, 1977, radio and television programs all over the world were interrupted to give the news of his death. President Carter said, "Elvis Presley changed the face of American popular culture. He was unique and irreplaceable." 80,000 people attended his funeral, and Elvis Presley movies were shown on television, and his records were played on the radio all day. In the year after his death, 100 million Presley albums were sold. Elvis Presley was born on January 8, 1935, in Tupelo, Mississippi. His twin brother died at birth. His parents were very poor, and Elvis never had music lessons, but Elvis regularly sang at church services. In 1948, when he was 13, his family moved to Memphis, Tennessee. Elvis left school in 1953 and got a job as a truck driver. In the summer of 1953, Elvis paid $4 and recorded 2 songs for his mother's birthday at Sun Records studio. Sam Phillips, the owner, heard Elvis and asked him to record That's All Right in July 1954. 20,000 copies were sold, mainly in and around Memphis. Elvis made 5 more records for Sun, and in July 1955 he met Colonel Tom Parker, who became his manager. Parker sold Elvis's contract to RCA Records. Elvis immediately bought a pink Cadillac for his mother. In January 1956, Elvis recorded Heartbreak Hotel, and 1 million copies were sold. In the next 14 months, he made another 14 records, and they were all big hits. In 1956, he also made his first movie in Hollywood, Love Me Tender. In March 1958, Elvis had to join the army. When his hair was cut, thousands of women cried. He spent the next 2 years in Germany, where he met Priscilla Ballou, who became his wife 8 years later in 1967. In 1960, he left the army and went to Hollywood, where he made several movies during the next few years. Most critics thought the movies were a waste of his talent. By 1968, many people had become tired of Elvis. He hadn't performed live since 1960. But then he recorded a new album, From Elvis in Memphis, and appeared in a TV special. He became popular again and went to Las Vegas, where he was paid $750,000 for 4 weeks. In 1972, Priscilla left him, and they were divorced in October 1973. The next few years were spent doing concert tours. Elvis died at home of a heart attack. He had been eating and drinking too much for several years. He left all his money to his only daughter, Lisa Marie Presley. Since his death, Elvis has sold more records than during his lifetime. He has become a legendary figure, and every year there are rumors that he is still alive. In 1993, Elvis was the first rock musician to be featured on a U.S. postage stamp. People were asked to vote. Did they want a picture of the young 1956 Elvis or of the Elvis of the Las Vegas shows? You can see how they voted.
Classifieds. Andy.
I have $6,000. I'm going to look at the car. If I like it, I'll buy it.
Barbara.
That's a nice car, but I don't have enough money. If I had enough money, I'd buy it.
Chris.
I've worked for an oil company for 10 years. I have a BS in engineering. I have the qualifications. I'm going to apply for the job. If they offer me the job, I'll definitely take it.
Dave.
I like that job, but I can't apply for it. I don't have the qualifications. If I had the qualifications, I'd apply for it.
Floyd.
I'm a mechanic, and I know a lot about cars. I have a current driver's license and enough money. If they ask me, I'll go with them.
Tom.
I have $4,000 and a current driver's license, but I know very little about cars. If I knew something about cars, I'd go with them.
Jessica.
I am a native speaker of English. I can read and write Spanish. I'll apply for the job. If I get it, I'll have to move to New Jersey.
Helen.
I am a native speaker of English, but I can't read or write Spanish. If I could read and write Spanish, I would apply for the job.
Darlene.
I'm 19 and I'm interested in the job. I'll get more information if I call. If the salary's good, I'll apply.
Jack.
I'm interested in the job, but I'm too young. I'm only 17. If I were older, I'd apply.
Eating out.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I didn't have much for breakfast.
Do you feel like a hamburger?
Okay, I'll have a Big Greg, but no fries for me.
Anything to drink?
You've been here before. What are the shakes like?
Not bad. I'm getting one.
Okay, I'll have a strawberry shake.
Anything else?
No, that's all. Next.
1 Big Greg, 1 Cheese Greg, 1 order of fries.
Large or regular?
Large. And 2 strawberry shakes.
Is that it?
Uh-huh. That's all.
What are you having? I don't know. I can't decide. I'd have the special if I were you. I had it last time I was here. It was great. No, it's got ham on it. I don't like ham. I'll just have the plain pizza. A regular or a large? A large, I think. Are you very hungry? No, not very. Then I wouldn't have a large one if I were you. They're enormous. What about an appetizer? Okay, let's have another look at the menu.
Hi, I'm Adam, and I'm your waiter today. Are you ready to order yet?
Yes, please. We'd like a plain pizza and a Pizza Palace special.
Would you like regular or large pizzas?
Both regular, please.
Anything to start?
Yes, a soup and a house salad, please.
Sure. It'll take just a couple of minutes.
What time is it, Roy?
20 after 1.
We don't have much time. Where do you want to eat? Pizza Palace? McGregor's?
A pizza would be okay if we had more time, but we don't. And I don't really feel like a burger.
Why don't we just grab a sandwich?
Okay, there's a deli just around the corner.
Fine, let's try it.
Hello there, hon. What can I get for you?
1 tuna sandwich and 1 vegetarian, please.
Will that be white, whole wheat, rye bread, or a roll?
Whole wheat.
Will there be any drinks with that, hon?
1 coffee, 1 hot tea.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it.
Offshore oil.
On tonight's edition of Mississippi Magazine, we'll look at offshore oil in the Gulf of Mexico. Oil was first discovered in the Gulf of Mexico in the 1930s. Since then, more oil has been found off the coasts of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. More money is being brought into the state of Mississippi from offshore drilling leases. We aren't going to become very rich, but we must decide how to spend the revenue from oil. We took our TV cameras into the streets to ask people their opinion. Our question was, if you were the governor of Mississippi, what would you do with the money?
Well, of course, I'm not the governor, but if I were, I'd spend the money on more hospitals and schools. We need more doctors, nurses, and teachers. We don't have enough good teachers. If salaries were higher, we could keep better teachers. And there aren't enough doctors and nurses either because the medical schools are too small. If they were bigger, we would have more doctors and nurses. Money that is spent now on education and health is an investment for the future.
I think the answer is simple. Taxes are too high in this country. I would reduce state taxes. If we reduced taxes, people would have more money. If they had more money, they'd spend more. Industry would have to produce more, so it would need more workers. There would be more jobs, and we would all be richer.
I'm very worried about the economy. There aren't enough jobs for everyone, and people with jobs aren't making enough money. If I were governor, I'd help low-income families pay their heating and electric bills. I'd encourage farmers to produce more food more cheaply. I'd bring more industry into the state. If we did that, everybody would benefit, wouldn't they? There's one thing that makes me happy. I'm glad the money stays in Mississippi. The federal government would spend it on more tanks and bombs.
There's too much crime and violence nowadays. There aren't enough police officers on the streets. I'd give cities money to increase the size of their police forces, and I'd raise their salaries. If we had more police officers, we'd all feel safer. And I'd increase the benefits for senior citizens. I've worked hard all my life, and I should have a reasonable standard of living.
Far Trek.
These are the voyages of the Starship Interface. Its 50-year mission, to boldly go where no one has gone before. Nothing's happened for years. I'm bored.
Captain Kurt, there's a planet on the screen. Look!
What's that, Mr. Pseudo? It looks like a Krinklon spaceship. The planet will be destroyed. The Krinklons destroy everything. They must be stopped. What are we going to do, Mr. Schlock?
You know Starfleet regulations, Captain. We can observe, but we cannot interfere. Nothing can be done.
Pictures from the planet's surface are being received now, Captain. The Krinklons are preparing an attack, Captain.
Well, something has to be done. We're going down there. Schlock, Uhulu, come with me.
You shouldn't go, Captain. You might be killed.
But where are the people? This doesn't look like the same place.
At last, Captain Kurt, I have tricked you. I cannot be beaten. You and all your crew will be killed.
I will fight you, but let my crew go. Where did the Krinklon go? What happened?
Nothing happened, Captain. You were bored. You needed to be entertained. We turned on the artificial reality machine. It was all a dream.
Reports.
Lynn Willis is a new reporter for the Los Angeles Daily Echo. Last week, several famous people arrived at L.A. International Airport, and Lynn was sent to interview them. Nobody told her very much. Cristina del Castillo,
Secretary General of the United Nations.
I'm very busy. I have a lot of appointments. I can't say very much. I'm happy to be in Los Angeles. I enjoyed my visit in January. I'll be here for only 12 hours. I'm going to meet the governor. I have no other comments.
Lynn's report.
Cristina del Castillo visited California yesterday. She arrived at 10 a.m. and we asked her to comment on the international situation. She just made a brief statement. She said that she was very busy and that she had a lot of appointments. She said she couldn't say very much, but she said that she was happy to be here and that she had enjoyed her visit in January. She said she would be here for only 12 hours and that she was going to meet the governor. She said she had no other comments.
Ivan Neistat,
European movie director.
I like newspaper reporters, but I don't have time to say much. Just that I'm working at Global Studios in Hollywood. I haven't worked in Hollywood before. I've heard bad things about Hollywood movies in the past, but I can work with the people at Global. It's the best studio in the world, and I'm the greatest director in the world. My new movie will cost $80 million.
Lynn's report.
Academy Award winner Ivan Neistat arrived in L.A. yesterday. Ivan was in a hurry. He said he liked newspaper reporters, but that he didn't have time to say much. He said that he was working at Global Studios in Hollywood. Ivan said that he hadn't worked in Hollywood before, and that he had heard bad things about Hollywood movies in the past. He said that he could work with the people at Global. He said that it was the best studio in the world, and that he was the greatest director. He also said that his new movie would cost $80 million.
Oral exams.
Hey, Martha, have you finished the exam?
Yes, I have. Whew.
Was it hard?
Well, yes, it was pretty hard.
Did you pass?
I don't know. Miss Nadler didn't tell me.
What questions did she ask?
First, she asked me what my name was.
That was pretty easy, wasn't it?
Yes, except I couldn't remember. Then she asked me where I came from and how long I'd been studying here at the Institute.
And what else did she ask?
She asked when I had begun taking English, and she asked how I would use English in the future.
Yes, go on.
Then she asked me if I liked the Institute and if I lived with my parents.
Anything else?
I'm trying to remember, Stefan. Oh, yes, she asked if I spoke any other languages.
Is that all?
Let's see. Well, she asked me what my hobbies were, and she asked me to tell her about them. Then she gave me a picture and asked me to describe it. Then I was asked to read a passage out loud.
What did she say at the end?
Oh, yes. She asked me to tell you to go in right away.
But you said...
Hello, can I help you? I'm interested in your St. Cuthbert vacation package.
Oh, yes, the Caribbean. I can recommend it highly.
Can you tell me a little more about it?
Of course. It's a terrific package tour. You'll travel on a regularly scheduled flight. You'll be met at the airport and taken to your hotel. The hotel has a swimming pool and a great nightclub. It's a very modern resort. It was built last year. The restaurant is wonderful, and you can walk to the beach in 2 minutes.
It sounds great. I'd like to make a reservation.
Just a minute, and I'll get the form to fill out.
Marion made the reservation and paid a deposit. 2 months later, she was in St. Cuthbert. But she was disappointed. When she got home to Chicago, she went to see the travel agent.
Hello again. Did you have a good trip?
No, I certainly did not have a good trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What was wrong?
Well, when I got to St. Cuthbert, I had to spend 4 hours at the airport. You said we would be met, but we weren't. You also said we would be taken to the hotel. We weren't, and the taxi cost $50.
I see. You had a very bad start. But the hotel was nice, wasn't it?
No, it was not. You said it was modern. You were so right. They hadn't finished building it. We couldn't sleep because the construction workers were working all night on our balcony. You said it had a swimming pool, and it did, but it was empty. And the restaurant. They served canned tuna fish every night. Tuna and rice, tuna salad, tuna and spaghetti.
Oh, no!
You said that the hotel was near the beach. You said we could walk there in 2 minutes.
Couldn't you?
Sure, but there was one problem. There was an oil refinery between the hotel and the beach, and it took half an hour to walk around it.
Oh, no. I'm really sorry. We didn't know. We really can't give you a refund. But we can give you a 10% discount on your next vacation.
Next vacation? I'm spending my next vacation right here in Chicago.
Having things done.
I'm sorry I'm late. I couldn't get the car started this morning. Winter's almost here. The engine was probably cold. It needs a complete tune-up. But garages are so expensive nowadays. Can't you do it yourself? Who? Me? I don't know anything about cars. Well, if I were you, I'd have it done soon. The garage that I use is very reasonable. And have the radiator filled with antifreeze. They say it's going to be a cold winter.
Hi. Do you do alterations?
Yes, we do. What do you want done?
I'd like to have this skirt lengthened. It's too short for me.
Fine. It'll take about 2 weeks.
And at the same time, I want to have this dress shortened. It's a little too long.
Okay. Would you mind putting on the skirt first? You can change in there.
Hello, can I make an appointment to see the optometrist?
Sure. Would next Friday be okay? At 3 o'clock?
Do you have an earlier appointment?
No, I'm sorry. That's the earliest.
Well, that'll be okay then. I want to have my eyes tested. I think I need new glasses. Bye.
Bye. Oh, be careful. That isn't the door. It's a window.
What? Oh, yes, it is a window. Do you see my problem?
Supermarket shock. Picture 1.
Michelle went to the supermarket last Saturday. While she was shopping, she met her neighbor David. David was with his 3-year-old son Joshua.
Picture 2.
While they were talking, Joshua got bored. He began playing with some jars of coffee. He took a jar from the shelf. It was very heavy. He put the jar into Michelle's shopping bag. She didn't notice.
Picture 3.
As Michelle was leaving the supermarket, a store detective stopped her. She took the jar of coffee from Michelle's bag.
Picture 4.
The manager was very angry. There had been a lot of trouble with shoplifters recently.
I'm sorry, but I have to call the police.
Oh, no. It's all a terrible mistake. Now I remember. I was talking to my neighbor. His name's David Samuels. Anyway, his little boy Joshua was with him. You see, Josh was playing with some jars of coffee. He was bored, I guess. David asked him what he was doing. I remember. Then I left them and I did the rest of my shopping. I paid for my groceries and went out into the parking lot. The store detective stopped me there. That's it. Josh put the coffee in my bag. I'm sure that's the answer.
I'm sorry. I really don't believe you. Michelle, the cashier told me you were in here. I've just been speaking with Josh. He said that he put a jar in your bag.
Who are you?
I'm Michelle's neighbor. Look, I can explain everything.
The appointment.
Once upon a time, there was a rich caliph in Baghdad. He was very famous because he was wise and kind. One morning, he sent his servant Abdul to the market to buy some fruit. As Abdul was walking through the market, he suddenly felt very cold. He knew that somebody was behind him. He turned around and saw a tall man dressed in black. He couldn't see the man's face, only his eyes. The man was staring at him, and Abdul began to shiver. "Who are you? What do you want?" Abdul asked. The man in black didn't reply. "What's your name?" Abdul asked nervously. "I am Death," the stranger replied coldly and turned away. Abdul dropped his basket and ran all the way back to the Caliph's house. He rushed into the Caliph's room. "Excuse me, master. I have to leave Baghdad immediately," Abdul said. "But why? What's happened?" the Caliph asked. "I just met Death in the market," Abdul replied. "Are you sure?" asked the Caliph. "Yes, I'm sure. He was dressed in black, and he stared at me. I'm going to my father's house in Samara. If I go at once, I'll be there before sunset." The Caliph could see that Abdul was terrified and gave him permission to go to Samara. The Caliph was puzzled. He was fond of Abdul, and he was angry because Abdul had been badly frightened by the stranger in the market. He decided to go to the market and investigate. When he found the man in black, he spoke to him angrily. "Why did you frighten my servant?" "Who is your servant?" the stranger replied. "His name is Abdul," answered the Caliph. "I didn't want to frighten him. I was just surprised to see him in Baghdad." "Why were you surprised?" the Caliph asked. "I was surprised because I have an appointment with him tonight in Samara."
Elementary level. Lesson 1. Places to live.
All aboard.
The Sun
Part
King
1.
is a cruise ship. It is sailing
Monster
around the
cities.
Caribbean. There are a lot of tourists on the ship.
Are big cities
Most of them
wonderful
are from the United
places?
States, but some
Are
of
they
them
terrible?
are from Canada and Latin America.
There are different
It's
ideas
the
about
seventh day
this.
Of the cruise, and their ship is
William
sailing
H.
from
White
Venezuela
writes
to
books
Barbados.
about cities.
All of the passengers and
He
most
is
of the
happy
crew
in a
are
crowded
on
city.
deck for the captain's party.
He loves busy streets with many stores
Hello,
and many
my
people.
name's Pierre Lafontaine. I'm
He
from
likes the
Montreal.
life in city parks
I'm
and
Heather Hill.
restaurants.
Where do you come from?
I come from Montgomery.
Many people
Montgomery,
don't
where's
like
that?
big
It's in
cities.
Alabama. Haven't you heard of
They
Alabama?
see the large
Oh, yes,
population of
course,
cities
Alabama.
and they are
It's in
afraid.
the south. I've never been
Many
to the
cities are growing very fast. They are monster cities.
What a terrible
A
party.
monster is a
Oh, really?
big,
Do you think
terrible
so?
thing.
Yes, I do.
In some
Oh, by the
countries,
way, my
there are
name's
no
Mary Ann
jobs
Wilson.
in small
I'm
towns.
Tom Gray. Nice to meet
People
you.
go to
I
cities
work
to
in a
work.
bank. What do you do?
For example,
Well, I'm captain of this ship.
300,000
It's my
people
party.
go to Sao Paulo,
Oh,
Brazil
I'm so
every
sorry.
year.
That's okay.
In China, about 183,000 people move to Beijing from the countryside
like another
every
drink?
year.
What? Would
Sao
you like
Paulo
another drink?
and Beijing
Oh, yes,
are
please.
both
I'd like
mega
some orange
cities.
juice. With ice? No, thanks.
A mega city is a very, very big city. It includes the main city and the cities and
Using
towns
the
around
telephone.
it. Mexico
2,
City is a
1,
mega city.
2, 3,
It has a
3,
population
2,
of about
1,
8,600,000 in the city itself,
That's it.
but there are more than 21 million people in the mega
Thank
city.
you for calling XYZ
Tokyo
Records
is another
Incorporated.
megacity,
You
with
are in a
over
call waiting system.
8,200,000 people
call
in
is very
Tokyo,
important to us.
but over
As soon as an
31 million
operator is free,
in Tokyo
we'll
and the
talk
cities
with you.
around it.
XYZ,
London
can I help
is
you?
another
I'd like to
megacity.
speak to James Singh, please.
There are
Which
about
department?
7,400,000
I'm
people
connecting
in
you.
London, and about 18,400,000 in
Thank you for
London
calling
and the
11
surrounding
computers.
towns and
If
cities.
you are calling from a touch-tone phone and you know the extension number
There are
you require,
problems in
you may
all
dial
cities.
it now, or at any time
There are
during this
big
message.
or
For
mega
sales and
problems
marketing,
in a
press
mega
1
city.
now. For
In
customer
many
service,
U.S.
press
cities,
3
there are many
now.
people with
For
no
all other
jobs
inquiries,
and no
press
homes.
0. Or stay on the line
The
and someone will
air
assist
is
you
dirty.
shortly. Thank you for calling
There
Lemon
are
Computers.
too many cars.
Lemon Computers, may I help
A
you?
terrible
Can I speak to
problem is
Simon Curtis,
crime.
please? One moment.
Many people are afraid of crime.
Let's see.
People want to
Zero
feel safe.
first, then the area code and number.
Population density is the number of people in 1 square mile, 2.59 square kilometers.
7259.
Population density is a big problem in many cities. In Miami,
this is a
Florida,
collect call.
the density is only 7,748. In Bangkok, Thailand, there are 58,397 people per square mile.
Please hold.
Is this crowded? Yes,
When you call
but
directory
other
assistance,
cities
you
are
hear a
more
recorded
crowded.
Message. Listen to
Do
these
you
5
think William H.
conversations.
White likes Hong Kong?
1.
The population density there
Minneapolis,
is
please.
247,501.
Stinson Boulevard in Columbia Heights.
Thank you for calling Minnesota Telephone. The number is
Part 2.
334
My neighborhood.
45.
My name is Elena Sanchez.
What city?
I'm from Mexico, but now I live in California.
Ms. G, at 2400
I'm a
Fulton
student
Street,
here
San
in
Francisco.
English language classes
for
at a
calling
small
Pacific Bell.
college.
The number is 685.
I live in an apartment building.
24.
It's on the corner of Olive
3.
Street and Sycamore Avenue.
Directory assistance.
My address
Miami?
is 2201 Olive Street.
J. On Alton Road in Miami
There's a
Beach.
big
I
olive
don't know the
tree in
address.
front of the building.
Thank you for calling South.
There's a
Bell.
park across
Number
the street.
Is 766.
There are a lot of oak trees in the park.
01.
The trees are beautiful
4.
in the summer.
Directory assistance. What city?
A lot of my
Boston,
neighbors
please?
are from different
name?
countries.
Knight, J.
The people
It's
next to
somewhere
me
in the
are from
Jamaica Plain
Indonesia.
There's a J9
The family
on
across from the
the one.
Indonesian family
Thank
is
you for
from
calling New
Colombia.
England Telephone. The number is 5.
The stores in this neighborhood are always busy.
36.
There's a Korean drugstore
5.
and an Armenian flower shop.
What city?
A Chinese church is next to the flower shop.
P on 59th Street.
There are
by the
3
Midway
restaurants
Airport.
on Olive Street.
Thank you for calling
One Mexican,
Illinois Bell.
1 Japanese,
number is
and 1 Moroccan-Italian-American.
100.
I like my neighborhood,
3.
but I ask myself one question. Where are the Americans?
Fizz is fantastic. Meet Mr. and Mrs.
Lesson
Lopez
2.
of San Antonio,
Shopping.
Texas. They have 3 young children, and they have to do
Part
a lot of
1.
wash. There are 2 piles of
Internet
dirty clothes
shopping.
on this table. With this pile, we're going to use
25
new
years
Fizz.
ago,
And
very
with
few
that
people
pile, we're
use
going
the
to
internet.
Another leading detergent.
Only
We have 2
scientists
identical
and
washing
people in the
machines here.
government
The only
knew about the
difference is
internet
Fizz.
and how to use it.
While the machines are working,
This is
let's have some
changing
coffee.
very fast. Now, almost everyone knows about the
Okay,
internet,
both
and
machines
many
have
people
stopped,
are
and Mr.
online
Lopez
on
has
the
taken
internet
clothes
every
out.
day.
Well, Mr. Lopez, what do you think?
When people think about the internet, they often think about information.
Can you see any difference?
But now, more and more, when people think about the internet, they think about shopping.
These clothes? We washed these clothes with new
Amazon.com was
That's
one
right,
of the
Brian.
first
It's really
companies
much
to
better
try
than our
to
usual
sell
detergent.
products
Our
on the
clothes
internet.
have never been cleaner than this.
Jeff
So which detergent are
Bezos
you
started
going to
the
use
company.
from now on?
New Fizz, of
One
course.
day, he
It's
made
the
a
best
prediction
detergent we've
about
ever
the
used.
future. He saw that the World Wide Web was growing 2,000% a year.
It's time
He
now for our
predicted
Olympic
that it was
update,
going
coming
to
you live
continue
by
to
satellite
grow,
from the Olympic
and he
Games.
thought that
Here's our
shopping
reporter,
was going
Pat
to
Sweeney.
move to the internet. People were going to shop
This is the Olympic swimming
online.
pool at the center of the Olympic
He
complex.
quit his good
The most
job
important
and
event
drove
today
across
was
the
certainly
country
women's
to
200
Seattle,
meter
Washington.
freestyle competition.
There,
American,
he started
Sierra
an
Kennedy,
online
was
bookstore
first and won
called
the gold medal.
Amazon.com.
She swam the 200 meters in a new world
Bezos
record
had
of 1
very
minute,
little money.
56 seconds.
The company
United
began
States
in a
won 2 gold
garage,
medals
a
yesterday
building for a
and
car.
3 the day before.
And at
So
first,
in the
there
first
were
3
very
days of
few
the Olympic
customers,
Games, the American
people who
team
buy
has won
things.
6 gold medals.
At the Amazon.com site, people can
Here you
search
see
for a
Jack
book
Lumber
about a
from Canada.
subject, find
This
many
morning, he
different
won the
books
men's
about
javelin
that
final.
subject,
On his
read
first
what
try,
other
he
people
threw the
think
javelin
about the
over
books,
100
order
meters.
them by credit card,
Nobody has
and
ever
get
done
them
that
in the
before.
mail in
A
2
new
days.
world record.
This kind of
Unfortunately,
bookstore
there
was a
nearly
new
terrible
idea,
accident in
but the
javelin
business
event.
grew.
Harvey Jones, the
In a
American
few
competitor,
years,
slipped when he was throwing
Amazon.com
his javelin,
had 10
and he hit a
million
judge in the
customers
foot.
and sold
Luckily, the
18
judge
million
was fined.
different items in categories including books, CDs, toys,
Here we are in the
electronics,
Olympic gymnasium.
videos,
Olga
DVDs,
Ivanov, the
home
15-year-old
improvement
Russian
products,
gymnast,
things
has
that you
just
use to
finished her
fix up a
routine.
house,
We're waiting for the results
software,
now.
and video
And
games.
here they are. She has an
Today,
average of
at a virtual
9.5
shopping
points.
mall,
That's
a
the
group
best
of
score
online
today.
stores,
Olga's
you
won
can
the
buy
gold
anything
medal.
from gourmet food, special, usually expensive food, to
We're waiting for
vacations.
the last jumper. Ted Kelly from Great Britain is going to
15
jump.
years ago,
The
many
bar
people
is at
said,
2.30
online
meters.
shopping is crazy.
Now he's
Nobody
beginning his
can
last
make
try.
money in an
And
online
he's jumped.
company.
Oh, he's crashed into the
They
bar.
were
He's
wrong.
landing. The bar's falling.
Today,
Is he
Jeff
hurt?
Bezos is
No.
a billionaire.
No, he's all right. He's getting
More
up and
and
walking
more
away.
people are shopping
But he's a
online,
very
and
disappointed
online
man.
companies are making a profit. It is a huge business. But some people
Waiting
predict
for a friend.
online business isn't going to
What's
grow
the matter,
anymore.
Debbie? I'm waiting for a letter from
They
Nick.
say
It wasn't here
customers
yesterday,
are
and
afraid
it
of
isn't here today
online
either.
crime,
Don't worry,
and they
honey.
will
It'll be
stop
here
shopping
tomorrow.
on the
Will
internet.
it? I don't know.
Are these people right?
The next
Nobody
day.
knows, but we'll soon find out.
Mom, it's here. And Nick's coming to Pittsburgh.
Part 2.
Oh, really? When? He'll be here next
Predicting the
Monday.
future
What time
of
will he be
shopping.
here? You have classes on Monday. He'll be on the 7:40 train.
There are different
Oh,
ideas
Mom,
about
can you stay
shopping
with
in the
us?
future.
Well, I don't know.
Some people say
Oh,
everybody is going to
sure.
shop
I've
online
heard so much
from
about
home.
him, I'd like to meet him.
There won't be any more real
next
stores
Monday.
or shopping malls.
Debbie,
But other
the train
people
won't
have
be
a
here for
different
10
picture of
minutes.
the future.
Let's get a soda or something.
They
No,
say,
thanks, Mom.
there will
You
still
guys
be
get a
shopping
soda.
malls.
All right. Where will you be?
In the
I'll be
future,
right here.
many people will work at home, alone, on their
10
computers.
minutes later.
They'll want to go out to
Well,
stores for their
train's late.
shopping.
It'll be here soon.
They'll want to socialize,
Mom,
be with other
can you and
people.
Sarah wait in the coffee shop?
Maybe they're
Why,
right.
dear? I want to say hello to Nick on my own.
But
Is
the
that
stores
okay?
of the future will
Sure.
probably be
But
different
we'd
from
just have a
stores
soda.
today.
We'll be in the bookstore
Shopping
right
in
over there.
stores will be
Thanks,
easy.
Mom. I won't be long.
First, people won't need to carry many bags from
Listen
store
to the
to
station
store.
announcements. The trains
In
will
stores,
be late.
they will only
When
choose
will
products.
they be here?
They
1.
won't carry them home.
The train from
The stores
Philadelphia
will
be
deliver
5
most of
minutes
their
late.
purchases,
The new
such
time
as
of arrival
clothes
will be
and books,
6:50
to their
p.m.
houses.
On track 3.
Second, people won't need to carry money or
2.
credit cards with them.
The 7:15
An
p.m.
eye
train
scan
from
will
Cincinnati,
identify their
continuing
eyes
on to
and put their
Philadelphia,
purchase
will now
on their
be
credit
here
card.
At 7:30 p.m., arriving on track 5.
Shopping
The
malls will
7:15
probably
p.m.
also
train
be
from
different from
Cincinnati,
today.
Continuing on to Philadelphia,
They won't only
will now be
have
here
big
at
department
7:30
stores and
p.m.
many small
on track
stores.
5.
Malls will still be places for shopping
3.
and for entertainment, such as movies.
There will be a 1-hour delay.
But in malls
on
of the
7:40
future,
from Chicago
busy
and
people will
Cleveland.
also do other
Train will
things.
now be here at 8:39
They will go to the
p.m.
doctor, the
on track
dentist, and the
4.
post office.
We apologize for any
They will go to the
inconvenience.
gym, too. Everybody agrees
4.
about one thing.
The
Shopping will be
8:20 arrival
different
from
in the
St.
future.
Louis will be on track 1. This train will be just 2 minutes late. The St. Louis train will
Lesson
be just
3,
2 minutes late
Family.
at 8:22 p.m.
Part 1. Changing Families.
Monday morning.
What's the matter, honey?
Families in almost
don't
every
know.
country
Come
are
on,
changing.
Something's the matter. What is it?
This is
just
true in
life.
rich countries
It's so
and poor
boring.
ones.
It's not that bad.
It
We
is
have two
true in
wonderful
Africa,
children.
the
That's
Americas,
right, we do.
Asia,
And
and
we never
Europe.
have any time with them.
All over the
Well, we
world,
both have to work,
families
hon.
are
We need
getting
the money.
smaller.
Okay, but it's all right for you. I'll
In
leave
North
5
Africa in the
minutes, but you'll
past,
be here all
many people
day.
lived in
I won't be
extended
home till
families.
6.
Sure. But your
50
day
to
will be
100
interesting, and you'll
people
meet
lived
people.
together in a
I'll
group
be
of
here
houses.
in front of the computer screen all day.
These were
I
all
won't
family
talk to
members,
anyone.
grandparents,
You're a computer
aunts,
programmer,
uncles,
Dan.
cousins,
That's your job.
children,
You're
and
lucky.
grandchildren.
You can work at home.
But
Yeah,
now
but
this
you like your
traditional
job, Rosie.
family
You
is
really
breaking
do.
into
What?
smaller
Who will I
groups.
meet today? Tell me that. What will I do?
The traditional
I'll tell you,
family
Dan.
in
I'll
Mexico
get on
was
the same
also big.
train, then I'll go to the same
One generation
office.
ago,
I'll
the
speak to
average
same
Mexican
boring
woman
people,
had
and
7
I'll
children.
listen to the same stupid
Today,
jokes.
she has
I'll
an
get the
average of only
same train
2.5
home.
children.
Then I'll get home and help the kids with their
Now, without so many
homework.
children,
I'll cook dinner, honey.
families
I
don't
always
need to
do.
spend
Yeah,
so much
but
money on
I'll wash the
basics,
dishes.
such as
Then
food,
we'll watch
clothing,
TV
and
again.
housing.
You'll be tired and we won't talk. Then
The
we'll do
traditional
the same
Japanese
tomorrow.
family was
What a
also an
life.
extended family.
Today,
A son,
tomorrow,
his
this
parents,
week,
his wife,
next week,
his children,
this month,
and his
next
unmarried
month,
brothers and
next
sisters.
year, forever.
3
It's just
generations
Monday
live
morning, Rosie.
together,
You'll feel okay tomorrow.
but this tradition is changing. Now, most families are nuclear families,
Good luck,
parents
Waldo.
and their children.
Good evening.
And
Welcome
most
to Channel
Japanese
35
parents
News.
have
The
only 1 or
66-year-old
2
Monterey man,
children.
Mr. Walter Busby, is in
These
the studio
families
with us.
have new
Mr. Busby
problems.
is a retired bank clerk.
Many men
morning,
and
he
women
will begin
spend
a
a lot of
fantastic
time
voyage.
at work.
He and his wife Betty are
They
going
don't
to sail
spend
from
much
Monterey,
time
California
together as a
to
family.
Australia. That's 7,000
This can
miles
be
across
very
the ocean
difficult.
in a small motorboat.
Some young women don't want this
Now,
kind of
Walter,
marriage.
Call me Waldo.
They get a job and live with their parents.
All right,
They
Waldo.
say, I don't need to get married.
Well, I haven't seen my son for 10
In
years.
Europe, in traditional families, the woman stayed home with the children and the man had a job.
But your boat isn't very big,
But
Waldo.
families
Will it get to
all over
Australia?
Europe are changing.
Yes, I think so.
The number of
It'll get there
divorces
all
is
right.
going up.
It'll take a long time,
In
of course,
Germany,
but we're not in a
41% of all marriages end in divorce.
and we'll stop
In
on the
Finland, that number
will you
is
stop?
56%.
Oh, yes.
Many Europeans don't get a divorce, but they don't get married
Stop
either.
in several places.
In much of Europe, many people live alone.
yes, food.
In France, more than 26% of women between age 30 and 34 live alone, and more than 27% of men of the same age live alone. The number of single-parent families is going up too. In Denmark, 60% of all firstborn children have parents who are not married.
We'll take a lot of books.
Well,
The
actually,
world is
I made a
changing,
two-way radio.
and
How
families
will
are
you
changing
navigate?
too.
Will you use a compass?
There are many new types of families, but most seem to be getting
We'll
smaller.
navigate by the sun and stars. I got a book from the library.
Well,
Part
good luck,
2.
Waldo. You'll certainly need it.
Our family reunion.
Listen to the news report.
These are pictures of my family. I took the pictures last summer.
Walter and Betty
We don't
Busby
live
are
together.
recovered tonight in
We
Monterey
live in
Hospital.
different cities,
They left Monterey
different
Bay this
states,
morning at
and
6:30
2
in their
countries.
boat, Titanic II.
But
They
we
were
often
sailing
talk to each other
Australia.
on the phone
7
or
miles
send
out of
email.
Monterey, their engine stopped, and
Every
the boat
summer,
turned over
all
in
the
heavy
relatives
seas.
come
They
together
held
for a
onto the
week.
boat, and a helicopter rescued
This
them.
is our
This
family
not Mr. and
reunion,
Mrs.
and
Busby's
it's
first
so much
accident on
fun.
the ocean. They have been rescued 3 times before.
There are 2 branches in our family, one branch from Mexico and one from the United States. People come to the reunion from California, Arizona, New York, and Florida. Other people come from Mexico City and Puerto
Last year,
Vallarta.
I had to fly to London for
We
business.
alternate the
I
reunion
can't
place,
sleep on airplanes,
one year in
so my
Mexico
doctor gave
and the
me some
next year in
sleeping pills.
Arizona.
I got onto the plane,
My
sat
great-grandparents
down, and
lived
took
in
2
Puerto
pills.
Vallarta, and
We
my
took off,
grandparents
and a
now
few
live
minutes
in
later,
Arizona.
I was asleep. When I woke, the flight attendant
At the
was shaking
reunion,
my arm.
we have a picnic
I was the
one
only
day.
passenger on the plane.
We play baseball,
Those pills
swim,
were
and
strong,
eat a
I
lot.
thought. I went
We
to
play
the baggage
volleyball,
claim
too.
area. I couldn't see
The
my
women
bags
and girls
anywhere.
are on one
I
team,
went to the
and the men
information
and
desk
boys
and
are on the
asked
other.
about my bags.
One
Which flight
day,
were
some
you
of us
on?
go
Asked
shopping.
the desk clerk.
One
The flight
night,
from
we
New
always
York,
have a big
7:43,
barbecue.
I said.
We
But you
sit
didn't
around
go
a fire,
anywhere, ma'am.
tell
Your
stories,
aircraft
and
had
eat a
problem
lot.
with the engines and it came back.
Some of my
This is
aunts
New
and
York.
uncles sing
William
and play
and Missy
music.
Williams, Patterson, New Jersey.
On the last night, we have a dinner dance at a
Sleepwalking.
nice hotel.
My kid
We listen
sister
to
often
music,
walked in her sleep.
dance, and
One
eat
night,
a
I
lot.
woke up suddenly.
Our
My
family
sister was walking
really
out of
likes
our
to
room
eat.
with her eyes closed. I got up and followed
We
her to
don't
the kitchen.
only eat.
She opened the fridge.
We
and took
visit
out
with
some
each other
chocolate
all week.
cheesecake. Her eyes
We
never
talk about
opened.
problems.
She ate it, then went back
We
to our
plan
room.
weddings and cry
I
about
told her in the
divorces.
morning, but she didn't believe me.
Sometimes we
Look in the
argue.
mirror, I said.
All
was
bring their
chocolate
new
all around
babies,
her mouth
new
and
wives
nose.
and husbands, and new
Candy
girlfriends and
Faulkner,
boyfriends.
Oxford, Mississippi.
It's
What
good
a
to have a
nightmare.
big family,
I once
but
had
at
a
the end of the
terrible
week,
nightmare.
I'm always
I
very
dreamed
tired.
I was in a hotel room on
I'm
the 40th
happy to
floor.
be alone.
The hotel was on fire. Smoke was coming under the door. I couldn't open the window.
Lesson
I hit
4.
It with a chair, but
Personal
I couldn't
health.
break it. The room got hotter and hotter, and the smoke got thicker
Part
and thicker.
1.
This is the end, I thought.
Health news for
Then I
body
heard a
and
crash.
mind.
Right then, I woke up. I was at home in my own bed.
Nobody
in my own
wants
room,
to be sick.
and the room really was
Everyone
full of smoke.
wants to be healthy,
The window was
and
open,
most
and a
people want
firefighter
to
was
have a
climbing into the
long
room.
life, too.
He rescued me.
But a
My
healthy
apartment was
body
on
is
fire.
not enough.
Jackson
We all
Burns,
want both
Seattle,
physical
Washington.
and mental health. What can we do to stay well? Most of us
At a
know
drugstore.
some things to do.
Can I help
It's a
you?
good idea
Yes,
to
thank you.
exercise,
I have a
for
terrible
example,
headache.
in a gym.
How long have you had it?
Eat fruit,
About 2 or 3
vegetables,
hours.
and fish,
Well,
and
try
drink
these pills.
lots of water.
Take 2 every 4 hours.
We also
very
know
much.
things
You're
not
welcome.
to do. It's a bad idea
Could I
to
have
eat
a
a lot
box
of
of
junk
throat
food,
lozenges,
such as
please?
chips, ice
With
cream,
antiseptic or
candy,
without?
donuts,
With.
and other
There you
foods
go.
with sugar
Will that
or
be all?
fat.
Yes, that's all.
It's a bad idea
Sorry,
to
I
be a
only
couch
had a
potato,
$50 bill.
a person who watches
Okay,
a lot of
I'd have fixed
TV
it.
and doesn't
Here's your
exercise.
change. Thank you. You're welcome.
It's a terrible idea to
Could you
smoke.
fill this prescription, please?
But scientists
Do you
now
want to
have
wait?
new
long will it
information about
It'll be ready in
other
about
ways
20
to stay
minutes.
healthy.
Oh, I'll come back later.
Some of it
All right.
is surprising.
It'll be waiting.
Should I pay now or later?
Later will be fine.
Drink cocoa. Several beverages are good for the health. Orange juice has vitamin
in.
C. Milk has calcium.
No,
Black
Gary.
tea
I
and
don't
green
want
tea
you.
are good for health too.
I want
They have
Marvin, and I want
antioxidants.
him right away.
These fight diseases such as cancer and heart disease. Most people know this,
Marvin?
but most
Did you want to
people
see me,
don't
ma'am?
know
Yes, I
about
wanted to see you
cocoa,
20 minutes
hot
ago.
chocolate.
I'm sorry. I
They
was in
enjoy the
garage. I
sweet
want a car
chocolatey
this afternoon.
beverage, but
Which
they
car do you wanna
don't
take?
know about
The
its
stretch limo, the Rolls
antioxidants.
Royce, or the Ferrari?
It has more
Where do you want to
antioxidants
go,
than
ma'am?
tea.
The recording studio? What time? The recording
Relax.
session begins at 2. We'll leave here at 1:30.
Too much stress, which is worry about problems in
Okay,
life,
Brandon.
is
Can you
not
hear me?
good for physical health.
I want you to play electric
For
piano
example,
on this one.
it makes your blood pressure
And I
go
want
up.
Jared to play acoustic guitar.
Now
I want him
we
to play
know
real
more.
loudly, okay?
Some
And find
stress
Tanya and
is
Sophie,
chronic,
I want them to
which
sing
means that
doo-wops.
it lasts a long time,
You know,
for many months or years.
Doo-wop, dee, diddy, diddy, dum,
Chronic
doo.
stress can make people old. As people get older, they get gray
Look,
hair and wrinkles
feel,
in their skin,
taste,
and their
sound,
eyesight and
smell.
hearing become worse. This is normal, but chronic stress makes people age, grow old,
I like
faster.
your car, Jackie. Oh, you do?
A
I've
scientist
only
at the
had it for a
University
week.
of California,
It looks
San
very
Francisco
expensive. Really?
studies
I
stress.
guess new ones are expensive. But
She
this
can
one's
now
used.
identify how stress makes people age. It can damage, hurt, the body's DNA.
I
feels
The
cold in
lesson
here.
from this is
does?
clear.
Yes, really cold.
We need to
Is the heat
learn
on?
to relax.
Yes, it is. It'll feel warmer in a minute.
Sleep. One easy and
Waiter.
cheap way to help
Yes,
both
sir?
your
These
physical and
vegetables
mental
aren't
health
fresh.
is just to
But they
sleep
are
8
fresh,
hours
sir.
or
Well,
more
they don't
every
taste
night.
fresh to me.
But more and
I
more
want you to get
people
the
are
manager.
not sleeping enough. According to the World Health Organization, over half the people in the
I'd
world
like you to listen
may
to my
be
new
sleep
stereo, Eduardo.
deprived,
Does it sound
which
all right?
means they
Yes,
don't get
it sounds
enough
fine to
sleep.
me. I think the bass is
Sleep
too
deprived
loud.
people
No, it sounds
often
perfect.
have medical
It sounds better
problems,
than mine.
such as high blood pressure, diabetes, a problem with sugar in the blood, and heart problems. It is also
Have you
more
changed your
difficult
perfume?
for them to make
Yes.
decisions.
Why, do you like it? Yes, it
Clearly,
smells wonderful.
we need to
What is
find
it?
time to
It's
get more
Rosanne
sleep.
by Devlon. It smells
But there is
expensive.
another reason.
Is it? I don't know. It
A
was
new
present.
study from Germany found that sleep makes people smarter. The study shows that the brain
science
continues
fiction
to work
story.
during sleep and helps the sleeper to work on problems.
The spaceship flew around the
You
new
didn't do
planet
your
several
homework
times.
last night?
The planet was blue and
Maybe
green.
you can tell your
They
teacher
couldn't see the
that
surface
you
of the
were
planet
working
because there were
hard
too
in
many
your
white
sleep.
clouds. Then the spaceship descended slowly. through
Learn
the clouds
languages.
And landed in the middle of a green forest. The two astronauts.
How
put
many
on their
languages
spacesuits,
do you
opened
speak?
The door, climbed carefully down
There
the
might
ladder,
be good
and
news
stepped
for
onto
you.
the planet.
A study from a university in Canada found something interesting.
The woman looked at a small control
Bilingual
unit on her
people
arm.
who speak
"It's
two
okay,"
languages
she said to the
very
man.
well
"We can
do
breathe the
better
air.
on
It's a
tests
mixture of
than
oxygen
people
and
who
nitrogen."
speak only one
Both
language.
Of them took off their helmets and breathed deeply.
It seems to be mental exercise
everything
to hold
carefully.
two languages
All
in
the
your
plants
brain.
and animals looked new and strange.
Ellen
They
Bialystock
couldn't
of
find
York
any intelligent
University
life.
says it's like going to a
After
brain
several
gym.
hours, they returned to their spaceship. Everything looked normal.
Conclusion.
The man turned on the controls, but nothing happened.
To have good physical
Something's wrong,
and
he said.
mental health,
I
we
don't
need to
understand.
eat right,
The engines aren't
relax,
working.
sleep
He
enough,
switched on the
and
computer, but that didn't
exercise,
work either.
both the body
Please, he
and the
said.
brain.
We're stuck here.
There is
We
a
can't
lot
take
of
off.
new information about
Don't
health.
worry, Adam, she replied.
Some of
They'll
it is
rescue us
surprising. We need to know about it.
Lesson 5. Women and
It's
Men.
too hot. In the hotel coffee shop.
Part 1.
Come on, Kim.
Men's
Hurry up and
talk
finish your
and
coffee.
women's
We have to
talk
catch a
in the
taxi to
United
airport.
States.
We'll be late.
I can't hurry. This coffee's too hot for me to drink.
Marriage is
Why don't you
often
put
not
some cold
easy.
milk in it?
Milk?
Love is
I don't
often
take
not
milk in my
easy.
coffee. Oh,
Sometimes
okay,
friendship
okay.
between a man
Is it
and a
cool enough for you to
woman
drink
is
now?
not easy.
Yes, but it tastes
Maybe
awful.
a man and a woman love or like each other, but they argue.
At the airport.
They get angry. Later they apologize,
Oh, no.
but it
The global
happens
counter looks a
again
mile
and
away.
again.
Ooh.
What's
What
the
did you put in
problem?
these suitcases? Rocks?
Are men and
Only
women
clothes.
really very
Why?
different?
Are they heavy?
Yes, they are.
The taxi driver
Deborah
managed to carry
Tannen
them.
says
Well,
yes.
they're too heavy for me to carry. and I
Men
don't see
and
any
women
luggage
are
carts.
very different.
Well, I'm not strong enough to
Tannen
help
teaches
you.
at Georgetown
Porter,
University in
over
Washington,
here,
D.C. She writes books about the ways people talk.
On the plane.
She believes that men and women
Oh,
talk
Mike, I
and
didn't tell
think
you. My
in
sister
different
called this
ways.
morning.
Oh? Which
She
one?
tells about
Tiffany?
some differences in her
She
book.
wants to get
You
married.
just don't
Married?
understand.
She isn't old enough to get married. She's only 17.
It begins
Who does she
in
want to marry?
childhood.
Mark McIntosh.
Mark McIntosh.
The differences,
actor? I
Tannen
can't
says,
believe it. He's
begin
too
when
old for
men
her.
and
He's
women
over
are
60.
children.
I know, but she loves
Very
him.
young boys and girls are similar to each other. In other words,
their
they like
destination.
many of the same things and play in the same ways. They aren't very different. But then there is a change.
Oh, no. There goes the
When
last
children in the
bus.
United States
Well,
are
let's walk
5
to
or
the
6
highway and
years
catch a
old,
different bus.
boys
It's a mile
usually
away.
play in large
That's
groups.
too far for me to walk. Let's take a
One
taxi.
boy gives orders.
Another taxi. We aren't
For
rich enough to
example,
go
he
everywhere
says,
by taxi.
Take this,
Mike,
go
haven't
over
you
there,
forgotten something?
and
What?
be on this
we
team.
have 3 suitcases.
He
Do you
is
really
the
want
leader.
To walk?
You're right.
Boys also
Taxi.
brag. In other words, they say good things about themselves. They do this to have a high position, place, in the hierarchy. In other words, the system from low to high.
Vicky, is that you?
Position in the group is important to boys.
Randy? Randy who?
What do you mean,
Girls in
Randy
the
who?
United States
Randy Dixon, of
usually
course.
play in small groups or with one other girl.
Yes. We had a date
A
last
girl's
night.
best friend,
Where were you?
her very,
I
very
waited
good
for 2
friend,
hours.
is important to her.
I'm sorry, Randy.
Girls don't often give orders.
Couldn't come.
They give
Why not?
suggestions.
Well, I had
For
to wash
example,
my
they
hair.
say,
Wash
let's go
your
over
hair.
there.
Why didn't you
Maybe
call
we
me?
should do this.
I wanted to
And
call you, but,
do you want to play with that?
couldn't remember your
Girls
phone number.
don't usually have
It's
a
in the
leader,
phone book.
and they don't often
Yes,
brag.
of course, but,
Everyone
I
has
couldn't
an
remember your
equal
last name.
position.
Oh. But why did you have to wash your hair
Boys and
last
girls
night?
play in different
Well,
ways, too.
I had to do it last night because
Much
I'm
of the
going to see a
time,
play
little
tonight.
girls sit together
To see
and
a
talk.
play? With who?
They have
George.
conversations.
George McQueen.
Little
My
boys
boss's
are
son.
usually
I
active.
see.
They
He
do
asked me
things.
yesterday, and I couldn't say
When
no.
children grow up, nothing really
Listening.
changes.
Listen to the next phone call. Who is the manager talking to? Now listen
Who
again
talks more
and
and
check
why?
true or false.
Hello?
Many people
Good morning.
believe
This
that
is the
women
First State
talk
Bank.
more than
My
men
name's
do.
Bridget O'Connor. I'm the manager.
According to
Oh,
Deborah
yes.
Tannen,
Did you
this
get my
isn't
letter?
exactly true.
What letter was that?
She
Well, I
says
wanted to
women
see you.
talk
I
more
called
than men
yesterday, but I
only
couldn't
in
get an answer.
private
Was
situations,
that in the morning?
at
That's right.
home, with family,
I'm sorry,
or
I
with a
wasn't
few
here.
friends.
I had to see my doctor.
In
I've
public
had problems with
situations,
my leg.
in other words,
wanted to ask
in
you
a
about
big
your
group
account.
or at
My
work,
account?
men
You
talk
wrote a
more.
check for $1,000 last week.
Tannen says that men and women
$1,000?
often
Yes,
talk
and
for
there's only
different reasons.
$152.95 in your account.
But I
Men
don't
talk
have
to
an account
give
with
or
First
get
State.
information.
Now look here, Mr. Trump.
Mr.
They
Trump?
also talk to
Who's
get
Mr.
or
Trump?
keep a high
I'm not Mr.
position
Trump.
among other men.
I'm sorry. Is this
But for women, people and
848-3592?
feelings are
Say that again.
important.
848-3592.
Women often talk to socialize and show interest and love.
This is 848-3952.
They also talk to keep their close
My name's
relationships
Sikorsky.
with friends and
You
family.
have the wrong number.
Oh,
Conclusion. Although a
On the
man and a
recruiting
woman
office.
might speak the same language,
Good morning.
sometimes
Are you the new
they
janitor
don't
of the
understand each other.
Janitor? No, not me. I want to join
Men's
the
talk
army, man.
and women's
What?
talk are
You
almost
in
two
the army?
different languages.
Yeah, I want to be a soldier.
But
This is the
maybe
Army
men
recruiting
and women
office,
can
isn't it?
learn to understand
Well,
each other
yes.
if they
Sit down, son.
understand the
Thanks, man.
differences
Now,
in
Why
speech.
do you want to be a soldier, Mr. What's your name, son?
Corona. Frankie Corona. Well,
Part
I saw the
2.
commercial on TV last night. It looked pretty good.
He said, she
Vacation,
said,
money,
a
travel,
U.S.
education,
couple.
a pension.
I see. Yes, it's a good life in the
Well,
army.
doctor,
Terrific.
I'm beginning to
Now, you
worry
have
about
any
my
questions?
marriage.
Let's see. Yes.
My
will
wife
have
and
to
I
get a
just
haircut?
don't understand
Oh, yes,
each other.
You'll have to get a haircut.
She doesn't
and
like
wear
to
a
do
uniform.
things with me.
Uniform? I've never
She
had to wear
won't
a
play
uniform
tennis
before.
or baseball
oh, yes,
with me.
And you'll have to obey orders.
She doesn't like to
But
fix
you
the
won't have
car
to
with
clean
me.
latrines.
She
What
doesn't
are
work on the
latrines?
house with
Toilets.
me. You know,
I've
paint
never
the
had to
house or
clean
fix the
toilets.
roof.
What about the work?
She
Will I
doesn't
have to work
listen when I
hard?
talk about
Oh,
interesting
yes, you'll
things.
have to work hard, all
Sports,
right.
money, or world politics.
And what about education?
Oh,
Sometimes
yes,
she gets
there are a
angry
lot
with
of
me about
opportunities.
unimportant
Maybe
things.
You'll be a computer programmer
And
or
she
a communications
talks and
expert
talks
one day.
and talks about
Okay, I'd like to
uninteresting
join.
things.
All right, just
What's
sign
wrong
here,
with her?
Frankie.
There you go, man. Frankie Corona.
Corona.
Huh?
Well, doctor,
Stand up.
I'm beginning
Stand up
to
straight,
worry
Corona.
about my marriage.
Now, march. Left.
My
right,
husband
left,
and I
right.
just
You're in
don't
the army
understand
now.
each other. We both work full time, but I do all the work at home.
traffic survey.
You know, fix dinner, wash
All major
clothes,
cities
and
have
clean the
traffic
house.
problems. Toronto
His
has
life
too
is
many
easy.
cars
He
and
has
not
only
enough parking
one
spaces in
job.
the city center.
I have two.
Traffic moves slowly downtown.
Sometimes I feel
and
so
parking costs
lonely.
are extremely high.
When he's home,
Planning
he reads the
department wanted to
newspaper
change
or
the traffic
watches
system,
TV.
So they conducted a traffic
He
survey.
doesn't talk with me.
They interviewed
He
a lot
talks
of people
at
in
me.
downtown Toronto. Toronto.
He only talks with his friends.
1.
He doesn't listen
David
if I
Jan
tell him
is
about my
58.
day.
He learned to drive when
He
he
isn't
was
interested
18.
in our friends and
He's been able to
relatives.
drive for 40 years.
Sometimes he gives
lives
me
about 20
orders.
miles away. He
Sometimes
always
he
comes
tells me
downtown
about
by car.
sports or politics, but I don't like it because I
Layla
feel like a
Patel is
student in
25.
school.
She's been able to
What's
drive
wrong
for 6
with him?
years, but she doesn't have a car. She hasn't been able to save enough money. She lives
Lesson
about
6.
35
Sleep
miles
and
away.
dream.
She always comes into town by train.
Part 1.
3.
The
Douglas
purpose
Mackenzie
of
is
sleep
20.
and
He's
dreams.
had a lot of driving lessons. He's taken the driving test 3
Many
times,
people
but
wonder,
he hasn't been able
why
to pass
do we
the test
sleep?
yet. He lives
Why do
near
we
the city
dream?
center and works in a mall
They
downtown.
ask themselves the purpose
He
or
usually
reason.
walks to work.
There are many theories or opinions about this, but scientists
Mr. and Mrs.
don't know
Hawkins
if
are
these
both
ideas
over
are correct.
65. They've never been able to drive. They've never
Theories
learned.
of sleep.
They don't live far from downtown, and they occasionally
One theory
come
of
downtown by
sleep says
streetcar.
that during the day, we use many important
5.
chemicals in our bodies and brains.
Excuse me, ma'am?
We need
Yes?
sleep
We're
to
doing
make
a
new
traffic
chemicals
survey.
and
Could I ask you a
repair
few
or
questions?
fix our
Okay.
bodies.
Your name is...
This theory is called
Michelle
the
Green.
repair theory.
And, how
One
old
piece
are you?
of evidence for this
29.
theory is
Can
that
you
our
drive?
bodies produce more of a
And how
growth
long have you been
hormone,
able to drive?
a chemical that helps
Since
us
I was
grow
19.
while we sleep.
Uh-huh. Where do you live?
Another theory
Oxford
is that the
Street.
purpose of sleep
that's
is to
not
dream.
far away. How do you usually
Dreaming
get downtown?
occurs or
By
happens
bicycle.
only
By
during
bicycle.
one stage
That's
or
unusual.
period of sleep.
Thank you.
REM,
Oh, is
rapid
that all?
eye movement
Yes.
sleep.
That's it. Thank you very
REM
much.
sleep occurs about every 90 minutes and lasts for about 20
6.
minutes. Some scientists
Excuse
believe that
me,
REM
sir?
sleep
Yeah,
helps
what?
us to
May
remember
I ask
things,
you a few questions?
but other
Questions?
scientists
About
don't
what?
agree.
You're not from the police, are you?
No. It's just a traffic
Dream
survey,
theories.
that's all.
Well, all right then.
What's your name?
Whatever the reason
Jones.
for sleep,
Wayne Jones, eh?
everyone sleeps,
How old are you,
and
Mr. Jones?
everyone dreams
22,
every
eh?
night.
Can you drive?
Many times
Yeah,
we
but
don't
I don't drive
remember
much.
our dreams, but we
How
still
long have you
dream.
been able to drive?
Like sleep,
about
no
4
one knows
years.
exactly
But I
why
told
we
you I don't
dream
drive much.
or what
I
dreams
come into
mean.
town on my motorcycle. It's a Harley
There
Davidson.
have been many
It's over there, the
theories
red one.
about dreams throughout history.
Where do you live, Mr. Jones?
Many cultures
university.
believe
I'm a
that
student, eh?
dreams can predict the future, that
Yeah,
they
I'm
can
studying
tell us
philosophy.
what is going to happen to us. However, some people believe that dreams are only a form of
Changes.
entertainment.
Why do you want to study computer
Psychologists, such
Well,
as Sigmund
I lost
Freud,
my job
say
last
that
month,
dreams
and
are
I
not
haven't been able to
predictions of the
find another
future.
one.
I see.
Psychologists
Do you
have
have any
strong
money?
beliefs about dreams.
Well, some, and my
However,
girlfriend will be able to
these
help
scientists
Good.
don't always agree with each
The
other.
course costs $2,500.
There are several different theories about the
me. Will
purpose
I be
of
able
dreaming.
to find a job as a computer programmer?
Oh, sure.
Freud, who
You'll
wrote
be
around
able
the
to
year
get a good
1900,
job and make
said
lots
that
of
dreams
money.
can tell us about our
Please sign
emotions,
here.
feelings, and desires or wishes.
This is the room.
Freud
Do you
believed
like
that
it?
our dreams
It's
are
very
full of
nice.
symbols.
Is it quiet? I'm a writer.
In other
You'll be
words,
able to
things in
work
our
with no
dreams
problem.
mean other
There's
things.
almost no noise here.
For example,
Will I be able
a
to use the
road in a
kitchen?
dream
Yes,
isn't
of
really a
course.
road.
Fine. It looks good.
It might be a symbol of the dreamer's life.
What's that? Oh,
Freud thought that
that's
dreams
just
are
our
about
neighbor.
things from
He
our
works on
past,
old
from our
cars.
childhood. Other
usually
psychologists say
quiet.
no. They believe that dreams are about the present, about our
Have a seat,
ideas,
Jim. You
desires,
work in
and
the mailroom,
problems
right?
now.
That's right. I want
Other
transferred to the
psychologists
International Sales
say that
Division.
dreams have
Why
no
do you
meaning
want
at
to join the
all.
International Division, Jim?
Well, I don't really. I just want to travel
New
to Latin
evidence.
America.
How good is your Spanish?
Spanish?
We still
I've never
don't
been
know
able to
why
learn
we
Spanish.
dream.
Well, what will you
However,
be able to do
there
in
is
the International
interesting
Sales
new
Division?
evidence from
I don't
research
know.
or studies
But I won't
about
be
the
able to work
brain.
very hard. I have a bad
When
back.
we are awake, many parts of our brain are active. For example, the parts for emotions,
Checks and
vision,
money.
the ability to see, logic, the ability to think and
morning.
understand,
I'd
and
like
others.
to cash this check, please.
However,
Okay.
when we are
$200.
asleep and
Oh,
dreaming,
you haven't
the
signed it.
part of the
Really?
brain for
Oh, I'm
logic
sorry.
is not
There you go.
active.
How would you like the money?
Maybe
20,
this
please.
new evidence
Oh,
answers
and could I
one
have
common
$20
question.
in smaller bills?
Why do dreams
20,
seem
40,
so crazy?
60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180,
Part
190,
2.
195,
A
6,
dream
7,
narrative.
8, 9, 200.
This is the dream of a 40-year-old
I'd
businessman.
like to get this, but I don't have enough
He is
cash on
married
me.
and
Do
has
you
2
take traveler's
children.
checks?
Yes, of course.
He goes
Good.
to a
Here you are.
psychologist because he
Thank you.
feels
I'll need
anxious
some
a lot.
identification, too.
Sure.
The psychologist
driver's
told him
license
to
all
write
right?
down his
Yes,
dreams.
that's fine. Just sign and date it.
This is his
I have a
dream
stamp with the
from
store's
June
name.
7th.
Dream,
Hello, can
June
I help
7th.
you? Thank you. My name is Toshiko Akiyama.
In my dream,
I'm expecting
I
a
was in a
transfer
large
from my bank
city.
in Tokyo. Let me
It was
see.
very big and very dark.
Here it is, Akiyama.
The city seemed like New
from the
York,
Fuji Bank
but
in
it didn't
Tokyo.
look like the
Do you
real
have your
New York.
driver's license with you? No.
I was in a
but
friend's
I have my
apartment.
passport. Will that be all right?
It was
Yes,
comfortable.
Of course.
After a few minutes, I left and went out on the street alone.
Excursion to Egypt.
I walked for a while.
I'd like to make a reservation for
Then
the
I
excursion
realized
to Egypt
I was
leaving
lost.
July 16th.
The one at the
I couldn't
Cleopatra
find my
Hotel?
friend's
That's it.
apartment again.
How far is it from the hotel
I
to the
started to
beach?
feel
About a
uncomfortable.
2-minute walk.
Good.
I tried to
How hot
return
is
to
it
the
in Egypt in
apartment,
July?
but all of
About
the
32
streets
degrees
looked
centigrade.
unfamiliar and
That's 90
completely
degrees
different,
Fahrenheit.
and I didn't know my friend's address.
And that is the Great
I began
Pyramid.
to feel
Oh,
anxious.
yes. It looks very high.
It's about 137
I
meters high.
kept walking.
How long are the sides?
They're
I wanted to
230
find
meters
something
long.
familiar.
Wow. How old
It was
is
getting late.
It's almost 4,500
I decided
years
to
old.
go home. I knew my home was outside the city.
Canal now.
I saw
Doesn't
buses
look
on the
very
street,
wide.
but I didn't know
How
which
wide is
one
it?
to take.
About 60
I
meters
couldn't
wide
find
and
a way to
160
leave the
kilometers
city.
long.
Really?
There was a way to
This
get
was a
home,
big
but
ship.
I didn't know it.
How deep is the canal?
I asked for
The
directions.
average depth is about 10 meters.
The people answered, but they didn't make any sense.
Hello,
All
Mr.
their
Harris.
directions
Are you
were
coming on the
very
bus trip to Cairo
complicated,
tomorrow?
and I couldn't
Yes.
understand
How
them.
far is it?
It's about 150 kilometers.
Suddenly, I
How
was
long
on
will
a
it take
boat.
to get there?
About 3
The
hours.
boat was traveling across a very dangerous river. It was dark.
Everybody's
The
in a
river
hurry.
was very dirty.
10 years
There
ago,
was
Ford
garbage in
Studebaker
it.
had an accident in his car.
I couldn't
He
see
was
the
driving
other
quickly
side of the
and
river,
carelessly.
and I was
After
afraid.
the accident, his wife said,
I began to
"Ford,
think,
you're an
I'll
old
never
man
get
now.
home.
You have to drive
I
more
tried
slowly
to ask for
and
help,
more
but no
carefully."
one listened to me.
Ford has not had an accident
Then I
since
woke
then.
up.
He always drives slowly, very slowly. But the drivers behind him often
Lesson
get
7.
angry.
Work
They
and jobs.
sometimes have to stop suddenly, and then other cars crash into them.
Part
Ford
1.
always drives in the middle of the road.
Volunteering.
And other drivers can't pass him. They sound their horns and flash their lights.
Some
because
people
they
go to
want
work
Ford
each
to
day
go
and
more
then come
quickly.
home.
But Ford never
They
notices
spend
them,
time with their family and
never
friends.
sees the accidents behind him.
Maybe they watch
When he reads
TV
about
or
the
go to a
accidents
movie.
in the newspaper, he says
Sometimes
to
they
his wife,
exercise
"People
or
drive
read.
more carelessly these days.
This is their life.
Everybody's in a hurry."
But for
I
other
don't
people,
understand
this isn't
it.
enough. They look around their neighborhoods
Natasha
and see
Taranova
people
is a
with
tennis
terrible
star.
hardships,
She's one of the best
sickness,
players in
loneliness,
the world.
and
She hits
homelessness.
the ball hard and fast.
Other people
harder
see
and
problems with
faster
the
than any
environment.
other player. But
Many people
dislike
want
her
to
because
help.
She often behaves badly.
They volunteer.
She sometimes gets very angry.
They give some of their
Last
time
year,
to help
she
others.
shouted at the crowd and broke her racket on the ground.
Volunteers
during the final
help
of the
in
Texas
many ways.
Championship. She didn't play
Some
well
visit
and
sick and
lost.
lonely people.
This year she played better.
Some give
and
their
won the
friendship to
final.
children without parents.
Unfortunately, she got very
Some build
angry and
houses
behaved
for
worse
homeless
than last
people.
year. She threw her
Others
racket at
sit
the
and hold
umpire.
babies with
She will
AIDS.
never be able to play in the Texas Championship again.
Andy Lipkiss was at summer camp when he planted his first tree.
A day off.
He began to think about the environment.
works for an import-export
In many countries, people were cutting down trees.
Al called his
Andy
office at 9
Lipkiss
o'clock.
worried about this. In
His boss,
1974,
Ralph Vasquez,
he started a
answered the
group,
phone.
Tree People, to plant trees. Pine, elm, cypress,
Ralph
and
Vasquez.
eucalyptus.
Hello, Ralph?
They also began to plant fruit trees in poor neighborhoods because fresh fruit is often too expensive for poor people. Today, there are thousands of members of Tree People, and more join every day. They plant millions of trees everywhere to help the environment and people.
Thank you, Ralph. Goodbye.
Ruth Brinker wasn't planning to change the world.
Ralph liked Al a
Then,
lot.
a young
At
friend
12:30,
became sick.
He got into his car.
He
went
had
to a
AIDS.
store and bought some fruit for him.
Soon he was very
He went to
sick,
Al's apartment
and he couldn't
and
take
rang the
care of
doorbell.
himself. Brinker and other
Al's
friends
wife,
began to
Stella,
help him.
answered the door.
In 1985, Brinker started
Oh, Ralph.
Project
Hello.
Open Hand.
Come in. How are you?
Fine,
This
thanks,
group
Stella.
cooks
I've come to
meals
see
and
Al.
takes
How is
them
he?
to people with
He doesn't
AIDS.
look very well. I wanted him to see the
Soon,
doctor.
Project
I'll
Open
go in and
Hand
see him.
volunteers
Hi,
were
Al.
cooking many
Oh, hi.
meals every
Hi,
day
Ralph.
and delivering them to people who couldn't
a
leave
seat.
home.
I brought some fruit
Today,
for you, Al.
volunteers
Thanks a lot,
prepared
Ralph.
2,000
Well, I was in
meals
the neighborhood
daily.
Anyway. How's your throat?
Ruth Brinker
It
didn't
seems a
plan
little
to
better.
change the world,
I'll be okay
but she
tomorrow.
is making a
Good,
change in
good.
people's
Take
lives.
care. Goodbye, Al.
Bye, Ralph. Thanks
Only
for
3
coming by.
volunteers began the Marine Mammal
3
Center
o'clock,
in Northern
Ralph
California
locked his
in
office door and turned on
1975.
his portable TV.
Today,
He
there are
wanted to watch an
800
important baseball
volunteers.
game. It was the
They
Atlanta
work with
Braves
mammals.
versus the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Mammals are
Both
animals
teams were
that
playing
feed
well,
on their
but
mother's
neither
milk when
team could
young.
score. The crowd
The
was
volunteers
cheering
help
and
sick
booing.
ocean
It
mammals,
was very
seals,
exciting.
sea lions, and sea otters. The sick animals become well and strong.
Then at 3:20,
Motherless baby
Sam
animals
Zapata
grow
of the
big
Dodgers
and healthy.
hit a home run.
For
Ralph
many
jumped
weeks,
out of his
or
chair.
sometimes
He was
months,
very excited.
volunteers help
He
to
was
feed and
smiling
take care of
happily
these
when
animals.
suddenly, the cameraman focused
They
on the
also
crowd.
work in an educational
Ralph's
program
smile disappeared,
that teaches people
and he
about
looked
these
very
animals.
upset.
The
Al
volunteers
Green's
don't
face
get
in
any
close-up
pay for their hard
was
work.
there on the screen.
Their
He didn't
pay
look sick,
is the good
and he didn't
feeling on the
sound
day
sick.
when they can
He
release
was
a healthy
smiling
animal,
happily and
take
cheering
it to its
wildly.
home, the ocean, and let it go free. 30 or 40 years ago, most volunteers were housewives.
Applying
They
for a
volunteered
job.
time while their husbands were working.
How do you do? It's Paula
Today,
Chandler,
both
isn't it?
men and
Yes.
women
How do you
volunteer,
do?
and
Have a seat.
teenagers and children
I'm Art
too.
Miranda, and I have your application
There
form
are
here.
volunteers
I
from
just
all
want to check the
social
information.
classes,
Fine,
all neighborhoods, and
You're
all
applying
ages.
for the position of export sales
Most aren't
representative,
rich or
aren't
famous.
you?
Yes, I am.
They
You aren't
enjoy their
from
volunteer
Connecticut,
work.
Are you?
No, I'm not. I'm
People
from
need them.
Massachusetts.
You got a bachelor's
Today,
degree in
the
business
world needs
administration at
volunteers
college,
more
didn't
than ever
Yes,
before.
that's right.
you? But you didn't get a
Perhaps a
master's
young
degree,
Zulu
did you?
boy from
No, I
South
didn't.
Africa,
And you have
Nkosi
worked in
Johnson,
international
said
sales,
it best.
haven't you?
Yes, I have. I've been a
Before he
sales
died of
representative in
AIDS at the
Mexico and
age of
Central
12,
America.
he
But
made
you
a
haven't
speech
worked
that
in
is
Brazil,
now
have you?
famous.
No, I haven't, but I'd like
In
to.
this speech,
You can
he
speak
said,
Spanish, can't you?
"Do all
Yes, I
you
can.
can with what you
But you
have,
can't speak
in the
Portuguese,
time you
can you?
have,
No, I can't.
in the
But I'd
place
like to
you
learn
are."
Portuguese.
Come in. Have a seat.
Part
It's Paul
2.
Veneer, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
My special year.
Well, I've looked over your application. Can I just check the information?
My name is Pablo.
Yes, of course.
I
You're
think
applying
I'm a
for
lucky
secretarial
guy.
job.
I have a
Yes,
good
a
family,
bilingual
and we live in a
secretarial job.
nice neighborhood
You
in a
aren't from
really
Bridgeport.
special place, Puerto Vallarta,
no, I'm
Mexico.
from Fairfield.
And you went to
People
school in
travel here
Fairfield.
from many countries for their
That's
vacations.
correct. Fairfield High.
We have
you didn't
beautiful
go to
beaches,
college.
hotels, restaurants,
No, I didn't.
shopping, and
You can
sports.
speak French well.
Yes, my parents are
However,
French Canadian.
in my beautiful hometown,
can't speak
there are
German.
also very poor neighborhoods.
No, I can't. But
These
I can
areas
speak
are
Spanish.
crowded and have a
You've
lot
been
of
a secretary
crime.
for 2 years.
Life is
Yes,
terrible for many
but
of
you
the
haven't
children
stayed
in
one
these
job for much
areas.
time.
Some
No, I
don't
haven't.
really have a
I've worked in some
childhood
awful
because they're
places.
homeless and live on the streets. They don't have families or education. They don't have enough food.
Good evening.
Most of
Our
them
program
have
tonight is
chronic
about
stress.
disasters. This year,
Many
there have
use
been
drugs
fires,
or have
earthquakes,
diseases
and
or
volcanic
mental
eruptions.
problems.
All our guests tonight have survived disasters.
Last year, clear. I came back to Puerto Vallarta from my university in Mexico
I
City.
live in Chicago.
I spent 1 year as a volunteer with an organization called Outreach International.
Some letters to my secretary.
They have several programs.
I rushed out to the
I volunteered for one program to help street children.
thick smoke.
It was the best and most difficult year of my life.
People were waiting calmly.
I learned a
Others were
lot that
shouting
year.
and screaming wildly. A helicopter managed
I
to
worked
land
in a
on the
home
roof
for
and
street
rescued
children,
6 of us
all
before the
boys
roof
at this one.
collapsed.
It's in an old school that nobody uses now.
I was on vacation
At this home, the boys have a place to sleep and 3 meals daily, but it's not a school. They go to a neighborhood school.
The noise woke me up.
The home keeps the boys off the streets.
Everybody was running toward the harbor.
It shows them another way of life.
Ran to the harbor too.
As a volunteer, I helped to prepare meals.
When the lava hit town.
I taught games such as basketball and football and art.
My wife and
I helped the kids with their homework.
near Los Angeles.
These kids can be fun. They have a lot of energy, but they're also really tough.
Picking everything up when
Their hardships on the streets make them strong, and not always sweet little children.
We had to wait for hours before help arrived.
At this boys' home, I met 2 other volunteers, Brian from Canada
Traveling by
and Greg
air.
from Australia.
1.
In many ways,
Global
we were
Airways
very
announces
similar.
the departure of the 11 o'clock
We were the
flight
same age,
GL
came from good
189 to
homes,
Houston.
had a good
This flight is
education,
now boarding
and
at
liked
gate
to
4.
travel. They were both college
2.
students, like me.
British Airways
We
announces
became
the departure
friends.
of the 11:30 Concord
I helped
service,
them with Spanish,
VA
and they helped me with English.
001 to London.
They
All
came to
passengers
meet
for the
my
flight
family,
go
and we had
immediately
fun
to
together.
Gate 16.
Now we email each other.
3.
But
With
more than
passengers for the
anything,
11:25
I will always
Aeromexico
remember the
flight
children.
149 to Mexico
I
City.
hope their lives
Please
can
go
be better
immediately
in
to
the
gate
future.
13, where this flight is
The
now
contrast between their lives and my life is
4.
big.
This
I
is
hope
the
they
last
can have
call
a
for
good
Japan
life,
Airlines
like I do.
1045, Flight 215 to Tokyo. This flight is now closing at Gate 30.
Lesson 8. Eating and Food.
Do I check in here for Global Flight 179 to Caracas?
Part
You already
1.
have your ticket? Yes, I do. Thank you.
New foods,
May I see
new
your passport?
diets.
There you go. Can you put your luggage up here, please?
Diet of the past.
Just one case? Yes, that's all. Did you pack the case
On
yourself?
March 26,
yes, I did. And you haven't left it
1662,
anywhere, have you?
Samuel
No, it's
Pepys
been with
and
me all
4
the time.
friends had
Are there
lunch at
any
his home
electrical items
in
the
London,
case?
England.
No, there aren't. Okay,
They ate
that's
beef,
fine.
cheese, 2 kinds
Do
of
you have a
fish,
seating
and
preference?
6 chickens.
Yes, I do. I'd like a window seat,
Today,
please.
we might
Fine.
wonder,
Seat
what?
12A.
No
Here's
fruits?
your ticket
No
and your boarding
vegetables?
pass. Thank you. The flight
More
leaves
than
from Gate 4
300
in the
years
South
ago,
Terminal.
people in
Please
Europe
report to the
ate
gate by
differently
10:30.
from today.
Enjoy your flight.
They look different too. In famous paintings by Titian,
Excuse me, ma'am. May I
Rubens,
see the
and
contents
other
of your
artists,
pockets?
people weren't
Thank
thin,
you.
they
Put
were
everything in this
overweight.
container.
But people 300
please go
years
back
ago
and come
thought,
through the detector
how
again."
attractive,
Sure.
not how ugly.
Oh, wait, it's my metal comb.
Today's
Here it is.
diet.
That's fine. Put it with your other
Today,
things. Now come
people
through
are
again.
learning more about health. Many people are changing their ways of eating.
This is your captain speaking.
They're eating a
I'd like
lot
to
of
welcome
fruits
you all
and
aboard
vegetables.
Global's Flight 179 to
Many of the
Caracas.
vegetables are
We're now
raw.
flying at an altitude of
They aren't
33,000
cooked
feet,
because
and our
cooking
speed
takes
is
away some
approximately
vitamins,
500 miles
such as
per hour.
vitamins A,
We'll land
B,
in
and
Caracas
C.
in 3.5 hours at
People are
1:20
eating
local
less
time.
sugar.
The temperature in
They're
Caracas
eating
is a
low-fat
sunny
foods.
87 degrees Fahrenheit.
They're not
About
eating much
31
red
degrees
meat.
Celsius. In a
They're
few
drinking
minutes,
less
you'll be able
cola
to see
and
the Gulf of
coffee.
Mexico on our left. Our flight attendants will serve
Trying
lunch
to
in
be
a few
thin.
minutes. Enjoy your flight, and thank you.
People
for
these
choosing
days
Global.
want to be slim, not fat. Sometimes people in North America go a little
I've cut
crazy to
myself.
lose pounds.
Ow!
Thousands
This
of them
knife's
join
sharp. Cut
gyms and
myself.
diet
Let
groups,
me see.
go to special diet
No, you haven't
doctors,
cut yourself
or spend a
badly.
lot
It's
of
just a
money at
scratch.
diet
But
centers.
it's bleeding.
Each year, Americans
I'll
spend
get a
more than
Band-Aid.
$46 billion
Did you
on
see the play
diets
on Channel
and diet
13 last
products.
night? No, I didn't. What was it?
Romeo and Juliet.
More people are
cried.
overweight.
You cried? Why?
However,
Well,
there is an
it was very
irony,
sad.
a surprising
At the end,
opposite
Romeo
result
killed himself,
to all this
and then
dieting.
Juliet killed herself.
While
It
many
sounds
people
dumb
are
to me.
becoming thin,
Why did
other
they kill
people are
themselves?
becoming overweight.
For love. Oh.
More
They were
people
dumb,
are
weren't
overweight than in the past.
My guest
In
tonight are
many
the rock
countries,
stars MC
there is a
Malone and
serious
TNT
problem
Cat.
with obesity.
Hi, Sid.
In other
We're
words,
happy to be
a condition
here.
of
You
being
both play the
very
guitar and
overweight.
sing very well. How did you learn?
There are two main
We just bought
reasons.
some guitars, and we taught
First,
ourselves.
these
You taught
days many
yourself.
people often
Terrific.
go to fast food restaurants.
I'm
They
sorry
didn't
I'm
in the
late.
past.
Oh, that's all right, Yolanda.
At these
Yesterday was my
restaurants,
first
many
wedding
of the
anniversary.
foods, such as fried potatoes and
Thanks.
meat,
We went to
are
that new
high in
restaurant on
fat.
Bank Street.
Some
Did
of
you
the
enjoy
dairy
yourself?
products,
Oh, yes,
such as
we had a
cheese,
very good
are
time.
high in fat, and others, such
Have
as
you seen
ice
my new
cream,
microwave
are
oven?
high in
No,
fat
I
and
haven't.
sugar.
Oh, it's fabulous. It has
This
an automatic
seems similar
timer.
to
It can
Samuel
turn itself
Pepys's
on and
party,
off,
doesn't
and
it?
It cleans itself.
Second, dieting doesn't often work. Sometimes people lose weight
Choosing a
fast, but they usually gain it back again.
Hello, how are you today?
Almost
Can I help you?
95% of
I'm
all
looking for
people
a
gain
pet
back
for my
weight
son.
after a diet.
Can you suggest anything?
One problem
What
with
kind of pet
obesity
does he
is
want?
easy to
A
see.
traditional pet?
Overweight
A cat
people
or a
have
dog?
more
Or
sicknesses,
something
such as
unusual?
heart disease and
Well,
diabetes.
He'd like a snake or an alligator, but
Sometimes
he isn't going
people
to get
go
one.
crazy over
We have a
food.
nice dog right now, a Rottweiler.
Sometimes they eat
A
very little because they
Rottweiler?
want to be
Oh,
slim.
no. I've heard about them on
Other
the
times,
news.
they
They're
eat
very
lots of
big
bad foods
and
because these
mean.
foods taste good.
No, ma'am, they aren't.
When
as
will
big as
people
some
learn?
dogs.
Really?
Yes,
Too much
really.
food,
Last
too
week
little
we had a
food,
small
and the
dog here.
wrong
It was
foods
only as
are
big as your
all
purse,
bad
but
ideas.
It was as mean as the devil. It bit me 3 times.
Let's forget
Part
dogs,
2.
then.
What about a cat?
A
Eating
cat.
bugs.
They aren't as friendly as dogs,
Different
are
cultures
they?
enjoy
No,
different
they
foods.
don't eat as much as dogs either.
Sometimes a
And
food
they're
that one
very
culture
clean.
thinks is delicious might seem
Or what about a
disgusting to
bird,
another.
A parrot or a parakeet?
In much
We
of the
have
world,
both.
people
Which do
eat
you
beef.
recommend?
But the idea of meat
Parakeets
from a
aren't as easy
cow
to train,
disgusts
and they never
some
speak
Hindus
as
in
well as
India.
parrots.
Yes, but parakeets
People in
don't need
France
as much
sometimes
space as
eat
parrots,
horse meat
do
or
they?
frogs,
That's true.
and this
Parakeets
disgusts
are
some
very
Americans.
popular because they're so easy to heat.
People in Western
but they're a
countries eat
little
cheese,
noisy, aren't
and many
they?
Asians
I
think that
want a
this is
quiet
disgusting.
pet.
A quiet?
And then there are insects.
What about a goldfish?
Many people wonder,
There's nothing
how
as
can people
quiet as
eat
a
bugs?
goldfish.
Children in the U.S. make horrible faces and say, "Ooh, yucky." However, insects are an important part of the diets in many countries.
Yes, I am.
In
sell
different
used
places,
cars.
people eat over 1,000 types
Yes,
of
I do.
insects
And
and
other
ate them
things.
in the
You live on
past,
Staten
too.
Island.
For example, people
Yes, I
in
do.
ancient
I live
Greece
in
and Rome
Richmond
ate
town.
insects.
You went to the races at Montfield.
American Indians ate grasshoppers,
That's
crickets,
right.
and caterpillars.
You weren't alone.
Today, in parts of
No, I
Africa,
wasn't.
people
I was
eat
with my
termites, insects that eat wood,
Fabienne
and
Chase.
caterpillars as
You're
snacks. In Japan, some people eat
No.
grasshoppers
Who
with
told
soy
you that?
sauce.
You left your
In
apartment at
small
11 o'clock.
villages and in some restaurants in
Yes,
Thailand,
about
people
11.
enjoy
You were in your
crickets and
Cadillac.
grasshoppers. In some
Yes, I
Mexican
was.
restaurants,
You didn't stop
people
for
pay
gas.
$25 for a plate of butterfly larvae.
You had lunch at a Chinese
In the United
restaurant.
States, some restaurants now offer
No,
insects
we
as a
didn't.
gourmet food.
We had lunch at a fast food
In
place.
China, people
You don't
spend
remember the name of the
$100
place.
million each year
No,
on
I'm
ants.
afraid I don't. You had fried chicken.
There are different ways to prepare bugs as
we got some
food.
hamburgers to go and eat
One
in the
way
car.
is to boil them
You got
in
to
very
Rockville
hot
Racetrack
water.
in time for the first race.
In Colombia, some people spread them on
correct.
bread.
You were very lucky.
In the Philippines, people fry them in
Yes,
butter with
I
vegetables.
really was. You won
In Mexico,
$50,000.
people fry them in oil or marinate them
can't
in
remember
lemon
exactly
juice,
how
salt,
much.
and chili.
It was $50,000
In
your
some
apartment.
parts of Africa, some people bake or
Was
fry
there?
them.
You don't know where
In
Bobby
other
Ann
areas,
is now.
they eat them raw.
No,
However,
I'm not her
entomologists Scientists who study insects say that it's important to cook insects, not eat them raw.
That's right.
In the United States, a company called Hot Licks now sells candy with insects in it.
What do you mean?
Julieta Ramos Elardui, a researcher at a university in Mexico City, says that there are many good reasons to eat bugs. First, insects are a cheap food, except on a plate in an expensive restaurant, and they taste good. Some insects taste like nuts, bacon, mint, or cinnamon. Second, bugs are good for our health. For example, they often have more protein than beef or fish.
No, the others are all in the dining room.
Third, they can bring money to poor people who find them in the forest and sell them.
Thank you.
In parts of Africa, there are 7 pounds of insects on just one tree. This brings a good profit for very little work.
I like your dress.
Finally, eating insects can help to save the environment.
He was here a second ago.
In many countries, people cut down trees.
The vegetables and dip
However, they will not do this if the trees have insects to eat or sell.
Chips and nuts on the table. Okay. See you later.
People worldwide are now eating foods from other countries.
Okay, not dancing?
People in the
I'm just
West
hanging
now
out.
enjoy Japanese
You didn't see Bruce in
sushi,
the kitchen, did you?
a small roll of cooked white rice
Hey,
served
this is
with
a
a
great
garnish
song,
of
isn't it?
raw fish,
wanna dance?
vegetables,
Sure,
or egg.
why not?
People everywhere eat Italian pizza and American hamburgers.
Here's your coat. Thanks for coming.
Maybe someday,
of you
in
to
a
invite
fast
me.
food
I
restaurant
really
in
enjoyed
any
myself.
country,
Good.
a customer
You've
will
gotta come to
say,
Jake's birthday
"Give me a
party next
hamburger
month."
and an
Okay.
order of caterpillars,
What happened to
please."
Bruce, do you know? He left
In the
early, I
future, insects
see
might
Michelle
be
either.
as familiar
No,
to
I
us
think she
as
left early,
rice,
too.
bread,
Oh,
or
well.
beans.
Thanks again. Bye.
Lesson 9. Places to visit.
Together again. Kelly Strong and Rod DeBiro
Part
are in
1.
the studio. They're acting in a scene
Adventure
from Together
vacations.
Again. In the movie, Kelly is Constance, a young nurse
People
in
like
Africa.
different kinds
Rod
of vacations.
is Armand, a famous zoologist.
Some go camping. They swim,
Okay,
fish,
scene
cook over
34,
a fire,
vacate.
and sleep
Let's try it
outside.
again.
Others like to stay at a hotel in an exciting city.
I love
They
you
go
too,
shopping all day and go
But I have to
dancing
go.
all night. Or
I
maybe
know.
they go sightseeing to places such as
Perhaps we'll
Disneyland in
never
the
see
United
each other
States,
again.
the Taj
We
Mahal in
will,
India,
Constance,
or the Louvre
because
in France.
we love each other. Cut.
A different kind of
Good enough.
vacation.
Take 5, everybody.
Some people are
Okay,
bored
Kelly.
with sightseeing
Come over
trips.
here. Now,
They
I
don't
know
want
you
to
don't
be
like
tourists.
Rod, and I know he
They
doesn't
prefer
like
an
you.
adventure,
we
a
hate each other, you
surprising
know
and
that.
exciting trip.
But you're actors.
They
and
want
in
to
the
learn
movie,
something and
Constance
maybe
and
help
Armand
people
love
too.
Each other, right?
Right.
How can they do
No,
this?
But you have to
Some
look
travel
each
companies
other.
and
You have to
environmental
touch
groups
each
are planning
other,
special
smile
adventures.
at each other, hold
Sometimes
each
these trips
other,
are difficult,
and kiss
but they're a
each
lot of
other,
fun.
Right?
Right. But
One
it's not
organization,
all my fault.
Earthwatch,
You know Rod.
sends
He's
small
selfish.
groups of
He only
volunteers
thinks
to
about
different
himself.
parts of the
He talks
world.
about himself all the time, and he
Some
only wants to see
volunteers spend
himself on
2
film.
weeks and
I've
study
heard
the
this
environment.
before, Kelly. Rod
Others
said
learn
exactly
about
the same
people of
about
the
you.
past. Others work with animals or plants.
So am I.
Hard work in the far
I'm taking
north.
my vacation next month.
Really? So am I.
Would you
I need
like
a
an
change.
adventure in
So
the
do
far
I.
north?
I'm tired of the same office and the same
Scientists are
people
worried
every
about
day.
changes in the climate
go?
worldwide.
Florida.
Oh, really?
They
I
are
went there
studying
last
how
year.
the environment
So
is
did I. We
changing
always
because
stay
of a
on the Florida
warming
Gulf
climate.
Coast. We never go to Miami
2
or
teams of volunteers,
No, neither do
one in
I.
Alaska and the
It's
other
too
in
crowded
Iceland,
there.
will study
Where exactly are
glaciers,
you going?
huge
Sanibel
fields of
Island.
ice that
It's about
move
50
very
miles
slowly.
south of Sarasota. Do you know it?
These
You're
glaciers
kidding.
are
no,
getting
I'm
smaller.
Not. I've been there 3 times.
Well, so have
Scientists
we.
wonder
And we're
why
going there
and
this
how.
year, too.
Not to the
Another
$7
team will go to
resort.
Manitoba,
Yes,
Canada.
why?
Well, I'll see you
This
there.
team will collect
That's my
information
hotel,
on
too.
birds, mammals, and the amount of snow. If you like exercise and cold weather,
family problem.
these are good trips for you. But you must be in very good physical condition.
New York, 12601.
Studying ocean mammals.
May 5th. Dear Daddy, thank
Do you enjoy
very much
ocean
for the
animals?
birthday present. I
You
was
can
very
spend 2
pleased
weeks
with
in
the
Florida.
fish, but I didn't like
There,
the color.
you can
so
study
I'm going
dolphins.
To take it back and change it.
It will be
I
exciting
saw
to
Mark
learn
again
about these
yesterday.
intelligent
You're
ocean
worried
mammals.
about him, aren't you?
These
Well,
beautiful
don't worry
animals
about
can
him.
live to over
He's all
50
right.
years of age.
He's very good at his job.
They travel
He's a
together in
drummer
family
in a rock
groups.
band. I'm going to
From
come
small
to
boats,
Washington next
volunteers will
I'll
study
bring
and
Mark
photograph
so you
these
can
groups.
meet him. Love,
The
Caroline.
purpose of this research is to learn about the
We love
animal's
each
social
other very
behavior.
much. He isn't interested
Scientists
in
want
your
to know
money.
what dolphins do and how they live. Also,
15th.
scientists want to study
Caroline.
dolphins' health.
I'm sorry
For example,
about last
they
weekend.
wonder, is
I was
ocean
very
pollution
upset with
changing
Mr.
the dolphins'
Rodberg.
health?
I can't
If you
call
like
him
warm
Mark,
weather,
but
the
he
ocean,
was very
and
rude to
animals,
me.
this is a
I'm
good
not
trip
a
for you.
stupid old fool. I'm tired of dumb
Digging up
young
the
men.
past.
I couldn't talk with him about anything.
Are you interested
You
in
love
history
him, I
or
know.
prehistory?
I just feel sorry.
Then Southwest France
I'm
is the
worried
place for
about
your
your
adventure.
Your
Between
friend likes
35,000
rock music.
and
He
250,000
isn't
years
interested in
ago,
anything else.
early humans
He
lived in
isn't
this
interested
area.
in you at all.
Volunteers
You're
will
making
work
a
with
terrible
archaeologists
mistake.
from France,
And I'm
Germany,
glad
and the
he isn't
United States
interested in my
to search
money,
for evidence
because
about the
he
way
isn't
of
going to
life
get
of
any
the
of it.
people from that time.
Love, Daddy.
If you
Signed for
choose
Senator
this
Calhoun
adventure,
in his
you will
absence by
dig for
Joseph D.
stone
Pollard,
tools and bones,
Secretary to the
clean
Senator.
them, and photograph them. In your free time, you can travel around the beautiful countryside in the
no
south of
contest.
France.
Hi there, I'm
Beaches
Barry
and
Smiles.
biology.
Welcome to the Yes No contest.
Do
Our
you
rules
enjoy
are
the
very
beach
simple.
and like
I'll
to learn
ask you
about
questions
plants?
For 30 seconds. You
There
must
is an
answer,
Earth
but
Watch
you can't
adventure in
answer with
Yucatan,
yes
Mexico.
Or no. You can't nod
On the
or
north
shake
coast
your
of
head
Yucatan,
either.
there
Now,
are
here
beautiful
is our
species
first
of
contestant,
plants.
Ann Mock from Palm
Unfortunately,
Beach, Florida.
many of them are disappearing.
What's your name?
People dig them up and sell
Where are
them
you
for
from,
large
Ann?
amounts of money.
Palm Beach.
Did you say
Mexican
Palm
biologists
Springs?
need volunteers to collect seeds,
I'm
count
sorry,
plants,
Ann. You
and
said
help
no.
to save several
Our
plant
next
species.
contestant is Chuck Fleener from
In your
St.
free
Louis,
time,
Missouri.
you can
It's
travel to
Dr.
archaeological
Fleener, isn't
sites
it?
in the
That's
area.
right. But call me Chuck.
If you love a
Fine.
tropical
You aren't
climate,
nervous,
this
are
is
you,
the trip
Chuck?
for
I'm
you.
not nervous.
Did you shake your head?
Do
I
you
didn't.
want a very
you
different
sure?
vacation?
Yes, I'm...
Do you want to
I'm
travel
sorry,
far,
Chuck. Better
work
luck
hard,
next time.
and learn a
Now,
lot?
Here's our third contestant.
Then
He's
an Earth
Richard
Watch vacation
Orapollo
is for
from
you.
Washington, D.C. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Barry.
You work in a bank, don't you?
That's correct.
Lesson
Do
10.
you like your
Save
job?
the Earth.
I enjoy it very much.
Oh, do you?
Part
I
1.
said I enjoy it very much.
The
Now,
ocean
you
in
aren't
trouble.
married, are you?
I am married.
Is your
Many
wife here tonight?
environmental groups are
She's at
warning
home
that
in
oceans
Washington.
worldwide
So
are
she
in
isn't
great
here.
danger.
Of course not.
According to the
you have
United
any
Nations
children?
Food and Agriculture
two
Organization,
Two
FAO,
boys?
70%
A
of
boy
the
and
world's
a girl.
fishing areas are in
And
danger.
That's 30
One
seconds.
reason, of
You've
course,
done it,
is the
Richard.
huge
That's
amount of
wonderful,
pollution.
Everybody. He's won tonight's
However,
jackpot prize,
there is
a
another
brand
danger,
new
and it
fully
might be
automatic
even more
dishwasher.
harmful than pollution. This danger is overfishing. No matter where you look in the world, on average, 90% of the fish are gone, says a biologist
Hello,
from
Tom.
Dalhousie
This is your
University in
dad.
Canada.
Your old dad in the nursing home? Why aren't you here?
New technology.
Oh, hi, Dad. I'm very busy. I can't
Fishers are finding fewer and fewer fish everywhere. However, this does
He
not
used to
mean
visit
that
me.
fishermen are not
He used
fishing
to
any
take me to
longer.
the movies. He used to
Instead,
bring Barbara
many
and the
are
children.
using new technology to fish new waters as deep as a mile.
My birthday.
Trawlers,
today.
large fishing
didn't
boats,
even send a
are using
card.
special nets
I'm
on
writing a new
wheels and
will.
rollers. They drag these nets
Reggie,
across
you
the
used to
bottom
be
of
the
the
best
deep
baseball
oceans,
player in the
and they
National
pick
League.
up
Are you
anything
going to come
of
back
any
to play
size at
again?
all.
No, I'm not. No
With these
way.
nets,
Why not?
fishers catch the
Well,
fish that
baseball
people eat,
used to be the
but
most
the nets
important thing in my
also
life,
catch
but
marine
it
mammals,
isn't
such
anymore.
as sea
I
lions,
used to practice
dolphins,
every day.
and sometimes
I never used
whales.
to go out or eat big meals or stay up late.
Why has
The
your life
effect
changed,
on
Reggie?
fish.
Well, I was poor then, but I'm not now.
These nets
I don't need to
also
play
take
baseball
species
anymore.
like squid, skate, red crabs, slackjaw eels, spiny dogfish,
There's a
and
terrific
orange
movie
roughy.
downtown.
Really? What
A
is it?
few years ago, people didn't
going
want
to
to
see
eat
it?
these
I'd like
species.
to. All the other guys are
Now,
going,
you
but I
can
don't
find
have
them
any
in
money.
fish stores,
Okay,
in
okay.
fish
How much
sandwiches
do you
at
want?
fast food
$10.
restaurants,
$10?
or in fake,
When I
not
was
real,
your age, I used to
crab
pay $2
meat
for
for
the
seafood
movies.
salads.
I know. And you used
The
to walk
orange
5
roughy
miles to
provides
school
an
and use the
example of what is
cupboard.
And I
happening.
used to talk to my mother with respect.
This fish appeared in fish stores only about 10 years ago, but already the species is almost
A
extinct.
busy office.
The orange roughy
Yes,
lives
Erica,
very
what is
deep
it?
in the
Bob
ocean,
Hudson wants to
up
speak
to
to
a
you,
mile
Jamie.
deep,
I'm
in the
very
cold
busy
waters
right now.
off New Zealand.
Ask him to call back later.
All right.
Scientists
Oh,
now
and Erica,
know that fish
tell
in
Chris
deep,
to fax
cold
the sales
water
report to the
grow and
Toronto
reproduce
Okay,
very
anything
slowly.
else?
Yes. Tell
For
Helen
example,
not to
the
call her
orange
friends
roughy
on the
lives
office
to be
phone.
150 years old. It doesn't start to reproduce until it is 30
This is
years
Mr.
old.
Powell's assistant again. I'm
Although
afraid
the
Mr.
fish
Powell's
is
very
nearly
busy right
extinct,
now. Could you call
people
back
still
later?
sell it in
right,
seafood
thanks.
stores and in restaurants. And of course, it may be in that fish sandwich
Oh,
that you
Chris?
eat at a fast
Yes,
food
Erica?
restaurant.
JP wants you to fax this report to Toronto.
Many
Okay,
scientists
I'll do it later.
believe that
No,
present
Chris, do it
fishing
now. I
methods
know
will
it's important.
destroy all the large fishing areas of the world. Can
Helen,
anything
did you call your
stop
friend
this?
on the office phone yesterday?
Some
Well,
scientists think that governments
yes, I
should
did.
stop the
But it was
fishing
urgent.
industry
I
from
think
using
JP
some
urgent.
kinds of
He wasn't
technology.
very pleased about it. Don't use
But
the office
this will
phone
be
for
difficult.
personal calls, okay?
Many
Yes.
of the big
Okay,
fishing
Erica,
companies
I
have a
won't do it
lot
again.
of money,
I'm sorry.
and they use that money to influence politicians all around the
Erica,
world.
did you speak with Bob Hudson?
Yes, I did. I asked him to call back.
No
He says
fishing
he'll call you
zones.
later.
Fine. Has Chris faxed that report yet?
Not yet, but
Other
I told him to
scientists
do it
believe
immediately.
that governments
I think he's
should
doing it
create
now.
no
Good.
fishing
Did you
zones,
tell Helen not to
areas
call
where
her
no
friend
one
from
can
here?
fish.
Yes, I told her not to use the
Governments
office phone
can
for
police
personal
these
calls.
areas.
She says she won't do it again.
During
I'm
the
sure she
UN
won't.
International
Well, I hope
Year
you're
of the
right. Her
Ocean,
friend is working
more
in
than
Saudi Arabia.
1,600 leading marine scientists and conservation biologists from 65
The
countries
smuggler.
urged the world to create
Latka
80
was a
times the
customs
no
officer in
fishing
Europe.
areas that exist now.
He used to work in a small border
Their
town.
goal is to protect
It wasn't a busy
20%
town,
of the
and
world's
there wasn't
oceans
much work.
by the year
The
2020.
road was usually very quiet.
This
and
is
there weren't
happening
many
in some
travelers.
places. For
It wasn't a
example,
very
the
interesting
fishing
job,
industry in Britain
Latka
is
liked
beginning
an
to
easy
accept
life.
no fishing zones
About once a week,
because the amount
he
of
used to meet an
fish that
old
the
man.
industry catches is
His name
getting
was Stefan.
smaller and smaller.
He always used to arrive at the border early in the morning in a big truck.
The fishing industry
The truck
often
was always
argues that
empty.
the scientific evidence
After
is
a
not
while,
complete,
Latka became
that we
suspicious.
just don't know what is
He often
going
used to
on in the
search
oceans.
truck, but he never found anything.
Now, scientists and
One day, he
environmentalists
asked
have to
Stedman
give
about his job.
evidence to show that the
Stedman
fishing
laughed
industry
and
is
said,
doing damage
"I'm a
before the
smuggler."
government will pass laws
year,
protecting the ocean.
Latka moved to the United States.
This takes time,
One
and
night,
sometimes
he was
it is
having dinner in a
difficult to
restaurant in Los
prove
Angeles.
something like this.
On the other side of the restaurant,
The magazine
saw
Science
Stevna
says
drinking
we should
champagne.
have the opposite rule.
Latka walked over
Big
to
fishing companies should have to prove that they are not
Hello
destroying
there.
the oceans
Hi.
before we
Do you
allow them
remember
to
me?
fish.
Sure, of course I do. You're a customs officer.
Conclusion.
I used to be, but I'm not anymore. I retired
Environmentalists say
and I
that
live with my
average
daughter in
people
Los
need to
Angeles
get
now.
together and pressure
I
their
often
governments
used to
to
search
do
your
something.
truck in the old country.
But
The
you
large
never
fishing
found
companies
anything.
that own the
No,
big
I
trawlers
didn't.
are not going to
Can I
stop
ask you
fishing by
something?
themselves.
Of course you can.
The
US
environmentalists say
smuggler.
that if we
Of
don't
course I
pressure
was.
our governments,
But the truck
there will
was
be
always
nothing left exist in the oceans
What were you
but water?
smuggling?
Trucks.
Part 2.
Opinions.
Good
Repairing
afternoon,
the
Mrs.
environment.
Archer? Yes. I'm from Channel 5 TV.
Early
We're doing a
life
survey.
on Easter
Oh,
Island.
Really? Could I ask you a few questions? Well, first,
Easter
did you
Island
watch
is a
TV
very
last night?
small
Yes,
island
after
in the
dinner, from
Pacific
about 7
Ocean.
o'clock.
And did you watch any
In
of
the
our
ancient
programs?
past,
Yes, most
the
of the
island was
evening,
covered
till
with
11.
vegetation,
So you saw
such as
animals in
beautiful
focus.
forests,
What did
and
you
the
think of it?
surrounding
It
ocean was
very
rich in
interesting.
fish.
I like wildlife programs.
The human
So you're interested
population
in
grew to
wildlife.
about 9,000
That
people.
kind of program always interests
Today,
me. It's
we
very
know them
difficult
for
to
their
film
art.
animals, you know.
Hundreds of
What about your
huge,
husband?
amazing
Did he watch it?
statues that
Only
are
for
made of
about 5
stone.
minutes. He's not interested in
Over
animals.
several
Look,
hundred
I'm very
years,
sorry,
the
but I
people
have to pick up the
created
kids from
larger
school.
and larger
Are there many more
statues.
questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you the questionnaire. Could you and your husband
The changing
complete it and
history.
mail it to us? Sure.
For
First of all,
about 700
animals in
years,
focus.
life
What did you
on
think of
Easter
that?
Island was
Great.
good.
Really great. It was
However,
educational,
by the
just right for the
15th
children.
century,
And
people
chimpanzees
suddenly
always
stopped
amuse
creating
me.
the statues.
Much more amusing than Len and
Also,
Shell in
the
next
environment
program.
completely
Some of his jokes
changed.
are quite shocking.
The Earth
And young
didn't
children are
produce
watching
enough food
television
for
at
the
that time of night.
population.
What
The
about
forests
Texas,
were
Texas?
gone
The
because
worst
people
kind of
cut
TV.
down all the
This kind of
trees.
program annoys me.
Without
It's all just
trees,
money and
they
sex.
couldn't even
Not
build
interesting.
canoes,
Okay.
a kind of small
And the
boat.
report on violence in
And
the
for
city.
this reason,
What did you
they
think of
couldn't
that?
go
A
fishing.
very important program.
The
problem of
society
violence
was
worries
destroyed.
everyone. The news?
The
news
people were
always interests
hungry.
me. There isn't enough news on
When
TV.
Europeans arrived in
lastly, the horror
1722,
movie.
there
Well,
were
horror
only
movies
about
like this don't frighten me
2,000
at
people
all.
left.
I just turn them off.
Easter Island as an example.
Advice.
Hi,
Scientists
Keith.
often
How's it
mention
going?
Easter
Oh,
Island.
hi. You don't look very
They
happy.
see it as an
What's up?
example of
Oh,
the
nothing
damage
really.
that humans
I bought
can
these
do to
jeans
the
about 2 weeks
environment.
ago and they're too tight. I
They
have to
say
lose
that
weight.
our
Maybe
Earth
you should
is
go on a
like
diet.
an island.
Sure, but what kind of a diet?
When we
You should
destroy
eat
it,
lots of salad
we
and fruit.
destroy
I hate
ourselves.
salad. I prefer meat and French
They
fries.
say that we
And
are
I love
now
candy.
destroying
There
it.
you go. You shouldn't eat too
Like
much
the
meat,
people
and you
of
shouldn't eat
ancient
candy at
Easter
all.
Island,
I
we
know,
are
Nick.
cutting down
Believe
forests.
me, I know.
Worldwide, the environment is changing.
What's the matter, Dario? You're
The
very
climate
quiet
is
today.
becoming
I'm worried
warmer.
about my English.
What's the
Glaciers
problem?
are melting.
I'm not practicing enough.
Pollution
not?
fills many
Well,
rivers
it's hard
and
to meet
lakes
Americans.
and the air
You
of
should
many
go
cities.
out more.
Where should I go?
And every year,
Maybe you should join
about
a gym or
20,000
take a class.
plant and animal
Americans never speak
species
to me.
become
Well,
extinct.
you should speak first.
What can I talk about?
What we
Sports.
can do.
They're always interested in sports.
Some people see this situation
Brian.
as
You
hopeless,
look tired today.
but environmentalists say that it isn't
you should
too
take a few
late.
days off.
I know I should, but
There
we're just too
are
busy.
things that we
I'm
can
working
do.
12 hours a day.
12
Governments
hours a
and
day?
big
You're
companies
going to kill
need to
yourself.
make
What
big
else can I
changes.
do?
But
Maybe you should
every
quit.
individual
can't.
can
I
make
need the
many
money.
small changes. All these small changes can add up. They can make a big
Congratulations.
difference. Here
I'm
are
David
just
Burns,
some.
and I'm going to announce the winners.
Plant
Senator
trees.
Cheryl Adams is going to present the award.
Trees
And our
absorb,
first winner
drink
is
in, the
78-year-old
carbon
Mrs.
dioxide,
Flora Dobson.
CO2,
You all
that
remember
factories
her. She's
put
a
into
very
the air.
brave woman. She's the one that knocked
Buy
out a robber
organic
with her
fruits
walking
and
stick.
vegetables,
Step over here, Mrs.
ones
Dobson.
without dangerous chemicals.
Congratulations, Mrs.
These are
Dobson.
good for your
Is that the
health
stick
and
that
good
knocked
for
him
the
out?
earth,
Pardon
too.
Me? Oh, yes. This is the one,
Reuse
all right.
containers.
This is the
In
one
other
that
words,
knocked him out.
don't throw
I
empty
hit him
plastic
right
food
there.
containers
Oh, dear.
into the
You
trash
won't
or
hit me, will
garbage.
you?
Well, thank you,
Wash
Mrs.
them
Dobson.
and use them again.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Also,
Thank you.
use plastic
And our
bags
second
many
winner
times.
Is Mr. Mac Foden. He's
When
the
you
one that
throw
drove
away
his
a
truck
plastic
into
bag
Silver
or
Creek
container,
and
it
saved
stays
a
in the
town.
earth for thousands of
Congratulations,
years.
Mr. Foden. You were very brave. How's
Don't
your
use
leg?
paper
Not too
or
bad
plastic
now,
bags.
Thank you, Senator.
And now
Bring
we
a
have pair
cloth
of
bag
twins,
with you to the
Mandy
supermarket.
And Marie Fox from Wisconsin.
You can use the
all remember
same
them.
cloth
They're the
bag
ones that
over
pulled a
and over
9-year-old
for
boy
years.
from a frozen lake last January.
Recycle
Well
things that you
done.
can't
Which
reuse.
one of you is Mandy and which one's
You can
Marie?
recycle
I'm
aluminum
Mandy.
cans,
And I'm
glass
Marie.
bottles,
Next,
some
we
plastic
have
containers, and newspapers. Use compact fluorescent fluorescent light bulbs.
Waiting.
They last 10
Hi,
times
Amber.
longer than
Is the boss
regular
in?
light bulbs,
Yes, Steve.
so they save you
Yvonne's
money.
in her office and she's waiting for you.
Also,
has she been
they
waiting
use
long?
75% less
She got in at
energy.
20 to 10.
20 to
One
10?
of these bulbs
So
can
she's been waiting
keep
for
a
20
half
minutes?
ton,
Wow,
1,000
I'm in trouble.
pounds,
Well,
of
she isn't
carbon
very happy.
dioxide out of the air.
Well, Vera Parker.
Do you eat tuna fish?
hello. Are you waiting to
If
see Dr.
so,
Lightfoot?
look carefully at the
Hi,
can.
Alice.
Yes, I am.
Buy only tuna that is dolphin safe.
Well, let's
In
see.
other words,
I've been
tuna from
waiting
companies
since
with
9 o'clock,
special nets
so you
that don't
haven't been
kill
waiting
dolphins.
long. It's only 10 after 9.
Write letters to
Right,
government
I haven't.
leaders.
I've been reading this
Ask
magazine.
them for laws
There's
that
an interesting
protect
article
the
here
environment.
about operations. You
Tell them
shouldn't
that you
read
want
that,
the Earth
Vera.
to be
You'll
here
worried.
for your
No, I won't.
great-great-grandchildren.
I enjoy medical articles, you know. I've been reading about heart surgery. There are some great pictures. Look. Alice. Alice, are you okay?
Intermediate level.
Dan,
Lesson
call the
1.
waiter again.
Student's
I've been
life.
trying to call him, Sally.
But Dan, we've been sitting here for 20 minutes, and I'm
Part
not going
1.
to wait any longer.
I'm sorry, Sally.
International
He was talking to that
students.
woman.
Yes, I see. He's been talking to her since we came
Introduction
in.
and
Excuse
definitions.
me, waiter.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want your check?
All around the world,
check?
there are
We haven't
international
seen the menu
students
yet.
at institutions of higher education. The definition of an international student is a post-secondary student from another country.
Just 5 things out of a whole
The meaning of
lifetime.
post-secondary
You need a little
is
time to
after
think.
high school.
Well, the most
Another
important thing
phrase
me
for
was the
international
birth of my
students
son.
is foreign
But I
students.
guess everyone chooses a birth. But
The
that really
word
changes
foreign
your
means
life.
of a different
That's the
country
biggest
or
change for
culture.
Sure. What else?
Even so, some
Strange.
people don't
I
like
think
the
the
word
assassination
foreign.
of President Kennedy in 1963.
Instead, they use the
That's a
phrase
long time ago.
international
Really
students.
a long time. But I was in
For
high
an
school,
institution of
and for
higher
me,
education,
it's like the
they
line
say
between being a
university,
kid
college,
and, I don't
or
know, growing
school.
up. I don't think it changed my life, but I remember it so
Where
well.
international
And
students
everything
attend
was
school.
different after that. So that's 2 milestones then.
International
Oh, yes.
students
And the
leave
day
their
that I
home
moved into
countries.
this house, I've
They
lived
go
here
to
for
school
20
abroad.
years. I've always loved
One
this
meaning
house.
of the word abroad
Then there
is
was
in
my
a foreign
accident.
place.
I don't like talking about it.
Probably the country with the
I
most
fell down a
students from
mountain when I was
abroad is the
skiing.
United
I was
States.
in the hospital for 6 weeks.
Canada, Great
couldn't
Britain,
walk
and
for
some
nearly
other
a
European
year.
countries also
What
have a lot
else?
of students from other
That's not
countries.
all, one more.
But more and more, international
This
students
sounds
attend
silly.
colleges and
A few
universities
years
in the
ago, I was in
developing
an
nations
elevator
of
and it
Latin
stopped,
America,
just like
Asia,
that,
and
between
Africa.
floors. I was alone there for
Developing
5
nations are
hours.
countries
I was
without a high
terrified.
level of
I thought about
industrialization
my
or
life and my
technology.
family. I still have nightmares about it.
Why students attend school abroad?
A court
Why
case.
do high school and college graduates go to
A few
colleges
months
and
ago, there was a bank
universities
robbery
far
in
from
San
their homes?
Francisco. The police arrested a man and a woman.
Undergraduates are
They're in court
post-secondary
now.
students without
Mrs.
college
Cato
degrees.
saw the robbery. She's on the
Often,
witness stand.
undergraduates want the
judge
experience
and the
of
12
life
members
in
of
new
the jury are
cultures.
listening to her. A lawyer
Maybe
is
they
asking
want
her
to
some
learn
questions.
another language well. Many students want degrees in
Now,
business,
Mrs. Cato,
engineering,
you
or
saw
technology.
The bank robbery, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
These subjects are
You
not
saw a
always
man,
available
didn't
in
you?
their home
That's
countries.
right. I saw him when he went into the
Some
bank
governments
and
and
when he came
companies
Now,
send their
look
best
around
graduate
the court.
students and workers
Do you see
to other
that man?
countries for new
Yes.
knowledge and
out. He's
skills.
the one. He's the man I
And
saw.
some international
He wasn't
students
alone when he
from
went into the
expensive
bank,
private
was
schools
he?
at home
No,
save
he
money
wasn't.
through study
He was
abroad
with a
programs,
woman.
especially
Now,
in
do you
developing
see that
nations.
woman in the court?
Yes. There. She's the woman I
Why
saw.
universities
I see,
want
Mrs.
foreign
Cato.
students?
Now, look at the man and woman again. This is very
Why do
important.
institutions
Are
of
you
higher
absolutely
education
sure
want
about
international
them?
students?
Absolutely sure.
Students
They're the
from
people
other
I
countries
saw.
and cultures bring internationalism
Now,
to the
Mrs.
classroom
Cato,
and campus.
What was the man wearing when he went into
They
the
bring
bank?
different languages,
remember
customs,
everything, but
ideas,
I
and
remember his
opinions
hat
from
and
many
his bag.
places.
Look at Exhibit A on the
Also,
table. Is that
educational
the hat?
institutions
Yes,
need money.
That's the hat he was wearing.
And
Tuition
Exhibit B?
is the fee
Yes,
or charge
that's the
for
bag
instruction.
He was carrying.
Do you remember anything
Private
about the
schools
woman?
are colleges
Yes,
and
She was
universities
wearing
not
a black
supported
wig
by
and
government
red
money.
high-heeled shoes.
How do you know
They
she was
charge
wearing
high
a wig,
tuition.
Mrs. Cato?
Because it fell off when she was
International
running to the
students
car.
are not
Look at
citizens
Exhibit
or
C on the
immigrants.
table. Is that the wig?
One
Yes,
definition
that's the
of
wig she was
citizens and
wearing.
immigrants
And
is
Exhibit D,
legal
look at the
members of a
shoes.
nation or
Yes,
country.
they're the shoes she was wearing.
International
Mrs. Cato.
students pay full tuition and fees to state or government schools. And all
The
students
empty
away from
chair.
home have to spend money for
Harry
housing,
Streisand,
food,
a friend of mine in
recreation,
Boston,
and other things.
almost had a nervous breakdown down last year.
For these reasons,
I told
many
him to go to a
schools
doctor.
and groups of schools want students from
Hello,
other
Mr. Streisand.
countries.
What's the problem?
I'm very tense and nervous, Doctor. I haven't been able to
Conclusion
sleep for
and
days.
summary.
Have you been working hard?
Yes, I've been working
For
12
different
hours
reasons,
a day.
many high school
Well,
and
you should
college
take a few
graduates
days off.
want or
Go
need to
someplace
study
quiet
abroad.
and peaceful, like Nantucket.
For other reasons,
It's a
many
quiet
nations
island
want
near
or
the
need students from other countries and cultures on their college
Jerry
and
took a boat
university
from New
campuses.
Bedford to Nantucket and arrived late Friday evening. He rang the doorbell of a boarding house.
Part 2.
And the owner, Mrs. Searcy, answered the door.
University life around
Then
the
she
world.
showed him to his room. Jerry was very tired.
Similarities in
and went straight to bed.
student life.
He slept well and didn't wake up until 9 o'clock the
At
next
colleges and universities around the
Jerry went
world,
downstairs for
students
breakfast.
from other places live
Because
in
there weren't
student
any other
housing,
guests,
on campus,
Mrs. Searcy
in
invited him
apartments,
to have
or in the
breakfast with
private
her
homes
and
of
her
other
daughter
people.
Catherine.
They
Catherine was
walk to
already
school
sitting in
or
the
get
dining
there
room.
by bicycle or
She
by
was about
car.
13 years old, with
Sometimes
long
they
black hair
take public
and clear gray
transportation
eyes.
like the bus or subway.
Mrs. Searcy went to the kitchen to make
They
breakfast.
attend classes and take
Jerry
quizzes
and Catherine
or
looked at each
tests
other
or
nervously
exams.
for a few seconds.
They complete necessary course requirements.
There are 4 places at the table.
After
Is
years
there
of
another
study,
guest?
they get
No, we never
certificates
talk about
or
the empty
college
place.
degrees.
The empty place?
These
What
are
do you
proof
mean?
of completion of
Well,
courses of
that
study.
used to be my father's place.
Outside
be?
school, they have
don't
other
understand.
interests and family
My
or
father
social
worked on a
lives.
fishing boat. 3 years
In
ago,
some ways,
he went out
life
on
on the
his boat,
campuses
and he
of
never came
institutions of higher
to
education
him?
is the same
Nobody knows.
everywhere in the
back.
world.
They searched everywhere, but they never found anything. My mother
Systems
always
of
keeps
higher
that place for
education.
him, and she makes his breakfast every morning.
Maybe student
That's a
life
picture
is
of him
similar,
over
but the
there on the
system of
wall.
higher
My
education
mother's been
differs in
waiting for
countries
him
around
for
the
3
world.
years.
For example, in the United
Jerry
States,
said nothing,
post-secondary
but he looked
students
worried.
can live at home and
At
go to
that
community
moment,
colleges
Mrs.
for
Searcy
2 years
came
or
into the
more.
room. She poured 3
Or they
cups
can
of
choose
coffee
4-year
and put 1
state or
cup at
private
the empty
colleges or
place.
universities.
Jerry looked more worried.
They can get
But he
financial
stared at the
aid
empty
like
chair.
scholarships, grants, or loans.
Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside
This
the
money
door,
helps
and a
students to
tall
pay
man with a
college
black
tuition
beard
and other
walked into the
charges.
room. It was the man in the
Loans have to
picture.
be paid back.
Jerry jumped up and ran out of the
With
room.
undergraduate degrees, they can attend graduate school.
Who was that? What's the
The
matter with
system
him?
is different
I
in
don't
some
know.
countries of
I don't
Asia
understand.
or the Middle
He's a
East,
guest
like
from
Iran.
Boston. He arrived last night after you went to
There, students take an
Catherine,
exit
do you
exam
know
in their
anything about
last
this?
year of high
No,
school.
Daddy, I don't.
The
But
people
he's
with the
here
highest
because he's
scores
very
attend the
nervous.
best
He
universities
says
in the
he's hiding here
country.
because a tall man with a black
Other
beard
students
is
can
trying
go to
kill
other
him.
kinds of colleges
Catherine,
or get
have you been
jobs.
telling stories again?
Stories? Daddy? Me?
Differences in teaching and learning styles.
How long?
But not
How
only the
much?
system of higher education can vary.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Teaching and
I'm
learning
Esther
methods
Gonzalez.
and styles
I've been a Catholic
differ
for
in
10
various cultures
What can I do
at
for you,
different
Ms.
colleges and
Gonzalez?
universities
Well, I want to borrow
and
some
in
money.
individual
What for?
courses.
I want to buy a car. I've
For
been saving
example,
for one.
the
How long have you been
atmosphere in
saving?
many
I've been
classrooms
saving for
is
2
very
years.
formal.
How much have you saved?
I've saved
Students
about
use
$5,000.
titles such as Professor Gonzalez or Mrs.
What are you
Wong
reading?
for
The
their
Godfather?
instructors.
I've never seen the movie, and Bruce told me to
Some
read it.
teachers
It's a
wear
very long
business
book.
clothes and
How
give
long have you been reading
academic
it? For nearly
lectures.
a month, and I haven't finished it yet.
Students
How many
respect
pages
the
have you
knowledge
read?
and
About
views of their
400.
master
I don't like
teachers.
long books.
Neither do I.
Other classrooms have an informal atmosphere. Instructors dress casually, and students use instructors' first names.
Yes, ma'am. What can I
In
do
this
for
relaxed atmosphere, class
Fill it up,
members
please.
work
you?
together in
Regular
groups.
unleaded or super?
They tell their
Regular
individual
unleaded.
experiences,
It's nearly empty.
give their
I've been
opinions,
driving
and talk
all
about
day.
their ideas.
Oh, really? How far
Some
have you
teachers
driven?
always follow a
About
course
400
plan
miles
or the
from
textbook.
Atlanta.
That's a long way.
They give a lot of assignments.
Check the oil.
Yes.
They give
Okay.
points, scores, or grades for homework. In
And
their
finally,
courses,
news about
students
Kimberly
take many
Lewis,
quizzes,
the athlete from
tests, and
Pennsylvania.
exams.
Kimberly is jogging across
All
the
over the
United
world,
States from New
there
York
are
to Los
teaching
Angeles.
and learning
She has
differences.
just arrived in Kansas City, Missouri. Kimberly left New York 2 months ago.
Campus
and has traveled
facilities
nearly
and
1,300
services.
miles. Kimberly has collected nearly $300,000.
And what
for
about the
physically challenged
facilities
children.
and
She has
services
used 12
available to
pairs of running
students at
shoes
college
and
and
more than
university
100 pairs of
campuses around the
socks.
world? world. At many institutions of higher education, resources for learning and
Operation
recreation are
Diamond.
available to students.
Andrea Garvey is
At
the
libraries,
assistant director of
they
the
can
Department
read
of
and study
Customs
books and other
Immigration.
materials.
She is preparing her agents for
At
a
learning
special
resource
operation.
centers, they can often work on
Good
computers.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. You
Maybe
are
they
all
can
at
use
Friday's
educational
meeting. Are there any
software
questions?
programs or the internet.
Okay, take out the
Sometimes
photographs from your
audio
folders.
or video equipment is
Look at
available.
photograph 1.
And
That's
people can
Barry
buy
Siegel.
books, supplies,
He's the
and
man
other
that
things
usually
at
flies
campus
the diamonds
stores.
into the USA. And he's the one that will
Also,
land at the
learners
Circle
can
K
get
Ranch
advice from
tomorrow night.
counselors and individual help with their courses from tutors.
He's the one that shot a federal agent
Maybe
last
they
year.
can relax and have fun on campus too.
Now photograph 2.
Some schools
That's
have
Gulliver.
swimming pools,
He's the
tennis
one we
courts,
really
and other
want.
sports facilities.
He's the one the Mexican police arrested
Most
last
have
year,
snack
but they had
bars,
to release him
cafeterias,
because they couldn't
or other
find any
eating
diamonds with
places.
him. He controls
And at some
20%
schools,
of the illegal
not all
diamond
students
trade.
go to the
He's
campus.
the one we have to catch with the diamonds
They take
and the
internet
money.
courses by computer, see and hear lectures on
photograph
television, or use
Look
other
at the woman
kinds
on
of
the right.
distance
Her
learning.
name's Betty Lou Harris. She's working for us. She'll be at Gulliver's house at the ranch.
Lesson
He's
2,
the one that
the
gave us
nature.
the information. Watch out for the 2 men on the left, Farrell
Part
and
1.
Casey. They're the ones we've been following.
The powerful
They always
influence of
carry
weather.
guns, and they're the ones that will shoot first. Ms. Harris is probably the one
Biometeorologists
they'll
and their
shoot.
research.
Do you all have photograph 4?
Weather has a
Good.
powerful
Look at
impact on the physical
airplane.
world.
It's a Cessna 310.
It also
It's the
affects
airplane
people's
that brings in the
personalities.
diamonds. It's the kind of
How do
plane
we
that can
know
fly
about the
under
effects
radar,
of weather
land
on people?
anywhere, and take off quickly.
We know
forget
from
the registration number. It's
biometeorologists.
different every time.
These scientists study weather.
Okay, photograph 5.
They
That's
study
the
how
area they're going to
atmospheric
land in.
conditions affect
Look at the
human
trees
health
in the
and
background.
emotions.
They're the trees we're
The
going
word
to hide in.
atmosphere means
There's
the
a road
air
behind
around the
trees,
earth.
and that's the road they'll have
Atmospheric
to use.
conditions
It's
at
the
a
only
time
one.
or place is a definition of the
Finally,
word weather.
photograph 6. The Circle
Some
K
examples
Ranch.
of these conditions
Very
are
nice, isn't
sun, wind,
Gulliver has
rain,
3 houses,
snow,
and this is the one he
humidity,
paid
the
almost
amount of
$5
moisture in the
million
air,
for last
and
year.
air pressure, the
Look
force
at
of
the car
air.
outside. That's
The weather
car that will
conditions
leave
of the
plane.
atmosphere greatly
It's the car he
influence
always
or
uses.
affect people's health,
We want
thinking,
Gulliver,
and feelings.
Siegel, the diamonds, and the money all together. Any questions?
How wind can affect health.
Okay, good luck.
All over the world, winds come down from high mountain areas. The
Making
winds fall
reservations.
faster and faster, and the air becomes warmer and drier. What do
Hello,
scientists
Lobster
say
Fella's
about the
restaurant.
health effects of this kind of weather?
All right.
According to biometeorologists in
8 o'clock.
Russia,
For how
powerful
many?
winds from the mountains increase the number of
We
strokes,
don't usually
blood
take
vessel
large
attacks in the
parties.
brain. Also, sometimes strong southern winds blow north over
Miss
Italy.
Rose, of course, that will be all
During
right.
these times,
Party of 10
researchers
at
say,
8.
Italians have more heart attacks, sudden stopping of
I'd
the
like to get
heart.
2 seats for the concert on Thursday.
People everywhere
like to
have
sit?
bad
I'm
headaches
not
during
sure.
times of forceful
Well, here's the
winds.
seating plan of the concert hall.
And
much is
Japanese
it in the
weather
middle
scientists say there is an
$45.
increase in the number of
$45.
asthma attacks.
That's a little too expensive for us.
Asthma
How much
is a
is it in the
lung
back?
disorder.
$25.
It causes
fine.
breathing problems.
What time does the concert start?
At 8 o'clock.
Possible effects of
Do you have
other
any seats
kinds of
left on the
weather.
Bay Area tour tomorrow?
Yes, we do. There are a few
Do other
seats
kinds
left.
of weather
Is
influence
that the
physical
tour that
health?
includes the Sonoma Valley?
That's right.
Sudden temperature
How long does the
changes
whole
in
tour
winter
take?
are often
About 7
associated with a
hours.
cold
Should
or
I
the
pay you
flu.
now?
If you don't mind.
The flu, or influenza, is a viral disease. However,
A new
colds and
job.
flu probably increase because
Jeff,
people are in
have you
close
seen this ad
contact,
in the New York
near one
Sentinel?
another, indoors in cold
But
weather.
I'm not interested in finding a new job.
Colds and
I've been
flu
here since I
may
left
even
college.
lead to
I like
pneumonia,
working here.
another lung
Really?
disease.
I've only been here for 3
Other
years.
illnesses
and I'm
also
already
increase
tired of
during
doing the
long
same thing
periods,
every day.
times of
I'm
cold
afraid
weather.
Of getting really bored.
Oh, come
In most
on.
places,
It's not that
diseases
bad.
of the
We'll
blood
do the
and
same
heart
thing there
attacks
every
are more
day.
common in winter.
Yes, but the salaries are good.
But in some
not
very
interested in
hot
making
and
more money.
humid,
I
wet
have enough
regions,
now.
there
I
are
can
more
never
heart
have
attacks
enough.
in summer.
Of course, you live at home with your parents.
Many people have
I
high
like
blood
living with my
pressure,
parents.
a health
What's
condition.
wrong with that? Nothing.
In 3 out of
But I
4
like being
people,
independent.
blood pressure
I like
falls,
traveling,
goes
and I
down
enjoy meeting
in
new
warm
people.
weather.
I'm going to apply for the job.
But some people have
Well, good
lower
luck.
blood pressure
pressure in the cool or cold times of the year.
talking
Weather
about the weather.
and mood.
Good morning, Libby.
Hi, Jake.
These
It's a nice
forces
day,
of
isn't
nature
it?
greatly
Yeah.
affect
What
people's
are you doing today?
moods, emotional
I'm not
conditions,
sure.
and feelings,
I might
too.
go to the beach later.
Well, take an umbrella.
For many people,
I've just seen the weather
winter
report.
in the
It might
northern
rain this
regions is
afternoon.
very depressing.
Good
They
afternoon,
eat
Mrs.
and
Acuna.
sleep a
Hello,
lot,
Jake.
but they
It isn't
usually
very
feel
nice today,
tired.
is it?
It was a nice morning.
They are nervous
It might
and
stop
can't
raining
work
soon.
well.
I hope so.
Are you playing
They
tennis
are
today?
irritable, not very nice to other
Depends on the
people.
weather.
Biometeorologists
Good
even
evening,
have a
Mr.
name
Pistorius.
for this
Good
condition.
evening, Jake. I think we might
The
have a
name
storm
is
tonight.
seasonal affective
really?
disorder.
Yes.
SAD.
The sky's very dark.
Scientists think
I've
the
just
cause
heard
of this
thunder.
mood disorder
Great.
is the
I
long
like
periods of
thunderstorms.
darkness.
I don't. I'm afraid of
Even
the
during the
lightning.
day, it is often cloudy or gray.
Weather report.
What can people with SAD
Good morning.
do about their moods?
I'm Wayne Porter, and here is the latest
Naturally,
weather report
they
from
need
Channel
more
15.
light.
First, the national
On
picture.
bright days, they feel
The Pacific
better.
coast will have strong winds,
But
which
people
might
don't
bring
work
rain from
very
northern
well on
California
sunny,
through
hot,
coastal
and
regions
humid
of the Pacific
days.
Northwest. In the
The
Rockies,
best weather for
it will be
good
heavy
work
snow.
and thinking is
It will be
cool
cold
and
dry in
clear.
the Midwest, with cloudy skies in the afternoon. Over to the northeast,
Conclusion and
where there will be
summary.
clear skies this morning. There might be some rain in the
Are the
afternoon,
people around
but it
you
won't be
becoming
heavy.
sick more often?
You can expect temperatures in the high 30s
Are they getting
to low
more
40s.
colds or the flu
Finally,
or even
here in
pneumonia?
the southeast, it will be warm
Are they
and
having
sunny
more
in the
health
morning,
problems
with
like
a
headaches or
40%
asthma
chance of
attacks
rain
or
in
heart
the early
disease?
afternoon. There will be rain
Or
in the
are
evening,
you
and
becoming
there might be
moody?
thunderstorms at that time.
Are you getting more
Now we're
tired
going
or
over to Joan
depressed,
Zane in
low
our
in
Tampa
mood
studio
or
for your
sad?
local weather news.
Remember, according to biometeorologists and other
I'm
weather
Wayne Porter with your
scientists,
latest
the
weather news
cause
from Channel
may
15.
be the atmosphere.
Let's look at the national situation first. The Pacific coast will have clear and sunny skies all day.
Part 2.
But it will be quite cold. The Rockies
Global
can expect
climate
further
changes.
heavy snowfalls in the north, and it will be extremely cold.
Climate
The Midwest
in regions
will have
of the
strong
globe.
winds coming down from Canada, and these winds will bring a lot of
The
rain
word
into the
weather means
There
the
might be snow in the
atmospheric
west of the
conditions
region
at a
later.
specific place
The
and
northeast
time.
will have cloudy skies with temperatures
The
in
weather
the
can
mid-40s.
vary from day to day.
There will be strong winds and heavy
In
rain
contrast
on
to
the Gulf Coast
weather,
of Texas, and
climate
there might be
is
thunderstorms
the
later in the
general
day.
or average
These storms
atmospheric
might move
conditions
across
of a
into Florida
region.
by the early evening.
In different
Florida,
areas of the
it will be a
globe,
very hot,
the climate
humid day
generally
with cloudy
stays the
skies,
same from year
but
to
there
year.
won't be any rain in the earlier part of the day.
For example, the climate
Now
in the
let's hear from
desert
Joan
is
Zane
usually
for
very
more weather
dry.
news for the Tampa Bay area.
It may be cold in winter and hot in summer, but there is very little rain or humidity. In contrast, in tropical rainforests, there is very high humidity.
For 15 minutes.
In most other areas of the world, the weather is cool or cold and wet or dry in the winter season.
I'm a waitress, not a cook.
It is warm or hot and dry or humid in the summer months.
Oh, okay. What do I do first?
Well, start putting the meat on
According to some
and I'll finish
meteorologists,
these vegetables.
weather researchers,
Is that
the
enough
Earth's
meat?
climate is changing slowly.
What about potatoes?
In most places on the Earth, the weather varies from season to season or even from day to
Can I
day.
take them out now?
Have you put the
In
gravy on
contrast,
Huh?
the typical
Oh, no,
climate
I
is
haven't.
similar
Where is it?
every
yet?
year.
Here it is.
Oh, there isn't
Even
enough gravy.
so, there may be
plenty of
global
that
climate
over there.
changes
Where?
from one long
Oh,
time
okay, I got
period
it.
to another.
Now you can begin taking the plates
What
out
are
to the
these
customers.
changes?
Whew, they're hot.
Well,
Some
use a dish
scientists
towel.
believe the weather
Don't
is
carry too
becoming
many
more
plates.
extreme.
Might drop them.
Oh, I
There are
won't
longer
drop them.
periods of
I've
very
never dropped
cold
a
and
plate
very
in
hot
my
temperatures. There are more and more powerful hurricanes and tornadoes, storms with strong, fast winds,
Asking
and
for
blizzards,
directions.
heavy snowstorms. Floods, large amounts of water on dry land, and long droughts, times without enough rain, are causing greater and greater
Can I
physical
help you?
damage
Yes.
to the
I
human
have an appointment
communities
with
on
Mrs.
Earth.
Bedoya, the sales manager.
These
What time is your
extreme
appointment?
forces of nature
11:30.
will get even
Okay.
worse in the
You're Ms.
future,
O'Hara,
say
aren't you?
some people.
Yes, that's right.
Take the
And
elevator
every
to the
change
third
in
floor.
climate in
Go
one
down the
part of
hall
the
to the
globe
left.
will
Mrs.
bring
Bedoya's
more
office is the
extreme
third door on
changes
the right.
in
You
other
can't miss it.
areas.
Thank you.
Don't bother to knock. Just go right in. She's expecting you.
Global warming and El Niño are having major
Excuse me?
effects on the Earth's
Yes?
atmosphere,
I'm lost.
weather, and
Is this the way
climate.
to Disney World? Well,
At least
you can
that's
get there
the
this
opinion
way,
of many
but it's
researchers and scientists.
Oh, no.
What is global warming?
Sure. Turn around and
It is
go
a
back to the
slow
expressway.
increase in the
Turn
average
left
yearly
and go on
temperature
until
of
you
the
get to
planet.
interstate. That's the
The
I-4.
cause is an
The
increase of
I-4.
gases in the
That's right.
atmosphere.
Turn left on the interstate.
What is
and
El
follow the
Niño?
signs for Tampa.
The
That's
Spanish
I-4
phrase
west.
means the little
see
boy
signs to Disney
or
World
the
after 3
Christ
miles.
child.
It's exit 26.
It names a weather condition most common in the month of December. This seasonal weather disorder is a change in the atmosphere of the tropical areas of the Pacific Ocean.
What's the fare?
$1.25.
It increases
Okay,
the amount of
here's
rain in the Americas and can bring strong winds and hurricanes.
Okay. I have 5 quarters.
In contrast, El Niño may cause drought in the southern and western Pacific,
Look at this catalog,
Asia.
John. I think I want to get this red
Blizzards, snow, and long
Don't you have
periods
one
of
like
low
this in blue?
temperatures may follow in the northern regions of the globe.
Do you need every color in the rainbow?
Not all meteorologists
Yes.
believe there is much natural global warming.
Women.
According to these scientists, the El Niño effect is not getting
Dialogue
stronger.
Try on clothes.
So why is the temperature of the Earth going up?
That looks great.
Why are tropical storms like hurricanes causing more and greater flood and wind damage?
How about this brown one?
Probably, human beings are the main cause of the extreme effects of weather and climate changes. Cars and factories are putting more and more gases, like carbon dioxide, CO2, into the Earth's atmosphere.
It has been sold out.
Coal and oil add carbon dioxide to the air, too. Trees and plants take in carbon dioxide, but humans are cutting down the rainforests and putting up buildings where green plants used to grow.
Well, I'm looking for some winter clothes for my
The
fiancé.
world has a lot of people now,
It is high
and it
time
will
we
have a
were
lot
purchasing
more
our clothes
people in the
shop.
future.
We are now having a pre-season sale on all our winter apparel.
Now, I've
Really?
arranged
What's
an
that?
interview for
Lesson
4
3,
o'clock at his
Everything
hotel.
for winter is 20%
Ask him
off.
lots of questions. You know,
I think my
ask him if he
fiancé
likes
may
whiskey,
favor the sweater in the
ask
shop
him what
window.
his next
Would you
record
like to help
is,
me look
where
for any
he
skirts
recorded
that
it,
go with the
and
sweater?
ask him where. Ask
Sure,
him all
we
the
have both
usual
skirts and
questions.
trousers
the
that
word
look
diet.
well with the sweater.
Don't ask
Look at
him
this
how
section.
old he is, okay?
Most words
I
in the
especially
English
like this
language have
flowery
more than
skirt.
one
My
simple
fiancé
or
would
basic
look very
meaning.
elegant in this.
UFO.
One
You have
example
good
is the
taste.
word
It is
diet.
very much in style this year.
The most general definition of the
green one
noun
fits your
is a
complexion. Do you
person's
have any
or a
skirts in
group's
light color or
usual
tan?
food choices and habits.
Look on the back to the right.
In a more specific
Oh, yes, I'll
definition,
take this one.
diet means
Can I
an
pay by
eating
traveler's
plan
check?
with only certain kinds or amounts of food.
I don't know what it is.
For instance, a diet is
probably
often a
white.
plan to
Buy
lose
cookies.
weight.
So, it's too big.
And as a
And too
verb,
bright.
diet
Dialogue
means
one.
to lose
Too many
weight.
movies, Janet. Oh,
People can
no.
go on a diet,
What's the matter?
meaning they are
Yeah,
starting a
just
program
died.
to lose weight.
What's
Yes.
happened to
Do
it?
you have these shoes
Well,
in size
I don't know what
7?
happened. We'll have to
I'm
find
not
a
sure.
service
International
If you can't
fast
find them
One
in
in
the
the
rack,
next
they
town.
might be out of stock.
Great, but I
Let
don't
me
know
look
if
in the
it's open.
stockroom.
All over the
Really
world,
late.
the global
Thanks.
diet
I'd like
includes
to try
fast
on a pair
food.
if you have them.
Prepared
I'll be
items
right
from
back.
inexpensive
Suddenly, there was a
restaurants,
loud noise,
snack bars,
and
or
an
I'm
food
sorry,
stalls.
lady.
silver
I
object
didn't find your
flew
size in
low.
the
Some
style in the
examples of
stockroom.
typical American
So would you
fast
like to try
food are
something else?
hamburgers,
And flew
hot
back
dogs,
over their
sandwiches, and
Then it
fried
went
chicken.
straight up into the sky and disappeared.
Some common international
Dialogue
fast
two.
foods might
Buy
be
sports
German
shoes.
sausage and schnitzel,
was that?
Italian pizza and pasta,
Can I help you?
Mexican
Yes,
tacos and
I have
burritos,
no idea what it
Middle
was.
Eastern shish kebab and
Well,
falafel,
we have all
Japanese
kinds of sport
sushi and
shoes.
tempura,
Could you tell
and
me what kind of
Chinese
sport
egg
you
rolls
usually
and
do?
noodles.
That's
I
strange.
just like jogging.
Why is this kind of food
Okay,
becoming
then you can buy
even
a pair
more
of jogging
universal or
shoes.
worldwide?
Here are jogging
Do you think
shoes.
it was a
Which
UFO?
pair do you
First,
like best?
fast food restaurants usually prepare and
Okay.
serve the
I
items
need
quickly.
size 43, please.
Second,
Here you are.
many
You can
fast
try
food
them on.
restaurants are part of fast food
Very
chains,
comfortable.
eating
I'll take
places
them.
with the same name
A
and
mugging.
company owner.
One night,
For instance,
Sarah
the
Dialogue
biggest
three.
and most
An
famous
elderly
American
woman
fast
walking down
food
a
chain
dark street
serves
in Philadelphia.
hamburgers in every
She was
continent
carrying
on the
a purse in
planet
one hand
except
and a
Antarctica.
shopping
Yes.
bag in the other.
Do you have
Its
football
menu
Nobody
items
else
may
on the
not be
street.
exactly
Yes,
alike in
there
all
are two
cultures,
colors.
but its
They were standing in a dark
25,000
Okay.
restaurants
I'll buy
all
two
have the
pairs.
One man
same
was very
look
tall
and
with white
style.
hair.
And do you
The
have
other was
sports
short
The
and fat
atmosphere
with a
seems
beard and
comfortable
mustache.
and familiar.
Okay.
Third,
give me
the
2 pairs
items
and
at
one.
fast food places
And then
usually
Anything
cost
else?
less than meals in
No,
formal
that's all.
The
restaurants
tall
or
man held
special
her from
dishes
behind,
made at
while
home.
the other one tried to snatch her purse.
And finally, people usually enjoy the
Mrs.
taste of the
Garcia threw
food,
the tall
even
one
if
over
it
her
is
shoulder.
not very
Dialogue 1.
He
nutritious.
crashed
Views
into
on
the other
dressing.
man, and they both landed on the ground.
How do I look in this
How
new
people
dress?
make
Garcia hit
individual
both of
food
them on the
choices.
head
Better
with
change
her
it.
purse
It's ugly.
and walked calmly away.
How about this one?
How do most people make
Two
their
It's
diet
surprised
decisions?
young men
And it
were
fits
still
you
sitting on
really
the
well.
ground
Individual
when Mrs.
choices
Garcia
are
crossed the
often
street
based on former
toward a door
habits,
Dialogue
with
2.
cost and convenience,
Comment on high-class
beliefs
clothes.
about
Garcia
health and
paused,
nutrition,
turned
and
around,
ideas about
smiled at
physical
them.
Wow,
beauty.
that's a
and
pretty
walked
dress,
into the
but it's
Some
too
people
expensive.
learn to like certain foods in childhood,
it is.
and they
Why
don't
is it so
change
expensive?
later in life.
It's because of the
Many
good quality
people
and
have
the
busy
fine
lives,
design.
so they buy or
I
prepare
don't think it's
food
worth that
and
money.
eat it as quickly as possible.
Anyhow, this dress is really elegant.
Some meal planners think only fresh and natural food is nutritious, so they buy vegetables,
Choose clothing
fruits,
style.
and foods without additives, chemical
Adrian, you
substances,
haven't shaved.
and prepare
That
it in
dress
healthy
is very
ways.
Why don't
I'll
you
do
like
it before I go to school.
People with
It's
health
too
problems, like
And
high
you
blood
need a
pressure
haircut.
or
We've been looking
diabetes
around
or
for
blood
many
sugar
hours.
disorder,
I'll make an appointment
may be on
after I
special
finish school.
non-salt
And
or
don't
non-sugar
forget,
diets.
No,
Your grandmother
those
for your
styles or
birthday
colors
present.
The
don't
nutritional
Yeah,
requirements
I'll do
of
that when I
very
get
young
time.
or
I'll
very
do it
old
when you get
people
home from
may be
school.
different
I
from
want
the
to
needs
buy
of
my
others.
V-neck, check wetter,
And
and
I'm
it should
going
be
out
tight.
Some
tonight.
cultures
You'll do your
prefer a
assignment
slim
and
body
I
write
see.
to a
letter
well-rounded
How
before
about the
one.
color?
you go
So
out.
people are always
Where are you
trying to
going
lose
anyway?
weight.
Just
I know a shop
They
selling
may
this
follow
kind of stuff.
popular
with?
diets, such as
friend?
a
Really?
low-carb
Let's go
diet,
there.
an
Just a
eating
friend
system
from
high in
school. What's
protein
her
but low in
name?
refined
Lesson 4.
carbohydrates.
Select
She's in my
styles.
math class. Well, I'll be out when you get home. You won't go out
Dialogue.
until your
Other
father
reasons
gets
for
home.
diet
Select
habits
time.
around
He
the
forgot
world.
his keys. He left them on the table.
Can I help
Not
you?
Unlike
again.
individual food
What
plans,
time will he
buy
be
a
the
tie
diets
to
of
match
whole
this suit.
cultures and regions come
We have
from location,
various colors.
history,
How about
and
this one?
tradition.
Susie at 7:30.
Well,
Will you
For
come
example,
home as soon as
the
he
typical
gets home?
Mexican
Still
diet
late?
is a combination
Can
of
you show me
foods
that
from
one?
You don't
pre-Columbian,
know
We
Spanish,
have
and
a
French
very
cultures.
good taste. It's our best seller.
It is rich in complex
Really?
carbohydrates, corn,
Sure.
beans,
Look,
rice,
it suits you
breads,
well.
It's me.
and protein,
sorry,
beans, eggs,
It's me.
fish,
Dialogue
meat.
Dress for dinner
Adrian
party.
Roth?
Fish and fish products from the seas around Japan
Are you
are one
ready,
of the
honey?
most
It's about
important
tonight.
parts of the
Sorry,
traditional
not
Japanese
yet.
diet.
Can you
I'll have
help
to
me
wait until
select
my
a
dad
dress?
gets home.
I don't know what I
Rich in
should wear at
vitamins
this
and
dinner
minerals,
party.
seafood is served grilled,
dress formal.
baked, raw,
Oh,
How
I'll be there
about
before he
pickled,
begins.
hot,
He'll
and
be home
cold.
at
It is too loud.
7:15.
Soy
We'll
products,
handle some
official
miso,
business first
tofu,
before
and
we
bean
go.
paste, fermented vegetables,
I
and
nearly
rice
forgot.
are also
Is that
important in
okay?
the
You
typical
You can put
Japanese
on a
diet.
white suit.
But I'm not going to
It
stand
fits
outside
every
Religious
occasion.
practices may also greatly
Good
affect
idea.
diet.
or I won't be there.
For instance,
Okay.
some Jewish
Dialogue
people
3.
keep
Susie?
kosher,
Select clothes.
Are you
follow
still
the
there?
requirements of Jewish
Susie?
food preparation and eating.
Can I help you, madam?
These laws
Yes,
prohibit
I'd like
eating
to buy a
pork
sweater
or
for my
bacon
husband.
or other meat
Which
from
style is
pigs,
the latest?
shellfish,
Which
snake,
one is
or
it?
These are
insects.
all the latest
Mr.
fashion.
Diaz is
How
In
do you
addition,
like this
people
white
should not
turtleneck?
eat
wife's
meat
going to have a
and
baby.
dairy,
I like
milk
this
products
style,
at
but
the
do you
same
have any
meal.
other colors?
You're Mr. Diaz,
I
aren't
feel
you?
In a
this color
similar
has
way,
been
waiting
suited
long.
Muslims
Not
follow
really.
the laws of
Very
eating
sweet water
halal,
everything
We'll
great.
tell
an
you as soon
Islamic
as there
system
is.
of
Great.
eating
Have you
only
thought of any
permitted
names for the baby? And
foods.
could you suggest a pair of
If it's a girl,
trousers to
Some
match with the
foods,
sweater?
such as pork
it's a
or
boy,
insects,
It's my
are not
base. I
permitted.
think this pair of jeans will suit
Though
this sweater
people can
well.
eat some
Operating
meat,
room.
such
Let me
as
see.
beef from
Yeah,
cows,
they're
the
perfectly
animals must be
matched.
killed in a special way,
His wife's
according to
outside the
ritual.
operating room now.
Lesson 5.
Also,
at the tailor's.
for religious
Mrs.
reasons,
Foster,
some
I'm
Christians
Dr.
eat
Yamamura.
fish instead of meat on
Dialogue
Fridays.
How is
Custom-made skirt.
Well,
They
I'm
also
afraid
limit
we'll
their
have to
food
operate.
choices during Lent, the
I would
40
like to
days
have a
before Easter
custom-made
in the
skirt.
spring.
Don't worry, if we
I
operate
take
now,
your
it'll
size?
be all right.
Okay,
Conclusion
I want it a bit
and
closer
summary.
around the waist.
The global
I'm afraid
diet.
So. He's
No
lost
problem.
a lot of blood.
How
If
long
we
will
don't
it take?
operate,
Universally, more
a
and
week.
more meals include basic
What's the
necessary
charge for the
food
tailoring?
elements,
Ms.
protein,
Wright has just
carbohydrates,
arrived at the
and
hospital.
For a
fats.
skirt.
She's going to have a minor
Almost
operation
everywhere,
tomorrow.
some kind of meat,
Dialogue 2.
fish,
This is
dairy
custom-made
product,
coat.
or another
Oh,
food
thank
with
you, nurse.
protein
Now,
is
get
part of a
undressed
good
and get into
breakfast,
Well,
lunch,
I
or
like to
dinner.
have
On the
my
night
coat
table.
to order.
If you
There are
press the
also
button,
grains,
the will come right away.
breads, vegetables,
Certainly.
fruit, and the
How
like.
do you like to have
Oh,
it
I'm
made?
sure I won't need anything.
Many dishes
Make it after
contain the
present
necessary
fashion
vitamins
ways.
and
What
minerals.
if it does not
Press the
fit?
button.
A few families
rest
grow their
assured.
own food, but most people
When can I
buy
expect to
food
have
from
it?
eating places and
By the
markets
end of
in their
next
communities.
week.
He was playing
Okay,
soldier.
then.
Food may
See you
be
next
fresh,
weekend.
Now it's
prepared,
stuck.
canned, frozen, or packaged.
I'm afraid of
Dialogue
hurting
3.
him. Yes.
Fast food is very popular, and maybe it is becoming healthier.
Excuse me, I'd like to make a lounge
if I
suit.
don't
In some
get
ways,
out,
diet choices are becoming more and more similar around the world.
If I
Yes,
put some
should I
soap
take
on
off
his
my
head,
coat?
Even
it'll
so,
come off
the
easily.
variety
That
of
would be
food
helpful.
choices is large now and is
All right,
probably
thank
going
you.
to increase.
Please make it
Our
single-breasted.
cooking customs,
road.
eating habits,
problem.
and
If
food
you'll wait one
preferences
moment,
all over
I'll
the
make you
world
out of
becoming
here.
more
There's a
or
fire
less
hydrant.
How much
healthy?
does it
We'll
cost?
be back in a few minutes.
Are they
It's okay.
better
see.
or
Oh, no, it
worse
isn't.
for human
You get a
beings?
Padding and
parking
lining
ticket if you
cloth.
leave it here.
It comes to
These questions are interesting topics of
Traffic
research
cops have gone
and discussion.
All right, when can I get it?
Yes?
Is this
In
your
2
car,
weeks.
buddy?
Part 2.
I come to try my new
Facts
suit. Here's
about
the receipt.
food.
Yes, please wait a minute. I'll fetch it for you.
Food fights.
Here it is. Please try it on and take a
Everywhere
look
on
in the
Earth
mirror.
there are food
How'd you like it?
specialists
May I see
with
your license?
Aren't the
opposite or
trousers
different
a little too
opinions
long?
on
Oh,
the
I
best
left it at
kinds
home.
of
If you think
nutrition
so,
for
we'll
various
just have to
Take
leg
purposes.
us to the station.
It'll take about
A
20
lot of
minutes.
people believe
You were
that the
speeding,
healthiest
buddy. Very
diets
well.
are
I was only
high in
doing
fiber,
35.
vitamins,
There's a 30
and
mile an hour
minerals,
speed
but
limit.
low in
It's a
fat,
residential
cholesterol,
section.
sugar, and
I
salt.
didn't see the sign.
Lesson 6
We've
at
been
the
following.
laundry.
Some
So,
nutritionists
you were doing
say the
35
perfect
too?
eating
No,
plan
we
contains
were
mostly
doing
20 miles an hour.
carbohydrates
Requirements of laundry.
without
We
much
couldn't catch
protein.
you.
In contrast,
needs dry
other
cleaning.
scientists
Can you
say
remove
people
the
need
stains
high
that harm the
protein
fabric?
meals with meat,
Let
chicken,
me see.
fish,
I don't know
or
if you
milk
can help me.
products,
My car is
and
broken
only
down.
But I'm not
small
sure that we
amounts of
can remove
grains,
it.
potatoes,
I'm
bread,
looking at
rice,
anyone.
and
Well,
noodles.
I'd
South
also
of
like to
Hopeville.
have this pressed.
My car
One
just passed the
famous
Lowe's
diet
check-in
plan
line.
allows
It's,
only
Blue
certain
Cross
foods
Blue
at certain times.
I have no
Protein with
idea,
protein,
but it won't stop.
carbohydrates
Dialogue
with
2.
carbohydrates,
Fetch the laundry.
fruits alone, and so on.
Excellent.
Some
Clean
eaters
airs.
stay
May I
away
help
from
you?
all meat and maybe
Yes,
even
will you
fish
check
and milk
if my suit is ready
products.
to go, please?
Reservations.
They get their
Your name,
protein
please?
from
Gloria
plants,
in Atlanta.
mostly
Bill Smith.
beans.
This is Zoot
I
Lambert.
remember your name.
Others want
Wait a
only
moment.
high-fiber
the bank.
food.
I will check it
On
for
what?
you.
Please hold, Mr.
These
Lambert.
people may not
I'm putting
eat
this
white
in
bread
the
or
fridge.
white rice
But-
or even
No,
cooked
it's a dark
vegetables.
brown
Mr.
suit.
Lambert, this is Lauren
I
Perry,
see.
the
So
hotel
Is
what
this
manager.
is the
yours?
best
Oh, yeah?
way to eat
Well,
Right.
and
I
be
need
healthy?
5 rooms for
It
Friday
is ready
night.
to go.
That's
The
the 15th.
discussion of food
I want the
facts
best
will
rooms
go
in the
on
hotel.
far into the
Sorry, I'm
future.
afraid I cannot accept your reservation.
Dialogue 3
Now look,
at
we
the
always
laundry.
stay at the Glory Inn.
The
I know
necessary
that, sir.
substances
Last
and
time you were
elements
here,
for
we had
human
a
life and
these
health
shirts washed
are
and ironed.
water,
You mean they
protein,
don't like long
Okay,
hair?
carbohydrates,
do you want us to use
fats,
starch?
vitamins, and minerals.
Yes, heavy starch in the collar, please.
Most kinds of food contain
sir.
some or
Your
all
shirts
of the
will be ready by
required
Thursday
nutrients.
morning.
Yeah.
But
Anything
these
else?
substances
more
have
careful
different
this time.
effects
I
on
also have a
people.
suit
I'm
to be
afraid
dry
that's not
cleaned.
all, sir.
Various
Can I fetch it the day
ingredients
after
and
tomorrow?
dishes
It's urgent.
affect the
I'll go
mind
check in
in
the mail.
different
No
ways.
problem, sir.
And some kinds
So
of
what about our
nourishment
reservation
have
for
better
Friday?
When your
effects on the
laundry
brain than
opens and
others.
Very
closes?
simply, sir. No way.
For
Will remain
instance,
open from
can
9 a.m.
broccoli
till 8
increase
p.m.
brain power?
I see.
Maybe
Here is your
so.
laundry
Emergency.
ticket, sir.
Dial 911.
Low
Thank
levels
you.
of some of the B vitamins can cause a decrease in
I'd like to
memory
get my
and
laundry.
thinking ability,
Operator
nutritionists say.
May I have your
But
laundry
dark
ticket?
green
Two cars
vegetables
crashed
like
into an armored
broccoli
Here you are.
contain a
I think
lot
it's a
of these
robbery.
nutrients.
Yes, they are ready to
Just
go.
outside the factory gates.
Another
Can you sew on
example
these
of a
buttons?
memory
McManus
helper
Forge
is
Company on
lecithin,
Old
problem.
Summer Road.
a substance from soybeans,
How much for the shirt?
also found in high-fiber foods like nuts and whole grains.
Here's the money. Keep the change.
High-protein foods
Thank you.
influence
Bye.
the mind in
One of
more
the
helpful
security
ways than
and shot
dishes
the
high
other.
in sugar
Part
and
2.
Both
carbohydrates.
guards were lying on the ground near
And the
armored
caffeine
truck.
and coffee or
Lesson
tea
Police had
may
taken
help
the
thinking.
roll for the factory.
Of course,
police called
its
an
effects
ambulance
don't
Dialogue
last
1.
long.
And
Prepare
questioned
food.
3 people who had seen the robbery.
Tim,
In
could
many
you come
places
downstairs and help me
outside
in the
big
kitchen?
cities, food with more
Yes,
than
I'll
4
be right
legs
there.
is part
want to
of good,
report a fire.
healthy
Help me
home
dress the
cooking. cooking.
fish?
The Texaco service station on
Sure.
Fried or
Come
grilled
quickly.
ants are a tasty but
I have to
expensive
peel
snack in
eggplants.
Colombia, South America.
The fire engine got to the service
In various
station
parts
just
of
in time.
Mexico,
Have me
over
let home.
300
The
types of
store in the station was
insects
burning.
serve as food.
Fortunately,
Am I
the
ever
fire hadn't
hungry?
reached
In
the
southern
When will
gas
supper
Africa,
be
and
ready?
hadn't
many
spread to the
people like to
neighboring
eat
buildings.
at least
almost
one
ready.
kind
The
of
fire engines were
caterpillar
able
or
to put it
worm.
out quickly.
All right.
The fire had
They
started
enjoy
in
it
the office.
fried, dried,
Someone
or
had
cooked
thrown a
in
lit
tomato
cigarette
sauce.
into a
Yeah.
waste paper basket.
In
it's
Thailand,
delicious.
cooks create a spicy hot
Really?
pepper sauce with
Definitely.
water bugs.
It's
Operator
a wonderful
577.
meal. Thank you, honey.
In Vietnam,
If you'd like to help me
grasshoppers
do the
filled with
dishes,
peanuts
I'll be
are a
your
special
break.
dish.
In the river?
I
Where?
wish I could.
And in some
but I
regions
won't.
of China, bugs are not only a part of meals,
I'll send
but
it
an
on.
important
I want to
ingredient
entertain a
in
friend at
medicine, too. Most kinds of insects have
Henry, I
high
haven't seen you
nutritional
in ages.
value.
Come on in, please. Let me take your
They
coat.
contain a lot
How are
of
you getting
protein,
along?
vitamins, and minerals.
Very well, thank you.
Many people like their
Please take a
taste.
seat. Everything will be ready in a minute.
They are everywhere on
Can
the
you bring me a
planet.
glass of orange juice, please? I'm quite thirsty.
They add to the variety of people's diets.
Artificial respiration.
Here is
For
your
several
cocktail,
reasons,
lettuce,
insects
salad,
are an
fried
important
chicken,
kind of food
French
in the
fries,
global
and vanilla
diet,
ice cream.
and they may
Help
become
yourself
a
to the
more
chicken
common
while it's hot.
ingredient in the future.
Wow, they're delicious. Can you pass
Embarrassing
the pepper?
experiences.
Here you are.
The growing
Taste the French
similarities
fries.
in diet and eating
They're
habits
crispy.
around the world are
Would you like some
influencing
more?
people of various cultures
more,
in
thank
different
you.
ways.
Who hasn't?
Let's bottoms up.
For example,
To our
Western
friendship and
foods are
health.
damaging health in the industrialized island country of Japan.
Meals in a
Here's a
day.
selection.
Instead of small meals of seafood, rice, and
Dialogue one.
vegetables,
Have a
the
breakfast.
typical Japanese diet
My most
now
embarrassing
includes large
experience
amounts
Good
of
morning.
when I
meat,
had just
dairy
finished
products
Morning. What
like
would you
whole
like for
milk ice
breakfast?
cream,
teaching
and
at a
desserts
preschool.
like
I'm not quite hungry
tiramisu,
now. Let
a
me think
rich
for a while.
Italian
Alarm
dish
clock
full
didn't
of
go off.
chocolate,
Come on,
cheese,
we're
and
going to
sugar.
be late.
Said it.
According to
Okay,
Japanese
okay.
health
Toast and
researchers,
And school
such
started
changes
at
in
8
eating
p.m.
habits are
Quickly,
related
I
to a
washed,
great
shaved,
increase in health
dressed,
problems
jumped in my
such as
car,
heart
and
disease,
drove to
school.
strokes,
When I
cancer,
got
and
there,
diabetes.
classes had already started.
On the other
I didn't
hand,
go to
Where are you
the
going for
changing
lunch?
global
But went
diet is
straight
having the
into my
I have no
opposite
idea.
effect
I have
on the
no
people in the
After
Czech
2 or 3
Republic.
minutes, the students
I know of a
started
restaurant.
laughing.
The
I'm sure
government
you
of
will
this
like it.
European
Why?
nation
Let's
no
go there.
longer
I looked
supports
down at
Is it a
meat
Chinese
and dairy
restaurant?
products
I had put on
financially,
one black
so
It
the
says
cost of
and
these
one brown
foods is
sugar.
going up.
Spicy food may
Stanley
improve
In
Morgan.
your
contrast,
Boulder,
fresh
Colorado.
fruits
I
and
hope so.
vegetables are becoming more widely available
Hand in
from
hand.
private markets
Dialogue
and
three.
stands.
The
Have
most
supper.
embarrassing experience I've ever
Cooks
had
are even
happened 2
serving
years ago.
salads to school
Is supper
children,
ready?
and
driven to
families
New
are
York to
eating
do some
healthier
shopping.
home-cooked
Almost
The
ready.
meals.
streets were very
Could you
crowded,
set the
and we were
table?
holding
For these
hands.
reasons,
Okay.
fewer
My
Czech
wife
men
saw
are
a dress
having
she
heart
liked in the
attacks.
store window.
We'll have
The women are
salad
losing a
to
lot
start
of
and
weight,
then the
Looking at
roast
some
and
videos
most
in the next
people
window.
are living
I'll have my
healthier
dinner well
lives.
done, please.
I reached for
By
my
the
wife's
way,
hand.
don't we have
There was a
soup
loud
tonight?
scream, and a woman
I
slapped
didn't
my
prepare
face.
it, but
Lesson
if you want,
4.
I can
The
cook
community
some.
where you
What
live.
soup would you like
I
to
had taken the
have?
hand of a complete stranger.
Let me see.
Gary Hall.
Part 1.
I'd
Paramus,
like
New
onion
Jersey.
soup, thank you.
How can I get to the post office?
A parking problem.
Lesson 3. Eat out.
My
I have a
husband
special
and I
rule
had
for
decided
travel.
to buy
Dialogue
Never
one.
carry a map.
Enter a
I've made
restaurant.
an appointment to
I
see
prefer
our
to
land
ask for
manager.
directions.
I've
Good
never
evening.
met him before.
Do you have a
Sometimes I get
reservation?
lost, but I usually have a good time.
We've got a reservation. Her
And there
name
are
is
some
Anne.
other advantages.
Let me see.
I can practice a new language,
This way,
meet
please.
new
I
people,
just
started
learn
life
new
at the
customs
And
and
would
the
you like
like.
to order now?
When another car
I learn
drives
about
into
different
it.
styles of
I
directions
was
every time I
yours.
ask,
Thank
how
you.
can I get
Opened
to the
my
post
window
office?
and shouted at the other driver.
Here are some
Dialogue
illustrations of those
And
differences.
walked away. It took me 20
Excuse
minutes
me,
to find
I'd like to
another
try some
Tourists are
Chinese
often
food.
confused in
As soon as I
Japan.
had
We serve
parked the
excellent
car,
Chinese food.
That's
I
because
Which style
most
do you
streets
prefer?
there don't have names.
I know nothing about Chinese food.
Outside
Could
big
you give me
cities,
some
people most
suggestions?
often use landmarks
It's
in their
divided into
directions.
8 big cuisines, such as
For
Cantonese
example,
food,
the Japanese
Shandong
might tell
food,
travelers
Sichuan
something like
food,
this.
etc.
Go straight down
Is
to
there
the
any
corner,
difference?
turn left at the big
Yes,
hotel with the
Cantonese
sushi bar,
food
and
is
go
lighter,
past the
while
fruit
Shandong
market.
food is
The
heavier
post
and
office
spicy.
is across from the bus stop,
How about
next to the
Sichuan?
fast food fried chicken place.
Most Sichuan dishes are spicy and hot. They taste differently.
In the United
Oh,
States,
really?
people
I like hot
might give
food.
directions
So
in
what is
different
your
ways,
recommendation
according to
for
their
me?
region or community.
I think ma-pao,
In
bean
the
curd, and
countryside
shredded
of the
meat and
American
chili sauce are
Midwest, for
quite
example,
special and
there are
delicious.
not usually many landmarks.
We have a Sichuan food dining room.
There are no
May I
mountains,
suggest
so the
you go
land
there?
is very
It's on
flat.
the 3rd floor.
There's a ghost here.
In
you
many
know.
places, there are no towns or buildings
My
for
pleasure.
miles.
Are you trying to scare me?
Instead of
No,
landmarks,
I've been coming
residents
here
of
for
the
years.
flatlands will
Exchange
tell you
food.
directions like north, south, east, and west, and
What is
distances
this? I
like
didn't
2
order
miles.
that.
In the
terribly
states of
sorry.
Kansas or Iowa,
May I have
for
your order
instance,
again? I
people
will
will
get it
say
right
things
away.
such as,
I've ordered
take this
savory
road
pork
here,
and coleslaw.
go straight north for 2
I'm
miles.
sorry.
Make
I must
a
have
right
made a
turn
mistake.
and
I'll
then
bring
go
them for you
another
at
mile
once.
in a northeast direction.
Hey, what
Keep
is
to the
this?
left around the curve.
Pardon me,
Then
miss.
merge with local
But didn't you
Route
order
12.
the chicken soup?
The ghost.
In
Oh,
most
is
cities,
that what
however,
this is?
people will name the
I've been
streets,
out
I believe so.
number of
But if
blocks,
it really bothers
even
you,
the
I'll
number of
replace it for you.
stoplights or stop signs.
No, don't replace it.
People
Give
in
me a
towns or
refund.
cities might say, go
Sorry, I'm
straight
afraid
for
we
5
can't,
blocks,
but you may order
turn
something
left
else
at Main
instead.
Street,
Go to the third
really?
stoplight and turn right. That's 6th
Okay.
Street. The post office is 2 blocks up on your left.
I hope you enjoy your dinner.
Go upstairs. Anyway, the ghost was standing
Many people around the world
At
can
MC
get street
Donald's and
directions on the
KFC.
internet.
Nothing. What did he
People
say?
in Canada, the United States, and many European countries can go to a website to get directions.
Welcome to McDonald's.
They
Can I
enter,
take your
type
order?
in a start point and an end point for their trip.
A red bean pie and one
Then they get instructions like these.
Yes, but
Would you like something to
Take
drink?
I-40, the interstate highway, 26 miles.
What did you do?
Will that be it?
Go straight
Sat up.
east.
Yes, that's all. Stared back at him.
Enter Texas.
I was too shocked to move.
Keep
Dialogue
left
2.
northwest,
KFC.
8.7 miles.
I don't know how
Turn
long
right.
we've been staring
You
at
sit
each other.
here and
When
I'll
Merge
go
onto
get the
Turner
food.
I
Turnpike.
shouted.
What to order?
At exit 5B,
I haven't
take
decided yet.
ramp right
What do you like?
towards
I didn't believe it
Oklahoma
myself
City,
at the time.
Oklahoma.
When
I'd
I
like a
told some
hamburger,
people who
They
large
print
fries,
out these
and a
directions
small
and
Pepsi.
carry the papers with them.
Okay,
Sometimes
I'll be
with
back
a
in a
map.
themselves. They could even describe him. If you ask
Can I
them,
help you?
Without a
they'll tell
computer
you.
printout, on the
want
other
2
hand,
cheeseburgers,
some
a
people
black
in Los
order of
Angeles,
fries,
California,
sleep right
may have
here.
no
Anything else?
idea of distance on the
a
map.
small Pepsi, and a milkshake.
Residents of this Pacific
Sure,
Coast area
that'll be
are
$8.
almost always in their cars,
Here it is.
so they measure
Could I have
distance
some extra
in time.
napkins?
Sure.
How far away is
Excuse
the post
I'm
office,
trying
you
to
ask?
find Rat Run Rat by
Oh,
please.
they
Dialogue
might
3.
answer,
It's the
I
lady
guess
in
it's
the
about
fast food
5 minutes from
Right.
here.
It's number 9 this week.
You
See New
say,
York cassette?
yes, but
Here
how
we are.
many
This is my
miles
favorite
away
place.
is it? Or how many kilometers or
How many
blocks?
times
New
have you
album
been
by
here?
Titanium yet?
They rarely
I've
know,
never counted.
or they
Sure,
can
we have
seldom
that.
say.
It's
I would
great.
like to
Love
sit
it.
near the
Oh,
window.
it's not for me. It's for my
Please
grandmother.
be seated. It's my
Sometimes
treat today.
people in Greece do not even
Thank
try
you.
to give directions.
It's so
In a
busy
jewelry
here.
store.
That's because
Fast
tourists
food
seldom
restaurants
understand the
are
Greek
Christmas
language.
present for my wife.
What would you like to eat?
Instead,
Okay,
a
what
Greek
kind of
person
thing
I'd
may
like to have a
motion or
steak sandwich
gesture
and a
or
medium
say,
fry.
follow
You
me.
can help me.
Want something to drink?
Then that
A
person will
bracelet.
lead you
Coke,
through the
please.
streets of
Oh,
the
Oh
city
no, a
to the
cup of
post
hot
office.
chocolate will be
Anniversary.
fine.
Maybe a ring then. These rings are made of 22
What if a person
karat
doesn't
gold.
know the
Lesson
answer
5
to your
at
question
Pizza Hut.
about the location of a
A
place?
diamond, and it's less
A
than
New Yorker might say,
$5,000.
sorry,
Order
I have no
pizza.
idea,
Well,
and walk
maybe
away
you
quickly.
could show me some earrings.
Do you have
But in
any seats
Yucatan,
available?
Mexico,
In a
not
toy
many
Yes,
residents
this way,
answer,
please.
I
Do you
don't
need any
know.
assistance, ma'am?
What's the
Thank
special
you.
today?
People in
Yes, I'm looking
Yucatan
for a toy
may
for my
believe that a
Our
quick
new
I
English
don't
pizza.
know is
How old is he?
impolite.
He'll
Then
be
give
9
me a
on
large
Saturday.
one.
They might
and an
stay
egg
and
drop
talk
What
to
about
you.
a skateboard?
No,
Okay.
And
I don't
usually
want it
they'll
for
try to
myself.
give an answer,
How about a
sometimes a
drum set?
wrong one.
I don't think so.
A tourist
Father
without a
Dialogue
good
2.
sense of direction
Buy a
can get
pizza.
very,
You have
very
anything
lost in this
educational?
southern
You see, He's a
region.
very intelligent
Welcome.
boy.
Can I help
I
you?
have the perfect thing.
Yes.
A do it
I'd
One
like a
thing will
pizza.
help you everywhere.
Today,
In
all
Japan,
the
the
pizzas are
United
on
States,
sale.
Greece, Mexico,
Great.
or any other place.
Where
What
is
size
it
would
made?
you like?
You might not understand a person's words, but you can probably
Which
understand
flavor
the
do you
body
want?
I'm
language,
Jesse
like
Carson.
facial expressions,
Welcome to
gestures,
Double
movements,
Your Cat.
and
Here
so
or
on.
to go?
First contestant tonight
He or
is
she
Dawn
will
Sikorsky.
usually turn
Wait
and
for
then
5
point
minutes or
his
so.
or
How
her
are you
finger
doing,
in a
Dawn?
particular
I'm
direction.
doing fine, Jesse.
What do you
Go
do,
in that
Dawn?
direction,
I'm a
and
librarian.
you'll find the
And were you
post
born in
office.
Lincoln?
3.
No, I
Maybe.
wasn't.
on pizza.
I was born in Omaha.
Okay. Now the first
Thanks
question
for the
is
pizza.
for
It was
$100.
delicious.
Are you
Part
ready?
2.
It's okay.
Where are Ferrari
Next
cars
time.
The
It's
made?
on
laws
me.
of
Are they
communities.
made in Spain?
Don't be silly.
Are they made in France?
I'm
Or are
serious.
they made in
Laws
Italy?
are rules
All
for
right.
people and
Next
communities.
time we can try some
Correct.
other flavors.
That's
For
great,
instance,
Dawn.
in every
Certainly.
country and
Dawn.
culture of the
Vegetarian
world,
pizza looks
there are
very good.
laws
It must
against
be very
serious
Or you can have another
offenses,
question and double
murder,
your cash.
robbery,
I really
violence
like
against
Italian food.
people, and the
Okay.
like.
This is for $200.
These laws make
When
sense.
was Martin Luther
Lesson
King
6.
Jr.
They are
murdered?
necessary for safety
in
and health,
1963,
for community order, and for good
1965,
human
or
relationships and
1964?
communities. They are probably similar all over the world.
Ella, it's been such a long week.
On the other
I'm ready to
hand,
go out and party.
many laws and rules
Hey, let's
differ
go out
from
for a night
country to
on the town.
country, from area to area, or
Have all the
even
words
from
right out
one
of my
community
mouth.
to
Let's go out
another.
and get crazy tonight.
Some common
go to the new
illustrations
club
of
on
this
West Street.
variety
This is
are
the
laws
house
about
Sure,
driving,
what do I wear?
drinking alcohol,
341
eating,
You can
wear that pretty
smoking,
red dress.
shopping,
Owners are away,
money,
but I
people's
have the
rights,
keys.
and many
When
others.
was it built? It was built in
For instance,
1936.
a legal
Dialogue two.
action in Lima,
Order
Peru
drinks.
No idea.
may be
Is
against
it
the
important?
law in
No,
Seoul,
I
Korea.
guess not.
What would you like to
that
And
drink?
an illegal
It looks
activity
new.
in an
I'd like a
Asian
Coke.
community
It
may
was
be
put on
Forget about
perfectly
the
legal
Coke. Let's
in a
drink
European
some wine,
city.
shall we?
On
Okay.
the other hand, Laws may be the same in various countries, but vary in different cities or states of the same nation.
Has it been rewired?
Dialogue 3.
Yes, it has.
Enjoy drinking at a bar.
Every country has traffic rules and signs,
Ben, I
but
remember
are they
you
the
said you love
same?
China because it has cheap beer.
In most countries, there are
Yes,
street and road
unbelievably
signs
cheap.
with
Carlsberg
information
is less
about
than $1.
location, directions,
Why do you
dangers,
drink? I mean,
cautions,
where is
and
this making
rules of
get
the
you?
road.
It's a very solid house.
It's fashionable.
These signs tell drivers
Come
and
on.
pedestrians,
You don't even
walkers,
know that blind
what to
following
do
is a
and what
sign of
not to do,
immaturity.
including speed
Mary,
and
it's not
parking
about the
limits,
blind
places
following.
to stop,
What matters
when to
is I
make
enjoy
turns,
drinking.
and other procedures.
It's like when you get off of work.
However,
You're so tired. You need to
specific
get
local
relaxed.
traffic
You
laws
can't
and
just turn on the
practices
TV and keep
usually
watching those
differ
programs
around the
until you fall
world.
asleep. You need to make
For
your
instance,
after-work time
in
more
Japan,
fun.
Indonesia, South
How?
Africa,
Like drinking?
the United Kingdom, and other
Drinking is
countries,
just part of it.
steering wheels
I mean,
are on
you
the
have a bunch
right
of friends
side of
coming by and
vehicles,
having fun,
and cars
you
and
drink
trucks
and
drive
talk,
on the left
and
side
the
of
more
the
you drink,
road.
the more you talk. It makes
In
me
other
so
countries,
relaxed.
such as the United
When
States,
did you begin to
Saudi
drink?
Arabia, Taiwan,
It's a long time
Italy,
ago.
and
When I first
Mexico,
went to a bar to pick up
steering
girls
wheels
there,
are on the
I saw
left
most
side of
beautiful girls
vehicles,
sitting in
and
suits
cars and
coats.
trucks
And I
drive
went
on
up
the
to her
right
and said,
side
"Can I
of the
buy you a
road.
drink?"
It'll be built just down the
And
street.
An illustration of a local
Then I
traffic
talked to her and
law
got her
is the
number.
regulations
You know what?
for
When
pedestrian
you don't
and
know what
school
to say, just
crossings
drink.
in some Mexican cities.
So you get drunk
Drivers
every day?
rarely respect the rules.
No,
so
I'm not
for
an
safety,
alcoholic.
people
I get
cross
drunk only
streets
on Friday.
only at stoplights, on roads with
The
little
6 o'clock
traffic,
report.
or on pedestrian-only
Lesson
bridges
7,
across
at a
wide
cafe.
avenues.
This is Rose Ann Silvernail with the 6 o'clock
Dialogue
report
1.
from WB.
Order
What
at a
about
cafe.
regulations and customs in other areas of people's lives?
Excuse me.
Great plane robber has
Some
been
communities
Yes,
have
can
a
I help
lot of
you?
rules about legal and
We are ready to
illegal
order.
individual
A cup of
activities,
coffee for
even
me.
drinking
A
and
glass of
smoking.
apple juice for her.
and he will probably
For
be
instance,
sent
Yes.
here to
in
How would
most
you like your
places in the
coffee?
United
In
States,
1992,
no
Just
one
black
under
coffee.
21
Do you
can
serve
buy
anything
or
else
drink
besides
alcohol
drinks?
legally,
Say,
even
cake?
beer or wine.
We also serve sandwiches
In some
and
communities,
cakes.
it's illegal to drink a can of
2
beer on a
pieces of
public
cake.
street.
He has been seen in 10 different
It's also
countries.
against the law to have an open alcohol
Dialogue 2.
container in a
Another
car.
tribe in the
Refill.
music world. Jerry
Similarly,
Henderson, the lead
smoking is
guitarist
no
Waitress.
longer legal in public
Yes,
places,
sir. How can I
such
help
as
you?
workplaces, restaurants,
Please clean up the
airports,
table.
and on airline flights
Okay,
within the
and anything
United
else I can
States.
do for you?
University Hospital,
In
I'd
Japan
like a
and other
refill,
countries,
please.
there is a legal age
Sure.
for smoking.
which had been found in his
Is
room,
it free of
were
charge?
In
taken away
some
by
Muslim
police.
countries, all
Absolutely.
smoking is against
Painting
religious
Iris
law.
Morning by Penoir was
On the
stolen
other
last night
hand,
from
Dialogue 3.
Baltimore
many
Museum
people
of Art.
around the
Flavor of
world
coffee.
drink and smoke,
Which is worth over
including
$5
more and more
million,
teenagers and young
want, Lucy?
people.
in 1993.
A cup of
Customs and
coffee and an
habits do
apple
not
pie.
always
How
go
about you?
along with health or safety
I don't want
regulations
coffee.
or
I'd like
laws.
some orange juice.
All vans and trucks
Why
are
don't you
being
drink
searched.
coffee?
A
In the
reward of
beginning,
I don't
most
like
local
coffee.
laws have a clear purpose or reason.
It does taste
Even
weird.
so,
And finally,
after many
Jumbo
years,
people
these
think so.
same regulations can seem very strange or unusual.
Jumbo
Part
was
3.
tasting
Here are some
Places to live.
examples of old rules about personal relationships.
Lesson 1.
In the
Stay at the
backcountry of
hotel.
New Zealand, a man with many sisters can have the
Dialogue
same
1.
number of
At the
wives.
reception desk.
How is this custom legal?
Hi, can
The
I help
man
you?
can give one sister
Yes,
to each of
we
his
have
wives'
reservations.
families.
What's your name, sir?
In some Indian communities,
Jack
it is
Gates.
illegal for a young man and
Yes,
woman,
sir. We have
married
your
or not,
reservation.
to
Could
hold
you fill out
hands
these
in a
forms,
bus
please?
or train station.
The Sunday
The
If they
reservation was
do,
for a
they have
double
to pay
for
an
3 nights,
expensive
wasn't it?
fine.
Yes,
The
sir,
law
that's
in some
correct.
Chinese towns doesn't allow
How
a
will you
man
pay
to
your
give a
bill?
woman a
Cash
chicken
or
leg
credit
during a
card?
meal. He can give her other
Credit
chicken
card.
parts, but not a
Thank you,
leg.
sir. You'll be staying in
And
room
in
1910.
Worland, Wyoming,
Here are your
a state in the United
The bellhop
States,
will take your luggage upstairs.
no married man may
Have
go
a nice day,
camping
sir.
alone or with his friends.
Thanks.
He has to take along his wife. These
Dialogue
old
2.
laws are
Check
probably still in effect, but not many people
I'd like a
follow
double
them.
room.
Do you have a reservation?
Yes, I called you last week from New York.
Lesson
My name is
5.
George
Home
Lee.
and family.
Wait a second, please.
Part 1.
Yes, Mr. Lee, we have
A short
room reserved
history
for
of the changing family.
How long do you plan to stay?
Probably 2
Past
days.
definitions
My wife will join
of
me
family.
tomorrow. Then we'll decide when to leave for Seattle.
Like the community, the family is a social institution.
Yes, by
Long
the way,
ago,
does my room
human
come with a
beings
private
lived
bath?
in loosely related groups.
Certainly, every room in this hotel has
Each
a private
group
bath.
had a common ancestor,
Does my
a
room
family
have
member
twin
from the
beds
distant
or a
past.
double? I prefer a
For
room
over
with
a
twin
millennium,
beds.
1,000 years,
Your room
there have
has
been
twin
two
beds.
main
That's your
types
room.
of families
It also
in the
has a
world,
view.
the
I'm sure
extended
you'll
form
like it.
and the
This is
nuclear
your key.
form.
It's on the 8th floor,
The
room
extended
801.
family may
The
include
elevator is over
grandparents,
there.
parents, and children,
Thank you.
and sometimes
One
aunts,
more thing.
uncles, and
Where is
cousins.
your restaurant?
In other words,
restaurant is on the
relatives
second floor.
living in the
We
same
also have a
house or
cafeteria
close
on the top
together on the
floor.
same street
If
or
you
in
would
the
like
same
something to
area.
drink, you can either call room service
In
or
contrast,
come down here.
the nuclear family consists
The bar
of
is
only
right behind the
parents
lobby.
and their biological,
Thank you.
related
You're
by
very
blood,
kind.
or adopted children.
You're welcome.
Because of the industrialization in the 19th century, the
Dialogue
nuclear
3.
family became
Check
the
out.
most common family structure.
But Elvis regularly
Can I
sang
help you,
at
sir?
church services.
Kinds of families
I'm
today.
checking out.
1948, when he was 13,
Can I have your key and room number?
Today, there are many different kinds of
1490.
families around the globe.
Here's my key.
Some people
Here's
live
your
in
bill, sir.
traditional
Could you
families.
please check it?
That is to say, a stay-at-home
It's
mother,
all right.
a
Please charge
working
it to my credit
father,
card.
and their own biological children.
And recorded 2 songs.
Others
Here you
live
are,
in
sir.
two
You're all
paycheck
set.
families.
I hope you
That
enjoyed
is,
your stay.
both parents
And the
work
next time you're
outside
in
the
town,
home.
you will stay with us again.
There are many
I
single-parent
will.
families.
That's all
In
right.
other
Where can
words,
I leave my
only
luggage?
a mother
I
or
really
a
want to
father
leave after
lives
lunch.
with the children.
20,000 copies were
The bell
sold.
captain will
Still
put it in the
others have
storage
adoptive
room.
or
When you're
foster
ready to
families.
leave, you can claim your
That
luggage
is,
again.
adults take care of children
Thanks
not
very much.
biologically theirs,
Goodbye.
or
He met
blended
Colonel Tom
families.
Parker,
In
who
other
became
words,
his manager.
divorced or widowed men
Lesson
and
two.
women
Elvis
marry
Presley
again
moved to
and live with the
RCA
children from their previous
Elvis
or
immediately
earlier
bought a
marriages.
Dialogue
Cadillac for his
See the
mother.
apartment.
Some kids have
In
step-parents,
January
that is,
1956,
mothers or
I've been
fathers
told you might
related
have
to
a
them by
big
marriage
hotel.
instead of biology.
And a
Yes,
million
I have a
copies
spare
were
room.
sold.
In other families, some
Would it be
youngsters
okay
under
to
the
look at
age
your
of
room now?
18
He
have
made
to take care of
another
kids,
14 records.
either their own
And
or
they
their
were
younger
all
siblings,
big hits.
brothers
in
and
the middle of
sisters.
dinner.
In 1956,
In
he
different
also
countries
made
around
his
the
first
world,
movie
This
in
there are
apartment
also
looks nice.
same-sex
September.
partnerships, with
Yes,
or without
close to
children,
March
childless
1958.
marriages,
Elvis
unmarried
had to
live-in
How much is the
relationships, communal
When his
living
hair was
groups,
cut,
and
the
so
thousands
on.
of women
$2,000 a
cried.
month.
He spent the next
This apartment
2 years
is
in
nice,
Germany,
but I'd like to
The
find
early
a nice
20th
Priscilla
century.
Ballou, who became his wife 8 years later in 1966.
What caused the
Dialogue
structure
2.
of the family to
Rent an
change?
In
apartment.
1960, he left the
Here is an
army and
example
went to
from the
Hollywood,
Western
where
world.
he made
I'm calling
several
about the
movies
apartment
during
In
you
the
his
early
first few years.
1900s in the United
Yes.
States,
Critics
the
What kind of
divorce rate,
apartment are you
that is,
interested
the
in?
percent of legal endings compared to the
interested in
number
a
of
one-bedroom.
marriages, began to
Do you have
rise.
any available?
And the birth
Many
rate,
people
that
have
is,
become
the
jealous
number
of
of
Elvis.
births
I have
per
one.
100
He
or
hadn't
1,000
performed
people
live since
began to
1960.
decline.
Sometime around
In
then.
other words,
Then he recorded
couples
Tell me
stayed
about this
married for
apartment.
fewer
From Elvis in
years,
Memphis.
and they
Well,
had fewer
And it's even
children.
a TV
Bedroom
special.
apartment.
Women
Well,
often
rent
chose to get an
$50
education and
Went to
take
Los
jobs
Angeles,
outside the
where he
home.
was paid
$750,000
Decades, 10-year
Gas
periods
and water
later,
is
the
included.
same
In
things began to
1960,
occur in
stove or
other
gas.
industrialized countries,
And they were
and
divorced
then
in October
developing countries of the world as
You'll
well.
be assigned a
The
sheltered
next few
parking
years were
space
spent
at
doing
no extra
concert
charge.
tours.
And
The 1930s and 1940s.
Sounds good. May I come over tomorrow to take a look?
The decades of the 1930s and 1940s were difficult years in both industrialized
10
and
a.m.?
developing countries.
good. May I
Many
have your
families
name,
faced
please?
serious financial
My name
problems
is Blanca.
because the heads of households lost their
Thanks for calling,
jobs.
Blanca.
He has become a
I'll see you tomorrow.
legendary
During
figure.
World War II,
And every year
1939
there are
to
rumors
1945,
that he is still alive.
millions of
Dialogue
women
3.
had to
In
take
Talk
care
about
of their
movie.
homes and their children
Elvis was
alone.
the first rock musician to be
Because so
featured
many
on the
men
out
were
yet?
at war, thousands of these
Yes, he
war
moved out
widows,
last weekend.
that is to say,
He's now
women
living
whose
in a very
husbands
nice,
were away
quiet
at war,
neighborhood.
had to go to work
I
outside the
wonder if
home.
he's paying more for rent now.
Most women worked long
I don't have
hours
the
at hard
faintest idea.
jobs.
Even so,
There weren't
it's
many
still worth
perfect
it, isn't
families.
it? You're right.
They
I
had
think
problems.
he's probably very glad
Andy.
to leave that noisy apartment.
I have $6,000.
Yes, he
After
is.
World
I
War
know
II.
that for sure.
If I like it, I'll buy it.
During the next decade,
Barbara,
the situation
Lesson
changed
3.
in many
House
places.
facilities.
But I don't have enough
There
money.
were fewer divorces,
If I had enough
and people
money,
married at a
Dialogue
younger age
Dripping
and had
faucet.
more children than in the previous
Chris.
generation.
Gosh, the
Men
water
made enough
faucet is
money to
dripping
support
badly
the
again.
family, so a mother seldom worked outside the home when her children were small.
I know. I've got to get it fixed
Children
as soon
began
as
living at
possible.
home longer, that is,
Don't you wanna
until
get
an
it fixed
older
now?
age, usually after
wish
high
I
school
could,
or even
But I've
college.
got to go now. I have an appointment.
The traditional family was returning in the United
Well,
States,
if you
it
need anything,
seemed,
just let
as
me
in
know.
many
I
other
have the
countries.
Oh, by the
I'll apply
way,
for
could
it.
you give me a ride? My car is still in the garage.
The end of the 20th century.
You sure have bad luck
I know
these
a lot
days.
about cars. I have a current
In the
driver's
years
license
between
and enough
1960 or
money.
so and the end of the 20th century, however, there were many new changes in the structure of the family
what's wrong
around the
with the
globe.
drain?
From the
It's clogged and the water
1960s to the
won't go down.
1990s, the divorce
Let me
rate in
take
the
a look.
Western world
You know
greatly
why?
increased,
It's clogged with
and the
hair.
birth rate
No wonder
fell
the
by
water
half.
won't go down.
I am a native speaker of
The
English.
number
I
of
guess people who lived
single-parent
here before
families
didn't clean the
rose,
bathtub.
and the number of couples living together
darn
without
right.
marriage went up even more.
What should I do now?
At the
Don't
end
worry,
of the
I got some
20th
acid
and
here.
beginning of the
It'll help
21st
dissolve the hair
centuries,
down there.
young adults of some economic
it
classes
stinks.
started staying with their parents
Now you know you
longer,
have to clean your
marrying
bathtub
later,
every time
and
you
having
use it.
kids at an older age,
Darlene.
if at all.
I'm 19 and I'm interested in the job.
Dialogue 3.
I'll get
The
more
family of
information
the
in a
future.
call. If the salary's good, I'll apply.
James?
Many people today would like the traditional two-parent family
please
back.
come over here?
That is to say, they want a man and a woman to marry for life. They also think the man should support the family and the woman should stay home with the
Yes.
children.
There is
However,
nothing wrong with the
few
bulb.
families now fall into
Maybe
this
I've got to buy a
category.
new
Yeah,
one.
I didn't have much for
In
breakfast.
fact, if more women decide to have children on their
I'll have a
own,
big gray.
the
Temperature
single-parent
for me.
household may become more typical
You've been
than
here
the
before.
traditional
What are those
family in
for?
many countries.
A hot room.
I'm getting one.
Okay.
Also, unmarried
strawberry
couples may
shake.
decide
Nasty
to have
date,
more
isn't it?
children,
No, that's all.
or they might
Yes,
take
it's
in
like a
foster
stove
children
here. I
or
can't
adopt.
breathe.
One big gray.
And
It is
because
reported
people
that
are
it will
staying
rain
single
tomorrow,
and
and the
living
temperature
longer,
will jump
often as
down.
widows,
Or regular?
there may be more
Really?
one-person
Yes.
households in the
But
future.
what shall we do now?
That's
I
all.
can't stand
On the
the
other
heat
hand,
anymore.
some people believe
Let's
similar
go get an air
events happen
conditioner.
again and again in history.
Oh, okay.
I can't
But do we have
decide.
enough
If this
money?
is true,
I have the special
people may
and I
go
buy a
back
cheap
to the
one.
I had it
traditional
last time I was
extended
here.
or
It
nuclear
was
family
great.
of the past.
No,
Dialogue 2.
It's got ham
Others
on
think
it.
the
Conditioner
only
problem.
certainty in
ham.
history is change.
I'll just have the plain
In other
pizza.
words,
Don't you have air
the
conditioning
structure of the
in your
future
apartment?
family
It's
could
sweltering
begin to
here.
change faster
Alright.
and
Well,
faster,
there's air
and in
conditioning.
more and more
Did you
ways.
see that
Yes,
window
not
air conditioner
very.
there?
Then I
The
wouldn't
problem
have a
is that the
large
window
one if
unit
I were
isn't
you.
powerful
They're
enough.
enormous.
I guess
What
not.
about an appetizer?
Part 2.
Okay.
Well,
Let's have
I'm
another
going to
look
move
at the
out
menu.
anyway. The new
Time
apartment
with
has
the
central air
family,
conditioning.
past
Hi, I'm Adam,
and
and I'm your
present.
waiter
You
today.
should have moved
Are you
out
ready to order yet?
long
Yes,
ago.
please.
The
We'd like
sun
a
was
Well, I had to
rising.
wait until the
And a
lease
piece of
expired.
pie
A woman got up
Would you like
from
a
a
regular
straw
or large
mat on the
So how
floor
can you stand
of her
the heat,
simple
please?
two-room
Anything
family
to swallow?
cottage.
Yes.
I opened the windows
soup
and
Her
and a
husband
house
and
and
their
I've
4
got an
children were
electric
still
fan here.
asleep
Just
on
a
the
couple of
mat.
helps
minutes.
a little.
There were 5 other children.
What time is it,
The
Roy?
couple gave 2 of them to a
Dialogue
family
We
with
don't have
too
much
few
time.
workers.
Where do you
The
wanna
other
eat?
3 died
Pizza
long
Palace?
ago.
McGregor's?
Geez,
Pizza would
your
be
room is
okay.
The
like a
woman
nice
pushed
box.
aside the family goats.
No, it's
I
not.
don't really
It's
feel
just
like a burger.
comfortable.
When she started the fire
we
for
just grab a
cooking,
Yeah, if you're
the
a
man
penguin,
and the
Okay.
children
just
got
look
up.
at me.
Just around the corner.
Even my goosebumps
While the
have
daughter
stripes.
helped with the housework, the
Get outta
sons went
here. I
outside to
think you're
work in the fields
exaggerating.
with their father.
One tuna
No,
sandwich
I'm
and
They
one
not.
could see a
Where's the
castle
thermostat?
not far away.
Whole wheat, rye
By
bread,
the door,
The
on the
family
wall.
lived under the protection of the
No wonder
master
I'm
of the
cold.
castle.
This
One
thing
coffee,
is set at
one hot
65
tea.
They
degrees.
weren't his
Is that everything?
slaves,
Yeah,
servants,
Like I said,
but they
perfect.
paid him taxes.
If you live in Alaska,
There was no schooling,
By the way,
so they
where's the
couldn't
shovel?
read or write or get jobs
why do
in
you need
cities.
a shovel?
On tonight's edition of Miss
During
So I
the
can dig us
long
out
workday,
when it
they
starts
took
snowing
breaks
here.
only for meals.
Oil was first
Occasionally,
discovered in the Gulf of
they went to the
Mexico in
village
1930s.
center where they
Air conditioning.
laughed
Then more
and
oil has
talked
been
and
found
played
off the coast
games.
of Florida, Alabama,
Dialogue
At
three.
night, people
Smoke
of
in
the
the kitchen.
community got together
More
around
money is
big
being brought
fires.
into the state of
Are you you cooking in
They
the
told
kitchen, Mom?
stories about the past.
Yes, what's the matter?
Most families
smoky
used to live
everywhere.
this way in
Did you
England
turn the
over
stove fan on?
800 years ago.
No, I forgot that. Could you please open all the windows?
In the
All
first
right.
half of the 20th century, the Japanese family was much more traditional than the typical American family. Young people didn't
Why
even
do you
used to
wear
date.
masks?
In other words,
Yeah,
they
it's too
didn't go
dirty,
out together
especially
as
in the
couples.
streets.
We don't have enough.
I have the same
Instead,
feeling.
they had arranged
Every day when I
marriages.
wash my face, I find the
Their
water
parents
not
chose their husband or wife.
But I don't like wearing a mask, and it's
Maybe
not
the couple
effective
fell
way
in
to
love
solve the
after they
problem.
got married, and maybe
I
they
know,
didn't.
But what can we do? We have to
Either
live
way,
by bite.
the wife had children and stayed home with them, while the husband supported the family financially.
Ventilate the room.
Often the husband and wife and their children lived in an extended family situation, 3 generations in one crowded house.
They'd spend more.
You've got to be
Today,
kidding me.
life in Japan is similar to that of many other industrialized countries, in that many women work outside the home, and young people choose their own mates.
Well, can we at least open a window and get some ventilation in here?
With jobs aren't making enough money.
In the past, and in part today,
I will.
much of Saudi culture has been different from Western culture.
I'd encourage farmers
Lesson 6.
Under
Apartment
Islam,
management
women
service.
should behave modestly in public, where they are often
Dialogue.
separated from men.
A
Everybody
complaint.
would benefit, wouldn't they?
Women play an
There's
important
one thing
role
that
in the
makes me
home
Are you the
and
manager
are
of
generally
apartment
expected to
management
focus
service?
on the family.
Federal
Yes,
government
I
would
am.
spend it
Can I
on
help?
In the
tanks and
1960s,
I'm
the
here to see you
government
on
began
behalf
a
of the
national
dwellers in the
education
apartments.
program for
The heating
girls.
system in
And
the
soon
apartment
after
doesn't
that,
work yet.
education
Last time
was
you promised
available
you would
to
fix it
all
in 2 days,
females.
but 2 weeks have passed.
Today,
You're freezing.
there are many more interesting
I'm sorry
job
for that.
opportunities
This
for
time,
women.
I assure you,
Their
we'll fix
salaries.
it before Christmas.
If we had more police
What?
officers,
That's another
we'd
week
all
to
feel
go.
A
safer.
few years
And
ago,
I'd
a
increase the
sad thing
benefits for
happened.
senior citizens.
A young
Dialogue.
American woman
Call the
left her
apartment
family
manager.
for career reasons.
reasonable
She
standard of
moved
living.
far away.
Hello, this is the apartment
For
management.
this reason, a 36-year-old divorced father
Yes,
has
this is
custody
the tenant
of his
of
2
apartment
children,
10.
11
I guess my
and 8
kitchen
years
sink is
old.
clogging up again, and so
He
is the
works
bathtub.
long hours as a waiter,
All
including
right, I'll send
weekends.
someone over tomorrow.
On his days off from work,
I'd
he
really
goes to
appreciate
a
it if
local
you'd send
community
someone over to
college.
fix it today. It's a really
He's
a bother.
studying to improve
I
his
can't
job
cook or
skills
take a shower.
so he can make more money for his family.
Fine, I'll be up in a few minutes.
At night, he does his
Thanks, I
homework at the
appreciate it.
same table as the children.
Nothing's happened for years. I'm
But who
bored.
takes care of the kids in the
Dialogue
evenings
3.
when their father
That
is
apartment
working or
manager.
going to school?
What's that, Mr. Sudo?
His
It looks like a
extended
crinkle on
family,
Why is there no water
his
coming
mother,
out when you
other
turn on the
relatives,
faucet?
and his
The
new
crinkle on
That
girlfriend
in a single
help
drop.
out as much
Ma,
as they
is that-
can.
Well, it's
What are
just
we
drip,
going to
drip,
do,
drip.
Mr.
He thinks his
But that's not
girlfriend,
water.
who is from Mexico, his
I
home
don't know.
country,
Since
is
yesterday
good for
morning,
his
the water
family.
pressure has dropped to a little more
He
than a
doesn't
drip.
want to date Anglos
Did you call
or
the apartment
anglicized
management
women
Pictures from the planet
because he
surface
thinks
have
Yeah,
they
I
value
called
their
and they said they'd send
independence
someone
over
Preparing an
motherhood.
attack, Captain.
How long ago
Well,
did
He
you do
wants
that?
a
Has
wife
to be
with
done.
traditional
It was
religious
36 hours
values
ago.
like his mother.
God,
That's
with me.
outrageous. I just don't understand why they're not on top of this.
You shouldn't go, Captain. You might be killed.
Lesson 6. World Cultures. Part 4. Asking for directions.
Part 1.
Lesson 1. Ask the way.
Cross-cultural
But
conversation.
where are the people? This doesn't look
Dialogue
like
1.
the same place.
Find the
You
way
want
on
to talk
the map.
about culture? Alan began the conversation in a proud voice.
Could you tell me where
The United States is only a few hundred years old.
Let me see. Here it is.
Americans don't really have any
Tell me
culture.
how to get there?
I mean,
I'm
Americans
afraid
are
I can't,
interesting,
because
but
I'm
they
a
have
stranger
zero
here.
culture.
Oh, thanks all the
He
time.
made the sign for nothing with
Not
his
at
hand.
all. You can ask the policeman over
I
there.
agree with you, said Werner.
To be entertained.
He was pointing at Alan with his finger.
Dialogue 2. Location.
Old Europe of the last 1,000 years. Now that's where the great
Do you
culture
know where the
was.
subway station is?
The age of
I'm
architecture,
afraid it's a little
the
far from
magnificent
here.
historical
Reports. It doesn't
cathedrals
matter.
and castles are
All right,
beautiful.
go straight along the street.
It's
for 3
essential to
blocks.
see the works of
And you'll come to
world-famous
Future
painters
Grove.
and
There is a
sculptors from
bookshop
previous
at the corner.
centuries in our excellent
I see.
museums.
was sent to interview them.
Then turn
And
left.
everyone
walk
should
about 50
experience our
meters, and you'll
classical
find
literature and music
Is
in
it
the
the
best
nearest subway
theaters and
station?
concert halls.
Del Castillo.
it. Yes, and it's the
Excuse
only
me
one
for
around
interrupting,
here.
Alan.
The United
Werner
Nations.
apologized.
Thanks a lot.
But I just gave a
You're
perfect
welcome.
example of a long and significant cultural history.
Dialogue 3.
Camille
Ask
spoke
the
up.
way.
I'm happy to be in
You
Los
know,
Angeles.
we don't call a short
I'm
millennium a
sorry,
cultural
this is
history.
I'm sorry to bug you.
I'll be here for
The
a
Do you know
real
where the
beginning
Royal
of
Hotel
culture,
is?
I mean,
going to
significant
meet the governor.
civilization,
Just
was
a
in the
minute.
Middle
I'm as
East and
busy as a
Africa
bee right
over
now.
5,000 years ago.
Lynn's
Okay,
report.
He
I'm
continued,
done. What
waving
can I do
both
for you?
hands in the air.
Christina Del Castillo
Well, I seem to
visited
be a
Ancient
little bit
communities
lost
not
here.
only knew how to
I'm worried
create
that I'll never
magnificent
find my way.
architecture and art,
What's worse,
they
I
also
forgot my
made
glasses,
amazing
and I'm as
scientific
blind
and
as a bat.
archaeological discoveries.
Well, keep your chin up.
They invented things.
Had a lot of appointments.
Where are you going?
For instance, they figured out how to write and do mathematics.
Do you know where that is?
They studied astronomy, the science of the skies, the sun, and the planets.
You turn left at the first
They invented the calendar.
Walk along that road.
They even had medicine.
After that, you
the
make a
ancient
left-hand
religions
turn
came
at the
from
first
that
traffic
area
light.
too.
The Royal Hotel is on the
Their
right
achievements made world civilization
Are there
possible.
any landmarks nearby?
Those were the civilizations that gave humanity the most meaningful cultural legacy.
It's as plain as the hump on a camel.
May agreed with Camille.
Oh, that's good.
In
I
a
should be able
soft
to
but
find it
knowing
pretty
voice,
easily.
she added,
Is it far from here?
but the really important science and technology began to develop in Asia and the Americas.
A 30-minute uphill walk.
While the ancient Chinese were building walled cities, they organized the first
that will take too
governments.
long, and I'm kind of in a hurry.
They invented tools
Can I
for
take a
work
bus?
and weapons for protection.
Well, you could take a
And
bus
the
there.
native peoples of
But
the
you would have to
Americas had
transfer
very,
buses
very
twice.
old civilizations and
Taxi would probably be
societies.
a lot quicker.
That was
All right.
ancient
I guess
traditional
I'll take a
culture.
taxi then. How long
Ancient
will it
culture?
take by taxi?
That's a contradiction in definitions.
It should take about 10
Grinning,
minutes by
Karen
taxi.
objected in an enthusiastic,
Cool.
friendly way.
You're welcome.
She gave a contrasting opinion. It's impossible for
Lesson
culture
2.
to be
Take a
old
bus.
or traditional, she
Oral
argued.
exams.
The opposite is
Dialogue
true.
1.
Culture
Wait
isn't
for the
dead,
bus.
it's alive.
Yes, I
Culture is
have.
modern, culture is now.
Excuse me.
Well, yes, it
I've
was
been waiting here
Kenji
for
was
15
starting to
minutes.
fall asleep,
Do you know
but
how
suddenly
often
he was
numbers
fully
run?
awake.
Tell me.
Oh, it runs
I
every 20
agree,
minutes.
he said,
You must have
interrupting
missed it.
Karen
I came
enthusiastically.
It should be here any minute now.
You tell them,
It seems
said
like I got
Karen,
here at a good time.
appreciating the
Then she
support
asked
you
for
have a
her
bus
point of
schedule?
view.
And how long I'd been
Yes,
studying
I
For
do.
emphasis,
Institute.
she
I work
nodded
for the transport
vigorously.
department. To get yourself a bus schedule.
Culture
And
is
a bus route map.
worldwide, it's universal.
I see. Thank you.
Kenji went on in his clear speaking style. He had a
Dialogue
wide
2.
smile on his
Ask about
face.
the route.
Anything else?
I mean, like, take today's food culture.
Is this the bus to the
With our
museum?
global fast food, I have to
afraid
say,
not.
everyone eats the
Do you know
same.
which bus can reach there?
And because of the worldwide
direct
media,
bus.
movies, TV,
Well, how can I
CDs,
get
compact
there?
discs, the internet,
get on number
everybody
23
knows the
bus
same
first.
information,
Then
plays
you
the
should get
same
off at the
music,
zoo and
enjoys
transfer
the
to
same
number
stories,
567
even the jokes.
there. You will get to the museum
And
by
I
that
mean,
bus.
it's like people everywhere
Oh,
want
I
to buy
see.
the
Thank
same
you very much.
clothes, all because of advertising.
What you said.
A beautiful young couple in
Dialogue 3.
jeans and bright
On the
Hawaiian
bus.
shirts anywhere in the world, eating hamburgers and French fries
How
with
much
their
is the
friends
fare to
from
the
many
Great Wall?
countries.
10 yuan.
Finally, we have
How
a
many
global
stops
culture,
before I get
and
there?
tradition has nothing to
Well,
do with
stops.
it.
How long will it take?
Nadia, however, was of another
There's no
opinion.
traffic jam. It takes around
You
40
want to call
minutes.
modern movies,
Thank
music,
you very
food,
much.
and clothes culture?
Not at all.
She said sweetly but convincingly. Those things don't
Lesson
describe
3. Take a
culture.
subway.
Culture isn't about the sameness of
Dialogue
people in
1.
communities
Buy a
around the
subway
world.
ticket.
It's about their differences. Like,
Can I have
it's
10
important
tokens?
for people to greet
And
one
also,
another in
can I get a
various
free subway
ways.
map?
And they
Two months
need to
later,
use
you were
different
Here's
titles
a
and
pack of
follow
10
a variety of
tokens.
social rules in their
$12.50.
relationships.
And this is your subway map.
Some societies are
Thank
formal,
you.
while others are
We are going to East
informal or
Village.
casual.
Which train should we take?
Some groups are
Take the number
friendly,
8
and
train and get
others
off
aren't.
at Astor Place.
And another
Thanks a lot.
example is the diverse use of language. Is it direct or indirect?
Dialogue 2. At the
How
subway
do
station.
communication styles include motions, gestures,
line shall I
facial
take to
expressions, and other body language?
I'm afraid there is no
And
direct train.
customs are
You better
so
take line 8
interesting.
first.
But the hotel was nice.
They're
Then-
what people of different national
Transfer to line
groups
2.
do in their
Grand
everyday
Hotel
lives
Station.
and on special occasions
Where's
like
the
holidays or
nearest subway
celebrations.
entrance?
Construction workers were working all night.
Culture
Just go down
means
the street
cultural
and follow the
diversity.
sign. You won't miss it.
What makes life amusing?
Restaurant. They served
It's the
canned tuna
variety of
Dialogue
cultures
3.
around the
Tuna and
world.
Willing to take the
It's
subway.
contradictions
Tuna
and
spaghetti.
opposites.
Oh, no. You said that the hotel was
I just
Yeah,
don't
maybe
understand why we
so,
have to take the
contributed
subway.
Alan
It's
as politely as
it's modern
possible.
enough,
Sure, but there was
but it's
one
far from
problem.
On
lively.
the other
Oil
hand,
refinery
he
between
started
the
to
hotel and the
say,
Convenient.
beach, and
that
People in New
does
York
make
go
some
everywhere with
sense,
subway.
interrupted
If they don't
Werner,
drive.
beginning to smile. As long
This
as you
isn't New
don't
York,
forget
Frida.
the
We're in
arts,
San Francisco.
architecture, painting,
We want
literature,
difference.
music,
We haven't come here on business,
If you
but for
also
pleasure.
include
We should go
ancient
outside
civilizations and
What
traditions,
can you see in a
added Camille
subway?
with a
Nothing.
pleasant expression on his face,
What can you see from a tram or a
he didn't
double-decker?
like to contradict Nadia
I
or
can see
any of
people
his
who are
female
walking on the
friends.
sidewalk. I can see cars
Well,
driving on
we
the
can certainly
streets.
have
I
opposing
can see the sun
viewpoints,
shining
concluded Karen.
and beautiful flowers dancing in the wind.
And yet we
I can
still
even smell
enjoy
the scent of
exchanging
flowers and the
ideas.
freshness of the air.
almost here.
Everyone was
They're not as
smiling,
convenient as
and they
supper.
wanted to talk a lot
You
more.
missed the point. We're not in any hurry to go anywhere.
Can't you do it yourself?
Well, maybe you're right.
Part
We'll get
2.
more views in the tram or double-decker than all these
Clues
like
to world cultures.
I'm so glad that you can finally see things my way.
An
Can we leave
Irish
this dull
woman was
place now?
visiting tourist places in a
What about
Latin
the
American
tickets?
city
I've already bought
when
them.
she got a terrible headache.
Just throw them away.
She knew what medicine she needed, so she went to a local pharmacy.
Lesson 4. Take a
The
taxi.
pharmacist was waiting on another customer when she came in.
Dialogue 1.
The Irish
Offer a
woman
taxi.
patiently waited her
And at the same
turn.
time, I want to have this
While
dress
she was
shortened.
standing
give me a
there,
taxi.
2 other customers came in, then another, and then 3 more.
And where do you want to go?
Each time, the
My
pharmacist
room
turned his
number is
attention to the new
3028.
people.
Can I make an appointment to see the
And I
He
will
optometrist?
did
go to
not
Sam's
greet
Club.
the Irish woman.
Next Friday
He
be
never
okay?
said,
Yes, sir.
"I'll be with
The
you in
number
a
of
minute."
your
Have an
taxi
earlier
is
appointment?
After about
NY
20 minutes, the woman
Well,
couldn't
that'll be
stand
okay,
the
then.
pain in
How
her
long
head
will I
any
have to
My
wait?
longer.
eyes tested. I think I need
I'm
new
afraid
glasses.
you're very busy.
I've been here a
Bye.
Maybe
long
about 10 minutes.
time,
Oh, be
she
careful.
said loudly,
That isn't the door.
very
It's a
annoyed and
window.
insulted.
What? Oh, yes.
Dialogue
Why is
2.
everyone
Take
ignoring
short
me?
cut.
Problem?
I need service too,
Where are
she
you going?
shouted rudely,
I'm
impolitely.
taking a shortcut.
But I don't
Picture
usually
1.
take this way.
A Middle
much
Eastern
faster.
businessman and his brother
I doubt it.
invited
While
an
she was
American guest
shopping,
to their
Trust
family
me,
home
I
for
know
dinner.
this area very well.
David was with
The
his
American got
3-year-old
there
Is it
on
going to
time
cost
and
more?
enjoyed the interesting conversation,
Actually,
the
picture
tea,
2.
and the attention.
While they were
But
talking,
as time
Joshua
passed,
got bored.
he got
Dialogue 3.
very, very
Take a
hungry.
taxi.
Playing with some jars of coffee.
Finally,
He took
he
a jar from
politely
the shelf.
whispered to his
Taxi.
host,
Very heavy.
"Excuse me,
Get on, please.
but
Put the jar
are we
into
Where do you
going
wanna
to
go?
eat dinner?"
She didn't
Thank you.
notice.
Please hurry, I'm late. Can I get
"Of
to the battery
course,"
park before
answered his
4?
host.
As Michelle was leaving
All
the
right,
We
Matt.
usually
I think
serve
we'll
the
get there.
evening meal
If there are
around
no
9
delays along the
o'clock.
way.
She took
And when
the
we
jar
have
of coffee
guests,
from
exactly
we
do you
enjoy the
figure out
long
the car
conversation
fare?
before dinner.
Picture
According to
4.
the kilometer
At the dinner
rate,
table,
the first
everything
5
was
kilometers
delicious,
are $4,
and the hungry
and every
American
kilometer
guest
extra
ate
costs
quickly.
you
trouble with
50 cents.
shoplifters recently.
He emptied his plate,
Oh, I
and his
see.
host put more food on it.
Call the police.
Oh no!
As
Here we
soon
are,
as he
miss.
cleaned his plate a second time,
Thank you.
the host
How
gave
much
him
do I
more.
owe you?
Talking to my neighbor. His name's
After
David.
You owe me
several
$19.
plates of food, he could
Anyway,
eat
his
no
little
more.
boy
That's
Joshua was with
$20.
him.
Keep the change.
He was going to
Josh was playing
burst.
with some jars
Thank
of
you.
coffee.
Please,
He was bored, I
please,
guess.
please,
David asked him
don't
what
give
he
me
was doing.
any more
Lesson
food,
5.
he begged
Take a
them.
train.
I left them and I did the rest
I
of my
finished the
shopping.
food on this
I paid for
plate,
my
Dialogue
but I
one.
can't eat
Buy a train
another
ticket.
bite.
The store detective stopped me there.
Even
That's
then,
it.
his host
Josh
He wants to take a
insisted.
train to New York.
I'm
The
sure
guest
that's
Regular
accepted
or
a little
express?
more
I'm
sorry,
and
I
ate
really
it
don't
with
believe-
How much
difficulty.
time would we save if we took the express?
Finally, the supper
The
dishes
cashier
were
About 1
removed.
hour.
Here.
The next express
just-
train
There was more
arrives in New York at
conversation
3:50.
with more
He said that
tea
he
and
put a
coffee.
jar in your bag.
And how much more do we
At
have
At
to pay
about
for the
midnight,
express?
I'm
the
Michelle's
server
neighbor.
brought a
Look,
pitcher of
First
ice
class
water.
is $24 more.
The
and second
tired
class is
American
$15
knew
more.
it was okay to thank his host
As long as we
and
arrive
leave.
1 hour earlier, I don't mind paying a little extra. Then give me 2 second-class tickets on the express,
A group
please.
of international students were attending college in Europe. They had a
Dialogue
long
2.
time between
Travel by train.
semesters for travel,
One morning, he
so
sent
they
his
decided to
servant Abdul
Are you
hitchhike as
okay,
far as
Vic?
they
You
could
look
in other
kinda pale.
countries.
As Abdul was walking
think
In
it's
many
American
places, they were
he suddenly
successful.
felt very cold.
You didn't eat
They
anything
put
on
their
the
thumbs
train.
out
Somebody
or
was
pointed them
behind him.
backwards
I
and
don't have
smiled.
He turned around and
Friendly
saw a tall
drivers
man
stopped.
Well,
dressed in black.
I'll go to the dining
As soon
car
as
and
the
get some hot
first
drinks
traveler
for
got a
you.
yes answer from a driver,
Thank you.
he
The man
motioned
was
with his
staring
hand
at me
or
some
fingers
medical promotion
for his
ticket.
friends to come.
Who
Or
was
he
it?
held up
You should
both
have a
thumbs
rest
in an
now.
OK sign, or made a
man in
circle
black
with the
didn't reply.
thumb and the
Dialogue
indexed
Dialogue
finger
3.
of one hand.
Arrive at the station.
The young tourists saved money, saw a lot of the
Shall we get the
countryside,
luggage
and
down
had
before it
interesting
stops?
conversations and experiences.
That's a good idea. Are these
On
two
the other
suitcases
hand,
ours?
in Greece and Turkey, the visitors were not so
Ours
lucky.
are on the other side. There.
Few drivers stopped to give them rides.
I'm sorry.
Instead,
I know this is
most
yours,
people
right?
ignored them.
Yes. We'll be at
Others
the
gave
station
them
in a
mean
minute.
looks from their cars.
The train
They
is slowing
seemed
down.
almost insulted
So
that the
let's walk down
visitors
the
were
corridor.
begging for rides. A few drivers shouted terrible words at the travelers. Two even got out of their truck and started a fight. The students thought the drivers were very rude. They felt confused, afraid, and unwelcome.
Yes.
After a few days, the students took the bus back to the countries where they were
Your
studying.
name, please.
He was fond of Abdul.
Jia
and he was
Xiang.
angry because
I'd like to
Abdul
leave on
had
May
been badly
5th.
frightened by the stranger in
Let
the
me
market.
see what's available.
Lesson 7.
He
Live a
decided
long
to go
life.
to the
Yes.
market and investigate.
Air China has a flight on
When
May
he found
5th
the man in
at
black,
9:15 in the
he
morning.
spoke to him angrily.
Well,
Why
I
did
need an
Secrets
economy
of a
ticket.
very long life.
Single
Who is your
ticket or
servant?
return
The stranger
ticket.
replied.
Introduction.
His name is
What's the
Abdul,
fare, please?
answered the Caliph.
Economy
There
fare
are
for single
several
ticket
places in the
from
world
Beijing
that
to
are
Shanghai.
famous for people
It's
who live a
500
very
yuan.
long time.
Why
I
were you
see.
surprised?
These
My
places
tickets
are
confirmed
usually
then?
in mountainous areas,
Yes.
far away
Your
from
seat is
modern
confirmed on
cities.
that flight.
Tonight.
Please arrive
Even
at the airport
so,
1 hour
doctors,
before departure.
scientists, and public
Thank
health
you.
experts often travel to these
Mr.
regions
pointed
to
at the
solve the
dynamite
mystery
around
of a
his
long,
waist.
healthy
At the
life.
check-in.
I pull this, he said,
In this
and we
way,
die.
the experts hope to
May I
bring
see
to the
your ticket and
modern
passport,
world
Black
the
man
secrets
got
of
into the
longevity.
elevator
Sure, here they
behind
are.
me. He smelled
Any
of
luggage?
smoke and cheap wine
Just
and
the
life on the
suitcase.
streets
In the
without
Himalayan
soap.
mountains.
Your backpack is very
His
big,
beard
and
and
today's
hair
flight
were
is quite
half
full.
gray and very
I'm afraid
Hunza
that you will
is
have
at
to
a
check
very
your
high
backpack.
altitude
sunglasses
in the Himalayan
and a long
mountains of
brown
Asia.
coat
What about
hung
this
down to his
carry-on?
knees.
There,
You'll
many
take that
people
with you.
over
Probably
100
because he
years
had
of
all
age
these
Can I have an
are
aisle seat,
still in
please?
good
In
physical
the
health.
winter in
No
Washington,
problem.
the street
I will give you
Additionally,
an aisle seat in the
men
center
of
row.
90 are new fathers,
They
And
can't
here's
and
your
leave
women of
any
ticket,
of their
50
passport,
still
and
have
boarding
babies.
pass.
they don't have a
Please
home.
board the plane
What
at
are the
gate 3.
reasons
Man
for this
didn't
good
belong
health?
Here.
Thank
Everything
you.
here.
And
Scientists
when is the
believe
latest
that the
time for me to
people of
board the plane?
Hunza have
400
these three
lawyers
main
in the building
advantages
who
or
before the plane
benefits.
takes off.
Drake and
The
Sweeney
plane is
were
scheduled
paid
to
an
leave
A
on
healthful,
unbelievable amount of
unpolluted
money.
environment
Thank you
with
very
I
much.
knew
clean
that
air and
because
water.
I was a
You're
Drake
welcome.
and
Have a nice
Sweeney
flight.
lawyer
A simple
myself.
diet high in vitamins,
The elevator
fiber,
stopped
and
at
nutrition,
6.
but low
The man
in fat,
had pushed
cholesterol,
an elevator
sugar, and unnatural
When I
chemicals.
stepped out and turned right, he
And
found
my ticket and
3,
seat assignment.
I
physical
pushed the
work
heavy
and
wooden
other
door of a
activities,
That way,
big
please.
usually in the fields
There
or
were
with
8
have a
animals.
pillow
lawyers
and
at
blanket,
the table
please.
inside, and they all looked
An
surprised.
attendant will pass them around.
They were
after
The
looking
Russian
behind me,
Caucasians
so I
and
turned.
Vilcabamba.
My friend from the elevator
May I
was
have
standing
headphones? for
People in the
in-flight
Caucasus
Caucasus
pointing a gun
Mountains
at
in
me.
Russia
No
are
problem.
also
Here are your
famous for their
headphones.
Put that
longevity.
gun down, said
you
one
want
of the
some
lawyers
Official
at the
birth
table.
records were not
His name
available,
was
Thanks.
Rapp.
but
Coke,
the
please.
community says a
He was
woman
a
called
hard man in a
Serba
courtroom,
lived until
maybe
age
the hardest lawyer
160.
that Drake and
Drive.
Sweeney had.
Similarly, a
Suddenly,
man
a
called
shock
Shirali
hit the scene.
probably
Dialogue 1.
lived until
Rapp's eyes
168.
opened wide and his
Moreover,
mouth shut.
his widow was 120
Lock the
years
door.
old.
Excuse me,
The
sir.
man said to
Didn't
me.
you see the red
In
light?
general,
I locked
the
the
people
door of the
not
meeting.
only live a long
Stand
time, but
against
they
the
also
wall.
live well.
We all
No,
stood
sir. The
against
sign
the
In
says
wall.
other
no
words,
turn
they are
on red.
almost
The
never
man took
sick.
off his dirty coat and put it
Furthermore,
carefully on the
when they
large,
die,
expensive
they
I'm
table.
not
sorry,
only
sir,
have
but
their
may I see
own
your driver's
teeth,
license and
but
insurance?
He
also
had
a
5
full
or
head of
6
hair
red
and
sticks
good
around
eyesight,
his
too.
waist, tied
they
there
are.
with string.
Vilcabamba, Ecuador,
Sign here,
is
receipt.
another
Sign here.
area
Appeal to the
famous
court
for the
within 4
longevity
days.
of its
This slip
This slip
inhabitants.
has all the information you need. Please
This
drive
mountain
safely, sir.
region,
and hoped
like
for a bad
Hunza and the
shot when he
Caucasus,
fired at me.
is also
But
at
my
a very
legs were
high
like water.
altitude, far away
Some
from
of the
cities.
lawyers were
2.
shaking with
At the
fear
gas
and
station.
In
making noises
Vilcabamba,
like
too,
scared animals.
there is very little serious
Fill
disease.
it up,
Be quiet,
please.
said the man.
One reason for the
Premium
good
or
health
regular,
of the
madam?
And
people
he took a
might
long
be
yellow
the
rope
clean,
and a knife
beautiful
from the
environment.
pocket of his
Could you
pants.
check
Another
my tires,
advantage
too?
is the
You-
moderate
I think they need
climate.
air.
Tie them
The
up.
temperature
problem,
is
madam.
about 70
Rafter
degrees
stepped forward.
Fahrenheit all year long.
Listen, friend.
Should I check
he
the
said.
air and the
Furthermore,
spare
the
tire as
wind
well?
always comes from the
second
same
shot
I don't
direction.
think
went
so.
into the
It's
wall
brand new.
behind
In
Raptor's
addition,
ear.
the
Should I
water
clean the
comes
windshield
from
for
mountain
you?
streams
Call me
and is
friend.
high
and
Yes,
minerals.
please. I also need
Perhaps as a result of this valuable resource, the region is rich in flowers, fruits, vegetables, and wildlife.
I tied the 8 lawyers with the yellow rope.
There's hardly any water in the radiator.
Differences in the diets of people with unusual longevity.
You could break
We were the
down
same
because of the
age,
heat, you know.
32, and we had started at
In
Great
some ways,
Sweeney on
the
same
diets
day.
of the inhabitants of the 3 regions are quite different.
His was successful, and mine
Hunzukut's eat
wasn't.
mainly raw
I'm sorry.
vegetables,
3 kids.
fruit, especially apricots, and chapatis,
I
a
looked
kind
at
of
them,
pancake.
and he looked at
They
me.
eat meat only a
I
few
knew
times
we
a
were
year.
both
Thank you,
thinking
madam.
about
Have a nice
Barry's
drive.
kids.
In contrast, the
We could hear
Caucasian
police
diet
cars
consists
outside
mainly of
and
milk,
noises as the
cheese,
police entered the
vegetables,
building.
fruit,
for room
and
service.
meat.
Mister pointed at
Also,
the dynamite
most
around
people
his
there
waist.
drink the local red wine daily.
Emergency road service. May I help
In
you?
Vilcabamba,
People eat only a small amount of meat each week. Their diet consists mostly of grains, corn, beans, potatoes, and fruit. Even so, experts found one surprising fact in the mountains of Ecuador. Most people there, even the very old, consume a lot of coffee, drink large amounts of alcohol, and smoke 40 to 60 cigarettes daily.
It's on the West Street near Royal Hotel.
Who would care about us?
In which direction
Similarities in diet.
I was going west.
Time passed.
What is the make
However,
and model of your
the
car?
typical diets of the three areas are similar in three general ways.
What color is it?
1. The fruits and vegetables are all natural. That is, they contain no preservatives or other chemicals.
201.
2. Furthermore, the population uses traditional herbs and medicines to prevent and cure disease. 3. The inhabitants consume fewer calories than people do in other parts of the world.
Dialogue 1.
A typical North American eats and drinks an average of 3,300 calories every day, while a typical inhabitant of these mountainous areas takes in between 1,700 and 2,000 calories.
How long is it valid? You know that?
It's valid for 5 years.
Yes, mister.
Other possible reasons for healthy longevity.
During my stay there.
There was a phone on the table.
Good luck to you.
Inhabitants in the three regions have more in common than their mountain environment, their distance from modern cities, and their low-calorie natural diets. Because they live in the countryside and are mostly farmers, their lives are physically hard and extremely active.
Are you okay?
Therefore, they do not need to try to exercise.
What's the reason for the extension?
In addition, the population does not seem to have the stress of fast city work and recreation.
Early next month.
Get it from the shelter.
As a result, people's lives are relatively free from worry, and therefore illness or other health problems.
One soup with bread.
Thus, some experts believe that physical movement and a stress-free environment might be the two most important secrets of longevity.
I said.
Here you are.
An additional health advantage of life in these long-lived communities may be the extended family structure. The group takes care of its members from birth to death.
Would you open this suitcase, please?
I put the phone down.
Sure.
The validity of longevity claims.
Talking to me.
Yep.
Nevertheless, some doctors theorize that members of especially long-lived populations have only one thing in common. They don't have valid official government birth records.
120,000.
These health scientists think there is a natural limit to the length of human life. In their theories, it is impossible to reach an age of more than 110 years or so.
Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Therefore, they say, claims of unusual longevity in certain groups are probably false.
Life at home.
Nate Malamud, the only partner in the room, earned more than $1 million.
Lesson 8. The
More
media and
than
entertainment.
$1 million? Mister said to him.
Hey, Jim, wake up.
I know you.
Do I have to
You
get up
won't
now?
ask me when I sit on the sidewalk.
You better get
every
up or
morning.
How
you
the
will be
visual
late.
media
You never give
affect
me
people.
What are you
money.
talking about? The
Why
alarm
can't
hasn't
you
even gone
help
off
poor
yet.
people?
Introduction.
Yes, it has. It went off
Benefits of
30
the
minutes
visual
ago.
media.
Was a big man with
I
white
must have slept
hair.
right through it.
He had been with
How
great
do
Rise
television
shines,
and the
sleepyhead.
other visual media
Just
affect
let me
the
sleep
lives
5
of
more minutes.
individuals and
With
families
embarrassment
around the
now.
globe?
I'm
The
The
sorry.
media can be
he said.
very
After work.
helpful to people
Who
and
did
their
the
children
eviction?
who carefully
Said Mr.
choose
Who is
what
it?
they watch.
And
Open the
again,
door. It's
With
me.
high-quality
Are you
programming in various fields of
You are
study,
always so
science,
careless.
medicine,
None of us understood
nature,
him.
Oh,
history,
thank you.
the arts,
Mr.
and so
Wilson,
on,
will you bring me an
TV,
tea?
videotapes,
He looked
and
out the
DVDs
But I haven't
increase the
prepared
knowledge
something.
of the average and
Sure,
the
maybe
well-educated
dreaming.
person.
What
They
do you
can
want to
also
eat?
improve
Watching the
thinking
police
ability.
out there.
Noodles. How about you?
Moreover,
Our soup and
television and
dumplings.
other
arrived
visual
half an hour
media
later.
benefit
There
elderly
was a
people
knock
who
on the
can't go
door
out
and
often,
somebody
as well as
outside
patients in
shouted through the
hospitals
door,
and residents of
"Your
nursing
food!"
facilities.
Mister,
It's
Additionally,
Sunday today.
it offers language
If I
learners
see
an
a
advantage
policeman
of
out
real-life
I
audio-visual
think we should have
instruction
house
and
cleaning
oral
today.
comprehension
What's your
practice
opinion?
at
Gun at
any
my
time
head.
of day or night.
Oh,
The two
no.
of us
We
walked
just did
slowly.
it
And of
last
course,
week.
visual media can provide
Lock the
almost
door.
What do you
everyone
want to
with
do?
good
Open it
entertainment,
very
Wash your clothes
slowly.
a pleasant
clean
way
the
to
house.
relax and spend free time at
I'd
There
home.
was nobody
Wash clothes.
outside.
Okay,
the food was
here's
on the
the
floor
laundry.
near the door.
Media replaces other
As I
activities.
stepped outside and bent down to pick it
Don't
up,
worry,
I
I'll
heard
help
a
you
shout.
with it
Nevertheless,
later.
there are several serious
policeman stepped
disadvantages
quickly
to the
out of the
visual
office
media.
opposite
Family
and shot
finance.
Mr.
First of
through
all,
the head.
some people watch the tube
Mr. fell
for more
without a
hours in a
sound,
day
and my
than they
face
do
was
anything
covered in
else.
blood.
In a large
We need
number
to
of
figure out
homes,
how much money we're
TV
spending
sets,
and
as
and
many
what
as
we're
5
spending
or
it on.
more in a
Half his
single
head
household
gone.
Why?
are always on.
The
Well, I
sunglasses
think we could be
still
saving
covered
Many
one
people
eye.
watch TV for
Really?
many hours
Well,
a day,
okay.
or spend
Get the
hours
receipts out.
playing games or
Policemen
surfing
came
on their
running from all the
computers.
offices.
We spent
They
$700
download
for our
music,
home loan
movies, and other forms of
$400 on
entertainment.
groceries,
I couldn't see.
Instead
$75
of
on
spending
utilities,
time
was
taking
blood
care
on
of
my
their
face
kids,
and shirt.
parents
on gasoline,
often use a
liquid
video
that
screen
$100
as an
later.
electronic
and $300
babysitter.
on entertainment last
Chapter
month.
As a
2.
result, television and video can easily replace family communication
We put
as well
$500
as
into the
physical
savings
activity
account
and other interests.
$750 into
But
our
I
stock
guess he
account.
already knew the answer to that.
$3,075.
The effects
Our
of
paycheck-
The
TV
policeman
on the
led
mind.
me to the first
combined.
floor of the building
That means we
where
don't have any
friends and
receipts for
family
Second,
and
too
doctors
much
were
TV,
waiting.
especially
The
programming
doctors
of
crowded
low
around.
educational value,
But where was my
can
wife?
reduce people's ability to
Dialogue.
concentrate
Hours in a
or
room with a
reason.
gunman, and she hadn't come to
In
see
fact,
me.
studies show that after
was
only
funny,
a
really,
minute or
because
two
where
of
do you
visual
think we can
media,
save more money?
a
Was a
person's
doctor
mind
herself.
relaxes
At
as
one
it
of the
does
big
during
hospitals
light sleep.
in Washington.
That $300 for
Another
entertainment
possible
I lay
effect
on the
of
table
television
for
and
10 minutes
videotapes
while
on the human
doctors
brain
examined me
is
to make
poor
sure I was
communication.
all right.
And you like
Then
to
my
cook.
Children who
secretary
watch a
went
lot
off
of
the
TV
arrived.
may lose their ability to
Tears
focus
in
on
her
a
eyes as
subject
she
or an
put her
educational
arms around me.
activity
Come on.
for more than
If we
10
save
to
more money,
15
we
minutes.
can retire
I asked
earlier. And you'll
Maybe
actually
it is
have
because
called
of the
all
visual
those
media
sheets by.
that some kids and
Paul
adults
knew
too
there wasn't
What about
develop
the 50 you
attention
spent on a
deficit
shirt?
disorder,
You could have
ADD,
gotten
a
something for
modern
less.
condition in which people
think
are
so.
unable to pay
Let's
attention,
compromise.
listen well,
If you agree to
follow
only spend
instructions,
$75,
or remember
telling me
everyday
what to
I'll
do.
agree
things.
to only spend $40
My
for my next
thoughts
shirt.
came into my head slowly.
All right.
The
That
effects of
sounds fair.
violence in the media.
We left the Drake and Sweeney building by
A
a
third
back door.
negative feature of the
There were
media
police
is the
cars
amount of
everywhere
violence
and
on the screen,
ambulances and
both in
television
real events in the
vans, even
news
up
How are your
and
stocks
movies
doing,
or
Jim?
in TV
I'm alive.
programs.
Oh,
I'm alive.
all
It
right.
scares people
I lost
and
a
gives
bunch
them
of money
terrible
in the
nightmares.
last 2 years.
The fear
But this
created
year
by
has been
media
pretty good.
images and language
I
can
looked
last
up to
for a
heaven.
long
I lost
time.
money
A
investing
very
in the
big
internet,
fan.
too.
On the other hand, frequent
Just
viewers
goes to
of
show
action
home to our
programming
apartment on
get
Street
used to
in
its
Not
messages.
Town. Claire wasn't
They
there.
might
changed my
begin to
strategy
believe
around,
there is
too.
nothing
I sat
strange
I
or
invested in
unusual
good
about
companies
violent
now.
crime, fights,
Yeah.
We
killing,
had met
and
a week
other
after.
terrible
Did you hear about
events
Ted?
and behavior.
I was just out of
Studies
What
show
jail
happened?
that
with a
certain
great job.
personality types
lost
are
his
likely to
kid.
have
Called
strong
money
emotional
marriage.
reactions
Families.
or dangerous
Oh, boy.
thoughts
We were in love.
after
His
some
wife
kinds
can't
of
be happy
entertainment.
about that.
But Drake and Sweeney
They may
make
even
you work
copy the
very
acts that they
hard
see on
the
violent
first
Lesson
shows,
3,
start
Children's
fires,
Education.
carry and
15
use
hours a
weapons,
day, 6
attack
days a
people
week.
in angry or
Dialogue.
dangerous
Claire on
ways,
Sundays,
and
Behavior.
even
we went out
worse.
together when I wasn't too tired.
It's time to have supper.
For the last 5 years,
Dissatisfaction
I worked
with
about
normal
200
living.
hours a month. That's 8
Vegetable
hours every
and
day
rice.
for 6
Because of the
days
visual
with 2
media,
or 3
some
hours.
people may become dissatisfied with the
But it's
reality
good
of
for
their
your
own
health.
lives.
Drake
You
and
should eat
Sweeney
all
don't
your
complain
vegetables.
To these
about long
viewers,
hours.
everyday life does
Fewer
not
than
seem as
1 in
exciting
10
as
Close
the
your mouth
roles
while you're
actors
eating,
play in
and no
movies
dessert
or
until you
TV
finish your
dramas.
vegetables.
1 in 10
They
because you
realize
earn
they
at
aren't
least
having
$1
as much
million
fun
a
as the
year.
stars of comedy shows.
Claire was good about it for the
Furthermore,
first 3 months.
average people
But
with
then she
normal
got tired
lives
of
may
having a
envy
husband
famous
who was
media
never there,
personalities
and I didn't.
who seem to get
Mom, I want to
unlimited
move out.
amounts of
There
money
are a
and
lot of
attention.
divorces
Sounds
at
great
Drake
to
and
me,
Sweeney.
kid.
Also,
What kind of job
media
did you
watchers
have?
might get depressed
each
when they
hour
can't
paid
take care
for
of
by a
situations in
client.
real life
Job.
as well
If
as
you're going to
TV
live on
stars
your
seem
own,
to.
you have to pay for the rent
On
and
the
By the
screen,
end
everything
of our
else.
first
they
years
notice
together,
actors solve
I thought I
serious
could just
problems
keep you
in
and Dad
hour
doing
or
what we're
half-hour
talking
programs.
Found it cheap.